Chapter 221. The demons had been placed in the surroundings to spy on the surroundings. Not even the slightest movement around the shop could escape Han Shua's notice. Even if the other was a dark Grand Magus, it would be impossible for them to enter Han Shua's territory without making a sound. Han Shua had already discovered Edwin and Belinda's tracks through the demons when they landed on a large tree in the distance. He called out without hesitation. Even if Han Shua was the only one in the shop, Han Shua wouldn't be afraid of Edwin using the magical formation in the courtyard. Not to mention that Gilbert and Trunks were also here. Edwin and Belinda were obviously stunned by Han Shua's terrifying detection abilities. Astonishment was written all over Edwin's face as he revealed himself from the dense foliage. He looked at Han Shua in the distance and raised his voice. "How did you discover me?" "Nothing is impossible," Han Shua shouted coldly, and then shot a look at Gilbert and Trunks. A calm smile appeared on his face as he elegantly pointed at the empty chairs in the courtyard. He raised his head to look at them. "Since you two are in the mood, why don't you come over and talk in detail? I don't sense any killing intent from you. It looks like you're not here to kill me this time." Han Shua, whose magical arts had reached the bloodlust realm, actually had an extremely acute sense for killing intent that naturally exuded from experts, perhaps due to his growing desire to kill. Edwin and Belinda made no effort to conceal their expressions when they landed on the tree and looked at the courtyard. Their expressions were calm in that moment, with a few traces of curiosity and caution, but they didn't reveal any killing intent. Edwin was even more surprised when he heard Han Shua's words. His gaze when he looked at Han Shua was full of surprise, and surprise as he sized up Han Shua, seeming to want to see something. After a while, Edwin revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. "I came with sincerity this time, but I can't tell if you have any intention of killing me. Because your courtyard is too dangerous, I won't be coming down for now. I don't want to be killed by a group of young but formidable children like you." As he spoke, Edwin landed lightly on the roof of the shop with Belinda. The two didn't dare approach the courtyard lightly, as if they were very wary of the mysteries within. They were prepared to deal with a sudden attack at any time and appeared to be very cautious. To be honest, Han Shua did hope that the two would land in the courtyard and then use the magical formation to combine the strength of Gilbert and Trunks to kill them with a thunderous blow. This way, he wouldn't have to constantly be on guard against Edwin's sudden attack. It was a pity that sly old fox Edwin wouldn't fall for it so easily. Edwin had come to spy on the situation last night and deeply understood the dangers of this courtyard. That was why he hadn't dared to take the risk and land in. Now that his plan had failed, Han Shua's expression immediately darkened. He looked darkly at Edwin and Belinda on the roof and said impatiently, "If you're not here to kill me, then are you planning on working together to deal with Ferguson? He's an important figure in the Church of Light and has an irreconcilable enmity with you. You're the ones he should be focusing on." "You're wrong. Perhaps you don't even know it yourself, but you've become the Church of Light's mortal enemy. They'll make you disappear from this world at all costs." Edwin looked deeply at Han Shua and spoke lowly. "Oh, I don't think so. Ferguson doesn't represent the entire Church of Light. I think that my enmity with Florida isn't so serious that the entire Church of Light would act against me. Aren't you being a bit too alarmist?" Han Shua was speechless and spoke mockingly. Looking at Han Shua with a pitying expression, Edwin explained slowly, "Your miraculous performance last night made the Church of Light realize just how terrifying you are. The fact that your little skull doesn't shine with the radiance of light in particular has sowed the seeds of disaster for you. Even if it wasn't for his grandson, Florida, Ferguson would definitely act against you because your existence is a serious threat to the Church of Light." Han Shua immediately sank into silence when he heard these words. Han Shua wasn't a stupid person. It was just that he'd never seriously considered this problem. When Edwin reminded him, Han Shua recalled that the Church of Light seemed to have played the most important role in the destruction of necromancy. Light magic had a fatal destructive power against the dark creatures of the Necromancy Major. When the Necromancy Major was at its peak, hordes of dark creatures would wreak havoc on the continent. The Church of Light would always send out large numbers of disciples to use the most direct and simple light magic to bathe large numbers of dark creatures in light magic and deal a devastating blow. As Han Shuo thought carefully, he quickly realized that Edwin's words weren't false. The little skull and zombies that he'd refined using the secret arts of the magic would be impervious to the destructive attacks of light magic. This was an absolutely intolerable fact for the Church of Light. It looked like he'd unknowingly gotten himself into great trouble. Seeing that Han Shuo was silent, his straight eyebrows deeply furrowed, and his expression growing darker and darker, Edwin obviously understood that Han Shuo had already realized the severity of the matter. Smiling faintly, Edwin pointed a finger at Han Shuo and said in an extremely bewitching voice, "I'm sure you understand how much influence the Church of Light has on the profound continent. Apart from our Calamity Church, who has always resisted them, there are very few powers that can resist them. Don't hesitate. As long as you join our Calamity Church, we can forget all our past grievances. With you, our Calamity Church's necromancers' research on dark creatures will reach a level that no one before us has ever achieved. Then, with large numbers of dark creatures as an army, we can destroy any Church of Light stronghold in the world and make all living creatures prostrate themselves under our teachings. And you will become the most respected person in the Calamity Church. You will be able to obtain anything you want. Wealth, women, power, it's all at your fingertips. What a wonderful thing. I'm sure that with your wisdom, you can imagine the grand future. Honored Master, this old thing's words are quite reasonable. Just agree to him." Dark Dragon Gilbert was so excited when he heard about wealth and women that he didn't know which way was north. "Shut up." Han Shuo glared angrily at Gilbert before looking at Edwin. "I'm very sorry, although your suggestion is very tempting. I think I can't agree to it. It's your church's reputation that's poor. I don't want to become the target of everyone's criticism." The Calamity Church was a power that everyone hated on the entire continent. This church hid in the shadows and possessed power that no country dared ignore. They had a fanatical belief in destruction and an incomprehensible, stubborn desire. They were incompatible with the creeds of any country or religion on the continent. If he joined such a church, Han Shuo would become the enemy of all countries. This was something that Han Shuo absolutely didn't want to see. Not to mention that every dark creature refined using demonic arts was extremely difficult to refine. It required an enormous amount of manpower and resources. Han Shuo didn't have the slightest bit of confidence that he would be able to refine even more wondrous creatures in large quantities. Even if he succeeded, according to the teachings of the Calamity Church, the profound continent would be shrouded in a sea of blood and fire, finally turning into a wasteland. This was obviously not something that he wanted to see. Han Shuo's resolute refusal, without the slightest hesitation, obviously puzzled Edwin. He was about to continue trying to persuade him when a beam of black light suddenly shot through the air, shooting straight for Edwin on the roof. "You should all die. I will avenge Big Sister Elaine today." Emily flew over with a furious expression on her face. Her long hair danced in the wind as she held her magic staff, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She looked like an enraged tigress. Looking disdainfully at Emily in the distance, Edwin waved his hand and blocked all the attacks with a barrier of darkness. He then looked at Han Shuo and smiled faintly. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I think that you might change your mind when the Church of Light takes action." Edwin didn't linger after speaking and left with Belinda, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. If the Grand Magus Edwin wanted to use the levitation spell to leave, no one here would be able to stop him. Therefore, Emily and Phoebe didn't foolishly chase after him and returned to the courtyard. "What's going on?" Emily looked at Han Shuo and asked, smiling wryly and sighing lightly. Han Shuo said, "I've run into big trouble." "What's going on? What's so big that it's giving you a headache?" Emily had been with Han Shuo for so long, but she'd never seen Han Shuo have such a headache. She couldn't help but ask. When Han Shuo explained the course of events to Han Shuo and Phoebe, the two girls were startled and realized the severity of the situation. Their eyebrows were tightly knit, and they didn't know how to respond. The Church of Light was different from the Calamity Church. They were the most influential religious organization on the profound continent and had a wide network among the populace. Large numbers of people worshipped the Church of Light in any country, and their influence was greater than that of a small country. If all the followers of the Church of Light were like Ferguson, then I think the Church of Light wouldn't amount to much. Han Shuo said disdainfully after thinking for a while. No, the majority of the people in the Church of Light are kind and upright. At least, some of the people I know are worthy of respect in terms of character. Ferguson wasn't a bad person to begin with, but he spoiled his grandson too much and often cleaned up after Florida's wanton and willful actions. That's why he gradually became so utilitarian. In the entire continent, apart from the Calamity Church, there are many necromancers. I think as long as you don't join the Calamity Church, the Church of the God of Light won't necessarily put you to death. Not all the followers of the Church of Light are so unreasonable. Emily thought for a while and couldn't help but speak words of comfort to Han Shuo. It's hard to say. This matter is indeed somewhat thorny. However, if the Church of Light wants to make a move against me indiscriminately, I won't be lenient. No matter what excuse anyone uses, as long as they want to kill me, I won't hesitate to find a way to kill them. Han Shuo thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Master, no matter what you do, your loyal servant Gilbert will swear loyalty to you." Dark Dragon, Gilbert said in a timely manner, "Trunks, all the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's operations in the future will be carried out under your name. Also, don't tell anyone about the relationship between this mercenary and me. Otherwise, I think it may bring unnecessary trouble to the mercenary band because of my identity." Han Shuo suddenly said to Trunks after pondering for a while, "Brian, do you think I'm someone who's afraid of trouble?" Trunks was somewhat displeased as he said coldly. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said, "Don't think too much. The mercenary band is mine. However, don't make this matter public for the time being. It won't be too late to make it public after I've settled the Church of Light's troubles. You should know that our mercenary band has just started, and I also want it to develop even faster. Therefore, we can't let this matter affect it for the time being." After hearing Han Shuo's explanation, Trunk's expression returned to normal. He smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "You're the leader. I'll do whatever you say. This is the mercenary band's rule. What have you two been doing today? Why haven't you been in the shop the entire day?" Seeing that Trunks had agreed, Han Shuo turned his head to look at Emily and Phoebe, asking in astonishment, "I've negotiated a big business deal. I've already dealt with all the things you gave me. We've received a total of 70,000 gold coins, apart from the amount used to establish the mercenary band. I'll be keeping the rest for you for the time being." Phoebe explained. Sister Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, has always been in charge of the Dark Mantle's various affairs outside of the Empire. She suddenly came to the Valley of Sunshine today, and I immediately went to see her after receiving the news. Because we talked about old times, I was delayed for the entire day. Emily looked at Han Shuo and explained. She paused and smiled faintly, saying, "She's very curious about you because I've discussed some matters of cooperation with you." Chapter 222. Cecilia was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. She had ascended to a high position and held great power at a young age. She was a legendary woman of the Dark Mantle and was deeply admired by all members of the Dark Mantle. Cecilia had always been in various countries and was in charge of some matters of the enemy countries. She rarely returned to the capital of the empire unless there was an urgent matter. As the center of the 3 countries, the Valley of Sunshine was a very special existence. For Cecilia to come to such a place, it must be because she had important matters to attend to. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed here. Han Shuo didn't have any improper thoughts towards this legendary woman who was also very charming. When he heard Emily say that she was very curious about him, he only appeared a bit surprised and didn't say much. "Brian, I have something to say to you in private. Look for me in a bit." Phoebe stretched and walked towards her room, muttering to herself, "I've been busy all day. I'll take a bath and relax first." Trunks and Gilbert immediately showed dubious expressions to Han Shuo when they saw Phoebe leave like this. Emily, on the other hand, pouted and snorted softly. She was probably a little angry. "Trunks, make a list and see what kind of weapons our mercenaries need. I'll find the dwarves to forge them in the near future." Han Shuo suddenly remembered this matter and said to Trunks, "The dwarves live in a very mysterious place. How did you find them?" Trunks was very surprised and looked at Han Shuo in amazement. "Because of some opportunities, I got to know a dwarf village and have a good relationship with them. I can ask them to forge some weapons. I'll also discuss it with Phoebe later and have her help me purchase some rare metals. This way, the weapons forged by the dwarves will be even sharper. So that's how it is. All right then, I'll think about it tonight and make a list for you tomorrow." Looking at the sky, Han Shuo said, "It's getting late. Everyone should rest first. Honored Master, Miss Phoebe has only just returned to her room and hasn't started bathing yet. Aren't you a bit impatient?" Gilbert chuckled lowly in a lewd manner and hinted meaningfully, "Gilbert, if you really can't hold it in, I can reward you with some gold coins. You can go to some alleys in the Valley of Sunshine and solve your problems." Han Shuo looked askance at Gilbert and suggested. Laughing wildly, Trunks clutched his stomach and laughed heartily at Han Shuo. He already tried today. Unfortunately, although he was willing to spend a large sum of money, all the girls in the Valley of Sunshine believed him to be a super pervert because of his strange actions earlier. Therefore, not a single girl dared receive him. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh when he heard that Gilbert really couldn't resist visiting prostitutes and was willing to spend money but couldn't find a girl. Little lewd dragon. You're a little lewd dragon, all right. It's a pity that you can't be lewd even when you spend money. You're really pitiful. Gilbert's face was dejected when these words were spoken, and then his expression grew furious as he yelled, "It's all because of you that I can't find a girl because of you telling me to collect some virgin blood. You're making fun of me. I'm bitterly disappointed." How vulgar, how disgusting. Emily rolled her eyes at Gilbert with extreme disdain and walked back to her room with a cold snort. Hey, are you kidding me? Master was the one who told me to collect it. Why aren't you blaming him?" Gilbert cried out loudly when he saw Emily look down on him with an expression of being wronged. "All right, if you really can't hold it in anymore, you can fly to a further city. I know that this is the nature of you, dark dragons. Don't worry, Master is willing to provide you with gold coins to visit prostitutes." Han Shuo laughed oddly and paid no more attention to Gilbert as he walked towards Emily's room. Although Han Shuo and Phoebe were boyfriend and girlfriend on the surface, the two hadn't developed to the point of entangling their bodies. Han Shuo could only look for Emily to resolve some of his physical needs. Wasn't it Miss Phoebe who told him to go? Why is he looking for Madame Emily instead? Did he go to the wrong place? Gilbert looked at Trunks and grumbled in confusion. Rubbing his chin, Trunks watched as Han Shuo disappeared into Emily's room, a thoughtful expression on his face as he smiled. "Don't mind your master's business. Talking less and doing more is the rule you should follow." When Han Shuo entered Emily's room, he placed one of the 3 demons monitoring the entire store outside her room. He then walked into the room with a cheeky smile. All right, don't be angry. Go find your little Phoebe," Emily said huffily as she glared at Han Shuo. Ha, if you want to find someone, You should find my little Emily first. Just let Phoebe wait." Han Shuo smiled as he walked towards Emily, ignoring Emily's resistance as he pulled her into his embrace. His hands moved up and down as he wantonly violated her voluptuous body, causing Emily to pant heavily. In just a short while, she was completely aroused and took the initiative to cooperate with Han Shuo. The two quickly took off their clothes and intertwined with familiarity. By the time Emily's body had softened into a ball of cotton and she'd been thoroughly exhausted by Han Shuo's ferocious thrusts, the lingering resentment in her heart had long since disappeared without a trace after a few moments of pleasure. At this time, her entire naked body was flushed as she lazily curled up in Han Shuo's embrace. Her slender fingers lightly tapped on Han Shuo's chest as she whispered, "I know I shouldn't be angry, but sometimes I just can't control myself." His large hands caressed Emily's smooth back as Han Shuo said softly, "This shows that you care about me. You don't have to explain anything. It would be strange if you weren't angry at all." Han Shuo and Phoebe said words of love after that, leaning against each other as they slowly became affectionate. They both ignored the passage of time and forgot about Phoebe's words from before. However, Phoebe, who was in the other room, waited for a long time after taking a bath and changing her clothes. However, she found that Han Shuo still hadn't come over. Gradually, she became somewhat impatient. After putting on her clothes neatly, Phoebe pushed open the door and left. She crossed the courtyard and walked straight to Han Shuo's room. When she arrived at the door, she knocked and said, "Brian, can I come in?" When Phoebe pushed open the door to her room, Han Shuo had already discovered her movements through the Yin demons. Seeing Phoebe walk straight to his room, Han Shuo immediately put on his clothes in a hurry. He said anxiously, "Damn it, I forgot what Phoebe said just now." Afraid of being caught in bed, Emily's expression was also flustered. She hurriedly put on her clothes and casually tied up her messy hair. She urged Han Shuo, "You should go back quickly. If she finds out, it won't be good." While nodding, Han Shuo walked to the window at the back and jumped out. Then he walked from the back wall to his room. He used the hidden strength of the demonic art to open his window and flipped over to jump in. He casually glanced at himself in the mirror before opening the door with an awkward expression. "Why did you only open the door now? I told you to look for me, just now. Why didn't you come?" Phoebe looked at Han Shuo reproachfully. Then she saw that Han Shuo's trousers were loose and asked suspiciously, "What were you doing just now? Why didn't you pull up your trousers?" Feeling guilty, Han Shuo's expression was a little flustered. A thought flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly said, "No, nothing. I was going to the toilet." "So that's how it is." Phoebe chuckled and said understandingly. She walked towards Han Shuo with a smile and looked charmingly at Han Shuo. She said, "Then you should still pull up your trousers before opening the door. Look at you now, really." As he said this, to Han Shuo's surprise, Phoebe squatted down slightly with a faint smile on her face and helped Han Shuo pull up his loose trousers. However, a strong odor suddenly came from Han Shuo's trousers. In an instant, through close contact, it rushed into Phoebe's nose and mouth. As soon as this odor was inhaled by Phoebe, Phoebe immediately covered her nose and exclaimed involuntarily, "What? Why is there such a strong odor?" As she said this, Phoebe couldn't help but pay attention to Han Shuo's trousers. However, she found some white spots appearing on the trousers between Han Shuo's legs. It should be some kind of liquid that had just been air-dried. Her beautiful cheeks suddenly turned red and hot. Phoebe obviously realized what those things were. For a moment, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She was stunned and didn't know what to do. "Oh no, I'm dead this time. I just left in a hurry and forgot to clean up my lower body. There was only Emily in the shop. It seems that this time the matter has been exposed. Phoebe will definitely make things difficult for me." Han Shuo's heart was perturbed, and he couldn't help but think in a panic. That it's not what you think." Han Shuo explained in a hurry and hurriedly fixed his trousers. It was difficult to hide the panic in his expression. Phoebe lowered her head and stood up. Her neck was red and hot. She actually didn't dare to look at Han Shoa. She turned around and walked outside. When she reached the door, Phoebe suddenly stopped and whispered in a very low voice, "Brian, it's really hard for you. You have me as your girlfriend, but you still have to solve these problems by yourself. I'm just not ready yet. Give me some time. Don't do this in the future. I heard people say that doing it by yourself is very harmful to the body." Under Han Shua's dumbfounded expression, Phoebe blushed and said such words. She quickly left as if she was fleeing. It seemed that she was even more embarrassed than Han Shua. Hey, it's not what you think." Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shouted at Phoebe's back as she left. He also didn't know how to explain it. The next day, early in the morning, Han Shua, Emily, and Phoebe met very awkwardly in the morning. All of them had awkward expressions and didn't know what to say, especially Han Shua, who had been misunderstood by Phoebe and had no way to explain it. Otherwise, it would implicate even more trouble. Therefore, he couldn't hide his embarrassment when facing Phoebe. Trunks and Gilbert, on the other hand, were looking at the three dubiously. Gilbert, in particular, chuckled mischievously and said, "Honored Master, did you have a wonderful night last night?" "Aha! I think it must have been a memorable night." "Shut up!" Han Shua flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared fiercely at Gilbert. "Brian, if the weapons on this list can be forged by the dwarves, it will definitely greatly increase the combat power and passion of our subordinates." A list full of weapons was handed to Han Shua by Trunks. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Emily was a little better, but last night's experience also made her a little shy, so she left first. "I also have something to do." When Phoebe saw Emily walk away, she also expressed her position and hurriedly planned to leave. "Phoebe, wait." Han Shua suddenly said to Phoebe, who was about to leave immediately. For no reason, Phoebe's face instantly turned red. She didn't dare to look at Han Shua. She just quickly glanced at Han Shua and said shyly, "What?" Miss Phoebe, who's always so unkind to people, actually has such a shy side. It looks like last night's events have changed Miss Phoebe's personality. Gilbert still believed that something must have happened between Han Shua and Phoebe last night, and that it was just lewd nonsense. Lewd dragon, don't think that everyone is as shameless and perverted as you. If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll stab you with my sword. Phoebe also flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared fiercely at Gilbert, threatening him with a cold face. "These are all things I need. Help me purchase them while you're at it." Taking out a list, Han Shua handed it to Phoebe, asking Phoebe to help him purchase some supplies. Taking the list from Han Shua, Phoebe gave a low and didn't say anything else, quickly leaving the shop. Not long after Phoebe left, Han Shua was discussing with Gilbert and Trunks how to deal with Tanai. Through the in-demons, Han Shua discovered that Odysseus and the others were cautiously looking around, standing in front of the door, not daring to enter. It looked like everyone who'd come to the Valley of Sunshine had heard of this shop's bad reputation. Odysseus and the others were no exception. It was obvious that they'd been too cautious due to the evil reputation of the cursed lands. "They're here." Han Shua smiled faintly and stood up to open the door. Chapter 223. Long time no see. Opening the door, Han Shua stood outside and looked at Odysseus' group of 6 with a slight smile. The group of 6 cheered when they saw Han Shua appear, their faces brimming with genuine joy. Odysseus and Gordon even rushed to Han Shua and gave Han Shua a hug. "It's really you. Why are you living here?" After letting go, the restless Gordon looked inside and said with some surprise, "Haha, come in first. This place is very safe. It's not as scary as you think." Han Shua leaned to the side and motioned for the 6 to come in and chat. The 6 of them had been a bit fearful of this place before confirming that Han Shua was inside. But when Han Shua's words left Han Shua's mouth, they no longer cowered in fear out of their trust in Han Shoa. They walked in openly and directly to the center of the yard. Odysseus and the others were a team of 3 warriors, 2 mages and 1 archer. Odysseus was a senior swordsman. Anglo and Gordon were journeyman swordsmen. Aphrodite, a water adept mage. Bard, a thunder journeyman mage, and the female elven archer, Nia. After their adventure in the dark forest, the 6 had not only reaped rich rewards, but had also made breakthroughs in their strength. Journeyman swordsman Gordon had advanced to senior swordsman, and thunder journeyman mage Bard had also become an adept mage. Han Shoa had seen all of this from the changes in the symbols on their chests. Brian, this place is the cursed land of the Valley of Sunshine. When we came to the Valley of Sunshine before, we'd heard people talk about the legend of this place, warning everyone not to enter this shop carelessly. Why are you living here? Gordon was a straightforward person and couldn't hide his thoughts. He looked around when he entered the yard and directly asked Han Shoa after sitting down. The legends aren't necessarily true. Those curses could be man-made. We haven't encountered any danger since we've been here for so long. Han Shoa didn't explain too much about the blood-water demon's mischief to them. How have you been recently? As the captain, Odysseus was an upright and steady person. He looked at Han Shoa and asked with a smile, "Not too bad. What did you guys experience after leaving the dark forest?" Gordon and Bard's cultivation has actually improved greatly. Not bad. Han Shoa said, "After we separated from you in the dark forest, we went to Zajoski City and sold off our spoils in the dark forest. We made a sum of money and exchanged our weapons and equipment. We also picked out a magic staff for Bard to increase his magical power. After resting for a while, Gordon and Bard felt that they'd broken through and went to the guild to take the advancement test. After passing, we took on some missions to protect merchants near the Valley of Sunshine. This time, we entered the Valley of Sunshine to protect a merchant caravan." Odysseus smiled faintly and slowly explained to Han Shoa what had happened after they'd split up. Han Shoa glanced at Trunks on the side and thought for a moment. He then looked at Odysseus and said, "We're friends, so I'll speak frankly. Trunks and I have formed a small mercenary band, and we only have a few people at the moment. I'd really like you to join and help us make this small mercenary band a bit bigger." Odysseus and the others were all quite surprised when these words were spoken. They all looked at each other and didn't know how to respond for a moment. After staring blankly for a while, Odysseus looked at Han Shoa and said, "Brian, you're not joking, are you? Why did you think of forming a mercenary band? You've always been a loner. I don't think you're the kind of person who'd like to form a mercenary band." "It's true, we've already applied for a title. I think that if this mercenary band succeeds, it should be quite good in the future. I wonder if you're interested?" Han Shoa looked at Odysseus with a faint smile and sincerely invited them. "What's the specific situation? Can you tell me in detail?" Odysseus was obviously a bit interested, but he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be careless and asked carefully. Han Shoa briefly explained the origins and circumstances of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, including Trunks' hatred and the recent conflict between Han Shoa and Florida. He didn't purposely conceal any of this. When Han Shoa finished speaking, the other 5's expressions changed. They obviously hadn't expected that Han Shoa and Trunks had already done so many sensational things in Tanai under the glorious sun in such a short period of time. They all seemed eager to give it a try and revealed expressions of interest. "I think I'll need to discuss this matter with them and then give you an answer." As the leader of the 6, Odysseus naturally needed to ask the other 5's opinions one by one. Therefore, he couldn't give an answer so quickly. Nodding in understanding, Han Shoa smiled faintly and said, "I understand. You can think about it for a few days." In the following time, Han Shoa chatted happily with them about some interesting things in the dark forest. The 6 finally took their leave when it was almost noon. During this process, as a participant, Trunks would occasionally chime in with a word or two. However, Dark Dragon Jill seemed a bit bored and sat there, bored to death. He only sized up Aphrodite and Nia with a pair of lustful eyes, and only withdrew his lustful gaze after being glared at by Han Shuo a few times. "Let's go, we're going out for a bit," Han Shuo said to Trunks and Gilbert after Odysseus and the other 5 left. "Where are we going?" Trunks was a bit puzzled and asked. "The current situation in the Valley of Sunshine is complicated. Our original target was Florida, but now that Ferguson has joined the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, I think it'll be hard for us to make a move in the near future. I think we need to talk to Loriton about Ferguson's arrival last night. We can also obtain more information through Loriton to decide what we should do next," Han Shuo said calmly. The group was quite familiar with the road to the Cairo Mercenary Band this time and didn't run into any obstacles along the way. However, before Han Shuo and the other 2 had even passed through the enormous square, they heard an earth-shattering explosion from the depths of the Cairo Mercenary Band. When Han Shuo and the other 2 arrived, they discovered that one of the buildings had collapsed. Black smoke was rising from within, and several badly mangled corpses were scattered around the collapsed building. Bald Loriton was like an enraged wild beast, his entire body brimming with an extremely dangerous aura. He was standing around the building and growling lowly at the people around him, showing signs of going berserk at any moment. Harris was standing not far away from Loriton, his expression also dark, and he looked to be in an extremely bad mood. When he saw Han Shuo and the other 2 walk over, he wasn't as polite as he usually was. He looked at the corpses on the ground with some annoyance and seemed to be blaming himself. It looks like we've come at the wrong time." Han Shuo curled his lips when they arrived. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Loriton took a few deep breaths and turned to Harris. "Bury these brothers properly. I will definitely find out who did this and tear them to pieces." Harris didn't say much and nodded painfully. He then directed the mercenaries that had gathered from all directions to carefully lift the dismembered corpses and start cleaning up the scene. "Come with me." Loriton's face was gloomy as he snorted softly and walked towards the largest building he lived in. It was very obvious that Han Shuo and the other 2 had coincidentally come across an attack on the Cairo Mercenary Band. However, Han Shuo and the other 2 didn't find any traces of the enemy when they looked around. They didn't know what had happened. When they entered Loriton's large house, he waved his hand for Han Shuo and the other 2 to find a stone bench to sit on. He said with a dark face, "The enemy wanted to kill me. The room that exploded is where I handle the daily affairs of the Cairo Mercenary Band. Under normal circumstances, I would have gone there at noon. However, I was delayed by something today. When I was 10 meters away from the door of the room, a strong mana fluctuation came from inside the room, and a violent explosion immediately occurred. It seems that there was a magic device set up beforehand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have exploded in such a timely manner. I almost died inside. There must be people from other powers in your Cairo Mercenary Band. Otherwise, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Also, when I was fighting Florida in front of the Valley of Sunshine last time, Andy of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band arrived in time to save him just as I was about to kill him. At that time, there were only people from your Cairo Mercenary Band at the fence. Logically speaking, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band wouldn't have been able to arrive in time to save Florida from my hands. I had my suspicions at that time, but it looks like my suspicions weren't unfounded." Han Shuo thought for a moment and said, "That's for sure. I can arrange my people in other powers, so other powers can naturally do the same. It's just that it was too dangerous this time and I almost died. I don't know which power did it." Loriton's face was dark as he growled angrily. Seeing that Loriton knew what he was doing, Han Shuo didn't say anything else. He inwardly thought that Loriton looked like he had all brawn and brains, but his thoughts were actually so meticulous. No wonder he could replace the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band and sit in the position of first in the Valley of Sunshine. Florida's grandfather, the Light Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light, has arrived. I don't know where Florida has been moved to, and I can't find a suitable opportunity to make a move. I've come to find you this time because I want to know where Florida has been arranged to be. Since you've also arranged for your people in the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, I think you might know about this. If I don't know where Florida is, I have no way of making a move, so I need you to tell me. Han Shua thought for a moment and said to Loreton, I already know about what happened last night, but since that old Fox Ferguson has arrived, I think it's too unrealistic for you to assassinate Florida. After your attack last night, Florida will surely be protected even more carefully. Even if you know where Florida is, you may not have the opportunity to make a move. Loreton's expression had completely returned to normal by now as he looked at Han Shua and said directly. Han Shua understood that Loreton wasn't lying. However, now that the 3 Een demons had taken form and there was also the Earth Elite zombie that could burrow underground, Han Shua had every reason to believe that as long as he could find the hiding place of a heavily injured person, Han Shua believed that he would have a chance to succeed no matter how heavily protected the person was. I understand everything you've said, but if you know where Florida is, I still hope that you can tell me. Han Shua smiled confidently. Loreton obviously felt that Han Shua had overestimated his own abilities this time. Although he understood that Han Shua's strength was extraordinary, he felt that even if Han Shua used the Cairo Mercenary Band strength, he still wouldn't have the chance to assassinate Florida in the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band's headquarters. All right, I'll keep an eye out. If I have news of Florida, I'll send someone to inform you. Loreton's expression was a bit impatient as he said with a cold face. At this point, Han Shua knew that there was nothing more to say. He nodded and left with Gilbert. What the hell? We're helping him and his attitude is still so bad. Gilbert started cursing as soon as he left the Cairo Mercenary Band's territory. If you were almost blown to death, I think your attitude would be even worse than his. It looks like Loreton was truly frightened today. Trunks looked at Gilbert and smiled. Loreton is in a bad mood. I don't know if he'll be unable to control himself and make a move in a short period of time. Han Shua chuckled and paused. Han Shua then said sinisterly, It looks like the Valley of Sunshine is starting to fall into chaos. I think we should change our plans now. I've thought carefully and have a better idea. Chapter 224. What should we do? Trunks asked. The waters of the Valley of Sunshine are too muddy and our power is too weak. We can't contend with either side. No matter what the final result is, we won't be in control of the Valley of Sunshine. At the end of the day, it's all because the mercenary band is too weak. It doesn't seem wise for us to get involved at this time. We can temporarily set aside our grudge with Florida and take the opportunity to recruit and expand our power while they fight until their heads bleed. The most important thing right now is to strengthen our own strength and not join forces with them. The shop I need is in an auspicious place. No matter who holds power in the Valley of Sunshine, they won't know how to use it and will leave it empty. I'll find a way to get it back sooner or later. There's no need to trap us in a place like this because of this shop. Not to mention that Loreton isn't a good person. Our safety won't be guaranteed if we stay in the Valley of Sunshine at this time. If Loreton isn't in a good mood, he might turn against us. It won't be so easy for us to leave the Valley of Sunshine then. Han Shou responded calmly after careful consideration. You mean that we should leave the Valley of Sunshine for now? Han Shua's words were complicated, but to put it simply, it was to sit on top of the mountain and reap the spoils later. Trunks roughly grasped Han Shua's meaning after hearing Han Shua's explanation. We can leave the Valley of Sunshine, but we don't need to leave the Valley of Sunshine's sphere of influence. We can learn from the other 3 powers and first develop our power on the outskirts of the Valley of Sunshine. With the gold coins and your connections, you can take the opportunity to recruit more mercenaries and slowly strengthen your mercenary band while the other 4 powers fight amongst themselves. In addition, I need to leave for a while. If I'm discovered by the Church of Light, it may bring some unnecessary trouble to me and the mercenary band. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to help you go to the dark forest and have the dwarves forge a batch of the weapons we need. We'll then see if we can get another batch of good stuff through the forest troll." When Han Shuo thought about it seriously, his mind was very active. He calmly calculated the follow-up course of action and slowly explained to Trunks. When Han Shuo finished, Trunks nodded with a smile. There are still a few months until the battle for the succession in the Valley of Sunshine. Our mercenary band has a large amount of gold coins as a foundation, so I can take the opportunity to recruit more experts. Perhaps this will be of some use when the time comes. Let's go back and discuss with Emily and Phoebe. We need to leave the Valley of Sunshine as soon as possible. Han Shuo looked at the sky, planning to leave the Valley of Sunshine as soon as possible in order to make preparations for the upcoming matters. On the way back to the shop, there were many people on the busy street. All kinds of strange items were placed outside by the merchants of various countries, attracting the attention of the passing merchants. There were muscular orcs with dents for covering their skin, beautiful elves with sharp ears, and other strange races. They all lingered on the street, looking at the special items around them, trying to find a business opportunity that would bring them great profits. As he weaved through the crowd, Han Shuo suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as if there was an enemy watching him from the shadows, a faint killing intent locking onto him, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. Being in the bloodlust realm, Han Shuo had a terrifying ability to sense others' killing intent towards him. Even in the bustling merchant street, he could still clearly sense the hidden killing intent. This was truly incredible. With a thought, the 3 Een demons flew out without a trace, like drifting air. They slowly spread out and circled around Han Shuo's blind spots, observing any places where danger might appear. With the help of the Een demons, not a single corner could escape Han Shuo's prying eyes. At this moment, Han Shuo imprinted everything within a dozen meters into his mind. Han Shuo quickly identified each and every person, trying to find the source of the danger. On the wall of a shop on the left, in a blind spot that was difficult for the naked eye to see, a beautiful face with impeccable features leapt into Han Shuo's line of sight. Female elven archer Maxine's eyes were like the edge of a sword, glinting with a cold light. She held an oddly shaped bow in her left hand, seeming to be waiting for the most opportune moment to give him a fatal blow. Thunder Archmage Asa stood shoulder to shoulder with her, his expression cold and dark. He held a magic staff in his right hand and was also ready, as if he could strike at any moment. However, there were many merchants from all over the world around the 3 of them on this street that had a large flow of people. If one wanted to carry out an assassination in such a place, one's grasp of timing had to be impeccable. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to succeed. A cold smile suddenly appeared on his face as Han Shuo continued walking without a change in expression. The 3 Een demons kept an eye on Maxine and Ace's movements, secretly thinking of a plan to deal with them. At the corner of a street, Han Shuo's body, which had been moving forward, suddenly flashed inside. Trunks and Gilbert also disappeared without a trace at the same time. Maxine and Asa looked at Han Shuo's group walk straight ahead, only to disappear around a corner. They looked at each other and were slightly startled. Their originally hidden bodies couldn't help but join the flow of people, attempting to find out what had happened at that strange corner. "Where are they?" Asa looked around the corner when he arrived, but didn't find any traces of Han Shuo's group. He couldn't help but exclaim, softly with a frown. At this moment, a low whistle suddenly sounded as a dark, cold light suddenly appeared in the noisy street. It moved in a miraculous curve, avoiding the endless stream of people. It was like a slithering snake, quickly baring its savage fangs in the darkness and biting towards the 2. The sudden turn of events shattered the 2's expectations. Maxine's slender eyes narrowed into a straight line as she abruptly shot towards the rooftops when the demon's lair edge was about to shoot towards her chest. fleeing into the distance without a care for anything else. A ghastly howl sounded from Ace's mouth behind Maxine. The noisy street was thrown into chaos by this howl, and the more cowardly merchants all covered their heads as they scurried away. They didn't know what danger was about to befall them, so they immediately ran away. The various mercenaries that followed the merchants and were responsible for their safety first surrounded their employers before paying attention to their surroundings. Fender Archmage Ace's right hand had been chopped off from the crook of his arm due to Maxine's departure. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The Demon's Lair Edge had chopped off a section of Ace's right hand and sent it flying high into the air. It spun in the air and once again turned around in an attempt to reap Ace's life. Asa was a qualified mercenary after all. He was able to maintain a cool head even in the most panicked of moments. Asa didn't hesitate in this moment where he could lose his life at any second. His empty left hand quickly picked up his right hand that had fallen to the ground after being chopped off. He used the levitation spell without hesitation and immediately flew into the air. At the same time, a circle of lightning instantly formed around his body, turning him into a man of electricity. The Demon's Lair Edge once again flew towards Asa, crackling with electricity. Before the Demon's Lair Edge could reach Asa's body, it was invaded by the fierce electricity and slowed down its piercing speed. When the Demon's Lair Edge reached Asa's back, a series of crackling sounds could be heard from Asa's body. The electrical net that had wrapped around Asa's body had invaded the Demon's Lair Edge with a strong electric energy, causing the magical Yuan Han Shua had poured into it to become chaotic. In the end, the Demon's Lair Edge's speed was slowed down and it stabbed towards Han Shua's back, but didn't take Asa's life. Although Asa hadn't been stabbed to death, the rampaging magical Yuan within the Demon's Lair Edge had violently churned about, causing Asa's back to feel as if he'd been struck by a heavy boulder. His fluttering body was like a kite with a broken string, swaying violently and almost falling down. Finally, he staggered all the way to a room and landed, crying for help as soon as he entered. "Let's go." Asa's injuries are even worse than Florida's. I think it's becoming more and more unrealistic for the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band to win against the Cairo Mercenary Band this time. Han Shua chuckled coldly as he walked out of an alley with Gilbert and Trunks. "Treacherous master, why didn't you take the opportunity to kill him? Asa would have died without a doubt if he'd just stabbed him again." Gilbert looked at Han Shua in puzzlement and asked in confusion. The place where Asa landed is the resting area of the Cairo Mercenary Band. No matter how fierce the battle between the Cairo Mercenary Band and the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band is, anyone in Tanai under the glorious sun will be protected by the Cairo Mercenary Band. Whether the mercenaries are willing or not, they have to help Asa. We can't kill Asa inside, or we'll definitely offend Loriton. Trunks explained to Gilbert, When I ambushed Asa, the surrounding Cairo Mercenary Band members didn't say a word, and no one stepped out to help them from afar. This is already making things easier for us. You stupid dragon, use your brain more. Don't just think of some dirty thoughts all day long." Han Shua lectured Gilbert, hating that Gilbert didn't live up to his expectations. "It's a pity that we let that Maxine escape. That woman's vigilance is quite high," Trunks said regretfully. Nodding, Han Shua said in agreement, It's a bit of a pity that she escaped. Perhaps it's because she's also skilled in the way of assassination that she's so vigilant. That woman hiding in the shadows is much more of a threat than Asa. You must be careful in the future and don't let her find an opportunity to take advantage of." The three talked as they returned to the path of the shop. The three demons had been placed in the surroundings along the way, and no one could escape Han Shua's observation. They didn't meet any more danger. An orc shop had a few exotic flowers and grasses in front of it, as well as some intricate little trees. One of the plants had 3 golden leaves and milky white roots that were as hard as stalactites. It sparkled with a faint white luster and attracted Han Shua's attention. Han Shua had discovered this shop through the Yin demons. After a moment's observation, Han Shuo said to the two, "Come, let's take a look at this shop." Trunks and Gilbert were already used to Han Shuo's strange behavior. They were used to Han Shuo's mysteriousness and didn't ask any questions. They followed Han Shuo to the orc shop in the distance. When they arrived in front of the shop, some exotic flowers and grasses attracted Han Shuo's attention. Some of the flowers and grasses had a refreshing fragrance, while others had strange shapes and colors. Many of the little trees had crystal clear roots that looked like pieces of beautiful jade. He didn't know how they grew. Han Shuo moved closer to the 3 golden leaves and placed his nose close to them. An alluring fragrance seeped into Han Shuo's mouth and nose, making him feel relaxed and happy. Han Shuo stared at the veins of the 3 dazzling golden leaves for a while, then reached out with his hand and closed his eyes to touch the stalactite. His brow creased tightly as he slowly considered something. Gilbert and Trunks looked at Han Shuo with strange expressions. They didn't understand Han Shuo's behavior and why he would be interested in these strange flowers and grasses. After a while, Han Shuo's eyebrows suddenly twitched as his pair of deep eyes were replaced by an expression of ecstasy. He then carefully examined all the strange flowers and plants in front of the door with even greater enthusiasm. His entire person seemed to be indescribably excited, as if he'd suddenly picked up some sort of treasure. Gilbert and Trunks looked at each other, not knowing what Han Shuo had discovered. They looked at Han Shuo's strange behavior in a daze, feeling a little baffled. After sweeping his eyes over the strange plants in front of the shop, Han Shuo took a deep breath and said to Gilbert and Trunks, "I need these special plants. Let's go and see if there are any greater rewards inside." Han Shuo's excited expression slowly returned to normal after he finished speaking, and he walked inside with large strides. Chapter 225. The shop owner was a tall and strong old beast man. Even in the cold winter, this old beast man only wore thin clothes, and his coarse skin covered his lush body. He rested lazily in the shop. There were many kinds of strange flowers and plants placed everywhere in the shop. Each of these strange flowers and plants had a different color, and the shop was filled with a refreshing fragrance. After Han Shuo walked in, he just glanced at the old beast man and continued to wander among the flowers and plants. He carefully identified these strange flowers and plants, looking for what he needed. In Chu Kanglin's memory, there was a paragraph related to alchemy. It was obtained after Chu Kanglin killed a cultivator who was an alchemist and took his alchemy technique for himself. There was a period of time when Chu Kanglin spent a lot of time studying alchemy techniques. Chu Kanglin even refined a few furnaces of alchemy pills by himself according to the alchemy technique. However, in addition to the alchemy furnace and alchemy technique, the most important thing in alchemy was the materials needed. The more precious the elixir, the rarer the materials needed. Many of them were spiritual objects between heaven and earth. If one wanted to refine the elixir, they must first have enough materials. In the world that Han Shuo originally lived in, all the famous mountains and rivers had gradually become tourist attractions because of the serious pollution. Some precious medicinal herbs had long been mined out. Even with Chu Kanglin's remarkable ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, it took him a year or two to collect the materials for a furnace of energy-gathering pill. It was precisely because of the scarcity of materials and the fact that Chu Kanglin was not a very patient person that he finally gave up using elixir to enhance his strength. However, the memory of alchemy was still deeply imprinted in the depths of his memory. This time, the plant with golden leaves and stalactite-like roots in front of the old beastman's shop attracted Han Shuo's attention. After Han Shuo carefully examined it and carefully looked at the strange plant according to the method in his memory, he finally confirmed that this strange plant only grew in caves with natural stalactites. It absorbed the stone marrow inside for hundreds of years and gathered the yin qi of heaven and earth to form the golden marrow grass. The golden marrow grass was cold in nature, and was a natural treasure of the great Een. Together with some other spiritual objects, it could be used to refine the nirvana pill, which could expand the bones and meridians of a mortal. The body would undergo an earth-shattering transformation, becoming a body suitable for cultivation. There was also a small tree that was bright red like a ruby. It was full of vermilion fruits. The bright red fruits were round and crystal clear. Under the illumination of the sunlight, they shone with a faint red light, like a few miniature suns that were dazzling. When Han Shuo carefully examined them, he confirmed that they were actually fire tribute treasures, the blazing fruit. Cultivators who practiced fire tribute cultivation methods, or double cultivators, could directly consume this blazing fruit and use their own methods to channel the enormous power of the sun, greatly improving their cultivation in a short period of time. However, if one did not practice fire tribute cultivation methods and consumed the blazing fruit by mistake, they would not be able to withstand the fire power contained within it. They would be burned by the power of the blazing fruit, and when they turned into charcoal, the spirit power of the blazing fruit would slowly dissipate between heaven and earth. Apart from the golden marrow grass and the blazing fruit, this shop also had dragonfly fruit, 100-year vine heart, extreme frostgrass, and other rare items. They were all precious materials that some pill refiners needed. When Han Shuo discovered these treasures, he naturally wasn't willing to let them go so easily. After a while, Han Shuo arranged all the rare spirit herbs that he recognized in this shop neatly and placed them in front of the old orc's counter. He said with a smile, "Old man, how much do these things cost?" The old orc had been sitting there lazily and had long since seen Han Shuo's actions. He had been observing Han Shuo closely and only stood up unhurriedly when Han Shuo finally placed all the items in front of him. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, the tall, strong old orc did not immediately respond to Han Shuo's question about the price of these herbs. Instead, he looked at Han Shuo with some interest and asked Han Shuo in response, "You recognize these things and know what they are used for?" The old orc's voice was hoarse and thick and sounded a bit awkward when he spoke the human language. His two large nostrils snorted as he spoke, making him look a bit odd. I just thought it was a bit odd and wanted to buy it to study." Han Shuo responded with a smile. The old orc was a bit disappointed when he heard that Han Shuo didn't recognize them either. He said to himself with some self-deprecation, "I knew it. So many pill refiners don't recognize them. How would you know what these things are?" Pointing at the blazing fruit, the old orc explained to Han Shuo, "Curious human lad, these things aren't fun. These strange poisonous herbs grow in the barren lands of our home, and no one dares to play with them. For example, this red fruit. Even some ferocious wild beasts will be burned to death if they mistakenly eat this red fruit. Also, if you put your hand on the branches and leaves of these strange little flowers, you'll feel a bone-piercing chill. Whoever eats them will be frozen into a block of ice. You're not a pill refiner, so it's best if you don't try to mix them carelessly. According to what I know, even some pill refiners have suffered terrible injuries when mixing them." The old orc obviously didn't know the wondrous uses of these natural treasures, and instead thought of them as terrifying poisonous herbs. The blazing fruit and extreme frostgrass were treasures of extreme heat and cold. Ordinary people would indeed be harmed if they took them, because ordinary people would definitely not be able to digest the spirit power within. It was normal for him to have this kind of misunderstanding. Chuckling lightly, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not using these things carelessly. It's just that I know a pretty good pill refiner, and he's quite accomplished with some strange herbs. I'm just giving them to others. Of course, I'll remember your reminder and tell them the characteristics of these poisonous herbs. All right then, it was quite difficult for my children to bring these herbs from the faraway barren lands. You can give me 100 gold coins for all of these items. This is a very fair price, and there are some pill refiners who are very interested and willing to pay a large price for them." The old orc obviously didn't know what it meant for these items to fall into the hands of a knowledgeable person like Han Shuo. 100 gold coins wasn't even enough to buy a single leaf from one of the herbs. On account of the old orc's kind reminder earlier, plus the possibility that these herbs might be delivered to him in the future, Han Shuo generously threw down 500 gold coins and said, "Many thanks to the old man for your reminder. Your kind reminder is worth 400 gold coins. Otherwise, my friend may have run into great trouble. If you have more of these herbs, feel free to bring them over from the barren lands. I'll be sure to pay a large price for them when I have the time. Oh, esteemed guest, your generosity will definitely be rewarded. Thank you very much." The old orc excitedly accepted a bag of 500 gold coins. His gaze when he looked at Han Shuo was completely different as he happily praised him. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from outside the door. Then, a beautiful woman that even Han Shuo and the other two couldn't help but sigh in admiration walked in leisurely. Her tall and slender body was wrapped in a light purple dress. Her long brown hair flowed down like a waterfall, and below her slender phoenix eyebrows were a pair of limpid eyes. Further down was a delicate nose, small crimson red lips, tender and smooth skin, and an oval face. All of these were the elements that a beautiful woman should have. She looked to be only in her early 20s, but her entire being exuded the air of someone who held great power and had experienced great things. Although she didn't purposefully reveal it, her entire being naturally exuded a disdainful aura, as if she could easily decide the life and death of others. "Hi, beautiful, are you talking to me?" After a loud whistle, Dark Dragon Gilbert looked at the woman excitedly and said lightly, "Not you." She flicked a glance at Gilbert and responded faintly. She didn't look at Gilbert again and walked directly towards Han Shuo. When she arrived in front of Han Shuo, she extended a slender finger and pointed at the extreme frost grass. Her limpid eyes looked at Han Shuo and said, "Can you give this poisonous grass to me?" Shaking his head, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, I can't." After being deflated, the beautiful woman looked at Han Shuo with a dumbfounded expression, as if she hadn't thought that Han Shuo would refuse so straightforwardly. Her phoenix eyebrows furrowed beautifully, and she opened her mouth again. "I can pay 100 gold coins for this poisonous grass." Shaking his head again, Han Shuo also smiled faintly and still firmly refused. "I'm sorry, I'm not selling." After being deflated twice, she clearly knew that she wouldn't be able to obtain this extreme frost grass. She looked deeply at Han Shuo and said disdainfully, a man with no poise, "It looks like Emily's words weren't all that detailed." When these words were spoken, it was Han Shuo's turn to be stunned. He stared closely at the woman and asked tentatively, "Your mistress, Cecilia?" Nodding her head with a cold expression, Cecilia raised her head to look at Han Shuo and said with a haughty expression, "That's me. May I ask, Mr. Brian, what will it take for you to give this poisonous grass to me?" "I won't give it to you no matter what," Han Shuo responded, then said with a smile, "It's very nice to meet you, Mistress Cecilia. Goodbye." When these words were spoken, Han Shuo didn't look at Cecilia again and walked around her, directly walking out of the shop. Chapter 226. Honorable Master, I don't think this is your style. Why are you suddenly so cold to a beauty? On the way back, Gilbert had a puzzled expression. First of all, I have a use for that poisonous grass, so I definitely won't give it to her. In addition, this Cecilia thinks that her position is higher than mine, so she's swaggering around in front of me. This kind of attitude really disgusts me, so she can forget about getting the poisonous grass from my hands. According to Emily, Cecilia was a priest, and she also majored in pharmaceutics. Her attainments in pharmaceutics were extremely high. Although she wasn't the main combatant in battle, an expert like Cecilia, who majored in both, could play a crucial role. Such a character could allow warriors and mages in battle to quickly recover their physical strength. Even if they were injured, they could use some priest's magic and some potions to quickly treat them, so that the warriors' and mages' injuries could be stabilized, so that they could join the battlefield faster. After leaving the old orc's shop, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay outside and went straight back to his base camp. Phoebe and Emily sat lazily on two wide chairs in the middle of the courtyard as they bathed in the crimson glow of the evening sun. They were happily chatting about something. As soon as Han Shuo walked into the courtyard, the two women's four eyes all turned to look at Han Shuo. After going through a day, the two women's expressions were natural, without the awkwardness in the morning. Under the illumination of the red evening glow, the two charming faces were bright red, gorgeous beyond compare. Their beautiful eyes were also full of affection, like a young wife at home looking forward to the return of her husband. In an instant, Han Shuo's heart was filled with a warm emotion. In a trance, Han Shuo felt that at this moment, the two women were so beautiful. If the truth was revealed, and the two women could still live in harmony, it would be a pleasant thing for any man. What are you thinking about? Standing there with a silly smile. Only when facing Han Shuo would Phoebe be so easy to get close to, and her tone would be much softer. No, nothing. Beautiful wishes could only be wishful thinking for now. From Phoebe's personality, she wasn't a woman who would easily compromise. Therefore, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't reveal any clues to avoid angering her and causing trouble. Brian, I'm afraid I'll have to leave first this time. I've just received a mission with Sister Cecilia. I can't stay in the Valley of Sunshine any longer. Emily looked at Han Shuo reluctantly and said apologetically. Han Shuo was first taken aback, then fell silent. He understood that Emily, as a senior member of the Dark Mantle, had many things that she needed to do. She couldn't stay in the same place forever. Nodding, Han Shuo revealed an understanding smile and said, I understand. It's not suitable for us to stay in the Valley of Sunshine for the time being. I'm also preparing to leave. Under Phoebe and Emily's astonishment, Han Shuo repeated to Emily and Phoebe what he'd said to Trunks and the others today, weighing the pros and cons in detail. Han Shuo's decision wasn't wrong, so he quickly received the approval of Phoebe and Emily. Then, what do we do next? Phoebe's beautiful eyes focused on Han Shuo as she asked softly, You're in charge of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, so I don't think you can stay in the Valley of Sunshine forever. You can go attend to your matters first. I'll take care of some matters of my own and then head to the capital to find you. Trunks has enough gold to support him. I think with his abilities and connections, he'll be able to better develop his forces in the outskirts of the Valley of Sunshine. All right, it looks like we'll need to split up for now. Here, this is what you need. The Valley of Sunshine is really a good place. You'll be able to find whatever resources you need as long as you have enough patience. Phoebe took out many strange ores and some rare metals from her space ring and placed them in the courtyard. She then looked at Han Shuo with a smile. These were all the basic materials that Han Shuo needed for the dwarves to forge weapons. There was also a bit that Han Shuo wanted to keep for his personal use, planning on refining a few small magical weapons when he had the time. Phoebe had already given Han Shuo the materials for refining the wood and water elite zombies. Now that all of the materials for refining the wood elite zombie had been gathered, Han Shuo could head to the Forest Trolls' Holy Land after returning to the Dark Forest this time and plant the wood elite zombie in the place of Extreme Wood, so that the wood elite zombie could be born as soon as possible. Oh right, Trunks, pay attention to Odysseus and the others. I don't know how long they'll need to consider, but I think with your familiarity with the Valley of Sunshine, you'll certainly have a way to contact them at any time. I've already told them the situation. Whether they want to join the Soul Destroyers or not is up to them. Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Trunks, Don't worry, I know what to do. The Valley of Sunshine isn't too far from the Dark Forest. It won't be too much trouble for the two of us to contact each other. Trunks said with a smile. On the way back, Han Shuo and Trunks had already told each other about their points of contact in the Valley of Sunshine and the Dark Forest. Han Shuo didn't tell Trunks about the existence of the Cemetery of Death, but left a mark at the waterfall where he often trained to make it easier for Trunks to contact him. The group of 5 discussed the details in detail for a while before Han Shua's group of 4 left the Valley of Sunshine under the cover of the night. With Gilbert around, the 4 didn't need to leave through the exit and left without making a sound. Only Emily had to leave with Cecilia and temporarily stay in the Valley of Sunshine for a day to pass on some things to Laurelton. After leaving the Valley of Sunshine, the 4 immediately split up. According to Han Shua's instructions, Gilbert carried Phoebe on his back and flew directly to Zajowski City. He told Phoebe to use the transportation matrix in Zajowski City to safely return to the capital of the Empire and then meet up with Han Shua at the Cemetery of Death. After bidding farewell to Han Shua, Trunks burrowed into the depths of the forest alone and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the 3 left, Han Shua swaggered in the direction of the dark forest, neither hurrying nor slow. He didn't even use the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Han Shua planned on exposing his whereabouts when he left the Valley of Sunshine, this time in order to attract the attention of the Church of Light's Ferguson. This was to prevent the latter from not knowing that he had left and not letting Trunks off afterwards. On the main road leading out of the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua's expression was relaxed and at ease. He didn't ride any means of transportation, and his tall figure traveled alone under the bright moonlight, not the slightest bit aware that he was about to become a target. At such a crucial time, the glorious sun, Tanai, and the other 4 powers would certainly send people to patrol the area to prevent any accidents from happening. When Han Shua wanted to expose himself, everything seemed very easy. Using the 3 Een demons to spy on him, Han Shua easily discovered that several groups of people were paying attention to his whereabouts. When a person hurriedly spoke a few words and quickly left with his companions, rushing in the direction of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, Han Shua understood that the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band would arrive before long. That Ferguson of the Church of Light would certainly drop everything at hand and eliminate the most dangerous, hidden danger first. Now that Han Shua had reached the Bloodlust realm, he had the 3 Een demons monitoring everything, the little skull and the Earth elite zombie at his disposal, and the extraordinarily fast art of the demonic ninth heavens. Han Shua was confident that he could calmly escape from any encirclement. Therefore, from beginning to end, Han Shua appeared very relaxed. He walked unhurriedly in the direction of the dark forest, waiting for Ferguson's group to arrive and then leisurely leave the Valley of Sunshine amidst their pursuit. He wanted them to understand that he had already left the Valley of Sunshine. It was the middle of winter, and the snow-covered mountain range presented a world of ice and snow. Under the bright moonlight, the sky didn't seem too dark even at night. The reflection of the moonlight and the snow made the silver-white world appear so quiet and beautiful. Under the moonlight, Han Shua's lonely figure drew a long shadow on the snow-covered ground. In such a cold night, even some greedy merchants weren't willing to travel. Therefore, even on the most crowded roads, Han Shua didn't run into a single merchant caravan. After leaving the main road, Han Shua continued forward in the vast Kurlan mountain range. After Han Shua had walked for more than an hour, he arrived at an even more remote forest. Through the Een demon's surveillance, Han Shua discovered a cruel atrocity. A small caravan of a few dozen people was being madly ravaged by ruthless bandits in the middle of the night. There weren't many bandits, only a dozen or so of them. However, each and every one of them was incomparably savage. Each and every one of them yelled wildly, ignoring the pleas of the merchants. While plundering the goods, they grinned hideously as they slaughtered the merchants. Several young women were stripped naked in the middle of the night in a world of ice and snow. They were forced onto the carriages and next to the big trees to be raped. Their helpless and painful screams made one's heart bleed. Around the caravan's carriage were several strong men dressed like mercenaries. They'd all been decapitated and their blood had dried, dyeing the ground black. It looked like they were the first wave of guards to be killed. It was obvious that this small caravan had thought that they wouldn't be targeted by bandits in the middle of the night and that they were taking a secluded path. That was why they'd taken the risk to travel at night. How could they have known that they'd misjudged and encountered a small group of bandits, resulting in such a cruel situation? Han Shuo wasn't a very kind person. He'd once commanded the forest troll to rob, but he'd never killed the innocent, nor would he commit such atrocities like raping women. As the saying went, even bandits had their own principles. Han Shuo felt that he'd done a pretty good job. However, the merchants had already offered up all their goods and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, but they still had their heads chopped off by the ferocious bandits. This scene was intolerable to Han Shuo. The bandits' despicable and unruly methods completely infuriated Han Shuo. Without any greetings or superfluous words, Han Shuo, who'd used the Yin demons to witness the atrocities, broke through the air. Because of his anger, his blood and qi surged wildly. A thick, murderous aura followed Han Shuo's figure and descended on the scene. The gloomy Han Shuo's eyes were blood-red. His cold face was frighteningly ferocious, and the murderous aura around him couldn't help but surge. He slashed at the neck of a bandit who was pressing down on a woman and raping her. The left palm that slashed out was as black jade, like a cold, sharp knife. With a "piu" sound, the bandit's head was sent flying far away. Blood sprayed everywhere from the headless neck. Ah! An extremely terrifying scream came from the mouth of the dead bandit. The woman, who'd been suffering in pain, suddenly saw that the person on top of her had been decapitated. Blood sprayed all over her from the severed neck. She couldn't help but scream. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? Don't you know that our boss is the butcher?" A bearded bandit, who'd been about to kill a merchant, suddenly turned his head and roared. It was indeed Butcher Gustav's men. Of all the bandit factions in the Valley of Sunshine, only Butcher Gustav's bandits would be so cruel and unruly. There was no need to waste words with them. Han Shuo directly expressed his attitude with his actions. With a gloomy face, Han Shuo's murderous aura was terrifyingly thick. In front of these cruel bandits, he displayed the vicious side of a demonic cultivator. Han Shuo directly rushed towards this person. Before he could react, the violent Han Shuo's fist blasted down like a sharp iron awl. The bearded bandit's chest was directly pierced through by this punch. When Han Shuo pulled out his bloody fist, there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. Even his shattered internal organs could be clearly seen. Han Shuo's heart was filled with rage as he panted heavily. He was like a demon king who only knew how to kill. He used his ruthless coldness and perverse physical strength to crush the bandits, one by one. With a rip of his hands, he tore a bandit in half. With a punch, the bandit's bones were all shattered and his flesh exploded. Hot blood sprayed all over Han Shuo's body. A gust of bloody whirlwind blew past, and a group of more than 10 bandits were all turned into scattered pieces of flesh. Compared to the innocent people they'd killed, their fates were even more terrible. Not a single corpse was whole. When Han Shuo discovered Ferguson and Maxine's figures through the Yin demons, he suppressed the bloodlust in his heart and continued walking in the direction of the dark forest with heavy steps. He didn't linger a second longer in this place that reeked of blood. Chapter 2:27. A wide river blocked the way. The surging river water flowed all the way to the low-lying area. Han Shuo panted heavily as he stood in front of a towering ancient tree. He did his best to suppress his frenzied state of mind. His blood-red eyes were wide open as he turned his head to look at the 2 approaching figures. The 2 figures slowly approached under the bright night sky. Ferguson was carrying Maxine with magic, and they appeared in Han Shuo's line of sight like 2 drifting clouds. "You finally arrived. I've waited for some time." Fiendish aura churned all over his body as streaks of crimson light encircled Han Shuo's body. This was the strange energy that his body had naturally absorbed from the bandits' fear and resentment just before their deaths. Although your methods were cruel, you saved those people. This means that you're not a heartless person. I've already investigated you and know that you're not from the Calamity Church. However, some of the things you've grasped are too dangerous to this world. Therefore, I'll capture you and imprison you in the Church of Light forever. However, I won't take your life." Ferguson's body flew to the top of a tree branch as he looked at Han Shua calmly. The elven divine Archer Maxine's pretty figure landed gracefully. She knocked an arrow and took aim at Han Shua. A sense of danger suddenly leapt into Han Shua's heart, and he couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Maxine. The Calamity Church has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I have no way of using the knowledge I possess to transform large numbers of dark creatures. I'm telling you clearly this time, I won't join the Calamity Church, and the Calamity Church is my enemy. But if you continue to tangle with me, I don't care if your reputation is good or bad. As long as you threaten me, I won't hesitate to kill you." Suppressing the crazy thoughts in his heart, Han Shua's expression was sinister as he spoke viciously. Ferguson shook his head and said resolutely, "I'm sorry. Not killing you is already the biggest concession I can make. I definitely can't let you go, because the things you've grasped are far too dangerous for us." It seemed like there was no way to back down. Grinning wildly, Han Shua nodded. "Since this is the case, then there's nothing more to say. If you dare make a move, I won't be lenient." Before he lost his reason, Han Shua suddenly soared into the air and transformed into a streak of bloody light, flying towards the dark forest. Whoosh! Maxine shot out an arrow that she'd long since prepared. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking through the air, piercing through the air with an ear-piercing whistle. The arrow followed Han Shua like a shadow, as if it wouldn't stop until it saw blood. Grand Magus Ferguson wasn't idle either. Just as Han Shua's body shot through the air, he waved the staff in his hand, and a beam of blinding light shot towards Han Shua like a laser cannon. The surging energy made Han Shua realize just how dangerous this light was. Han Shua had been standing in the air when he felt the attack coming from behind him. His forward, charging body froze in midair as the demon's lair edge moved according to his will, flying out of his sleeve to meet Maxine's arrow. Han Shua activated his magical yuan, and the murderous aura around his body quickly condensed on his right arm. Bloody light shot out from Han Shua's right arm in the blink of an eye. Violent energy surged like a great river beneath his body, blasting towards the beam of light under the augmentation of magical yuan. An ear-splitting explosion rang out, accompanied by blinding white light and bloody light, intersecting beautifully in the night sky. It was as if a ball of brilliant fireworks had been released, possessing a strange, bewitching beauty. Han Shua's figure fell straight down amidst the moving splendor. He fell into the great river with a splash and was instantly swallowed by the surging waters. Ferguson brought Maxine along with him through magic as the two hovered in the air above the place where Han Shua had fallen. They gazed at the surging waters, not knowing what to do for the time being. After waiting in the air for a while, Han Shua's figure had disappeared without a trace amidst the surging waters. This greatly surprised Ferguson and Maxine. Judging from the strength he displayed that day, he shouldn't have died so easily. Why hasn't he surfaced yet? It's impossible for him to not breathe for a long time. Ferguson looked around in astonishment and said with some doubt, "He might have died already, otherwise he would have left the water long ago. No one can stop breathing." Maxine was also perplexed and speculated with some uncertainty. If he's not dead, then he must have been washed downhill by the current. Come, let's go take a look downhill. After waiting for a while, Ferguson confirmed that Han Shua was no longer here and flew towards the direction of the river with Maxine. Dark Grand Magus Edwin and the female alchemist Belinda walked out from the shadows of a large tree after Ferguson and Maxine had disappeared. It's a good thing we were far away, otherwise that old Fox Ferguson would have discovered us. It looks like that Brian must have run into big trouble, Edwin said with lingering fear. He was attacked by Ferguson and Maxine at the same time, so he must have fallen into the water. He's probably dead since he hasn't come out for so long. Belinda guessed the same thing as Maxine as she gazed at the surging waters. Shaking his head with a faint smile, Edwin said with certainty, "No, he's definitely not dead." The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I noticed a few details when they were exchanging blows. Although Brian's weapon also fell into the river after colliding with Maxine's arrow, its trajectory was stable. According to what you said before, his weapon should still be under his control. This means that Brian didn't faint or die after falling into the river. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control his weapon. Belinda thought back with astonishment after Edwin's words and agreed. Yes, he must still be alive. Ha! The stronger he is, and the more he can protect himself, the more advantageous it is for us. As long as he's not dead, we'll have a chance to obtain him. He'll definitely appear again. We need to understand everything about him before then. We must obtain this person. Edwin cackled lowly and left with Belinda. The surging river was incomparably wide. A figure shot into the air like a sharp arrow from a place far away from where Han Shoa had fallen into the water. After ascertaining his direction in the air, he shot towards the dark forest like a bolt of lightning. Edwin's judgment had been quite accurate. The killing aura that had condensed on Han Shoa's right arm had completely blocked Ferguson's blinding beam of light when he'd faced the two's previous attacks. His body hadn't been harmed at all. He'd already used his consciousness to summon the demon's lair edge into his hand when he'd entered the river and then dashed wildly through the river, avoiding Ferguson and returning to the air. Han Shoa had originally planned on fighting Ferguson and Maxine, but Edwin had exposed himself in his eagerness to see what was going on and was discovered by one of the 3 Een demons. This caused Han Shoa to give up on the idea and take the opportunity to dive into the river and create the illusion of drowning, taking advantage of this opportunity to leave that place of trouble. With Han Shoa's current strength, he was confident that he could easily retreat with the help of the Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie, as well as his magical yuan and necromancy magic. Although he might not be able to defeat Ferguson and Maxine, he was confident that the two would be unable to stop him. However, Edwin and Belinda's appearance forced Han Shoa to give up on the idea of fighting. To Han Shoa, these two from the Calamity Church were just as hard to deal with. If they ambushed him while he was fighting Ferguson and Maxine, it would be a very unpleasant experience. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Han Shoa felt that there was no benefit in staying. He finally decided to temporarily avoid them and use magical yuan to leave through the river. The last time he'd gone to the Cemetery of Death with Fanny's group, it had taken more than 10 days. However, the existence of the art of the demonic ninth heavens had saved Han Shoa a great deal of time. He'd only spent a day and a night flying through the air, arriving at the Cemetery of Death on the evening of the 2nd day. Although he'd adjusted his breathing 3 times along the way, Han Shoa had still expended a great deal of magical yuan when he arrived at the Cemetery of Death. Han Shoa had no choice but to adjust his breathing and recover again. The 3 Een demons had been placed outside the Cemetery of Death by Han Shoa to wait for Dark Dragon Gilbert. Han Shoa closed his eyes and rested for the night, recovering his spirit the next day. The Cemetery of Death was enveloped by a strong boundary, unable to feel the light of the sun or moon at any time. It was shrouded in a dark and cold environment all year round. White bones piled up all over the ground, making this place a paradise for the dead. Seeing that Gilbert still hadn't returned, Han Shoa couldn't help but take out some of the materials that Phoebe had given him and study them one by one. Apart from some of the materials that Han Shoa had asked Phoebe to collect to forge weapons for the dwarves, he also planned on refining some magical treasures with special effects. The demon infant had already taken form, and Han Shoa's magical yuan had reached the bloodlust realm. He now had the ability to refine magical treasures. This time, not only did Han Shoa want to refine the demon's lair edge, he also wanted to add some good items with special effects to it. Chapter 228. For the next 2 days, Han Shoa stayed in the Cemetery of Death. Han Shua sat cross-legged amidst the white bones, the demon's lair edge floating in front of his chest. Bolts of blazing lightning curled around the demon's lair edge. Han Shua held his breath and stared calmly at the demon's lair edge. From time to time, he would send out beams of demonic fire from his hands, or bite his finger and drip a few drops of blood essence into the demon's lair edge. He would slowly use the demon infant in his heart to guide the magical yuan, nourishing the demon's lair edge over and over again. Han Shua held some rare metal ores in his left and right hands. 2 balls of blazing red flames submerged the center of Han Shua's palms. The scorching demonic fire carried a terrifyingly high temperature and slowly melted the incomparably hard metal ores, turning them into a multicolored liquid that fell into the demon's lair edge floating in front of his chest. Before Han Shua formed the demon infant, he didn't have the ability to refine demonic treasures. Therefore, the basic shape of the demon's lair edge had been requested from the famed dwarven craftsman. The dwarves had mixed the sharpest metals into the demon's lair edge according to Han Shua's wishes. It took a few days and nights to complete the demon's lair edge. Reality proved that the demon's lair edge that Han Shua had spent a huge amount of money and the dwarves had painstakingly forged was indeed incomparably sharp. Ordinary metal weapons would definitely break into 2 pieces when cut by the demon's lair edge. However, a true demonic treasure wasn't just enough to be sharp. It also needed some special effects to be considered a treasure. The demon's lair edge was a great weapon in Chu Kanglin's memories. After it was truly refined, a demonic cultivator in the bloodlust realm would be able to unleash its extraordinary effects when using it. The word slayer in the demon's lair edge indicated that its effects were inseparable from slaughter. This was indeed the case. When the demon's lair edge was successfully refined and a demonic cultivator in the bloodthirsty realm used the demon's lair edge to kill, the murderous aura that naturally surrounded the demonic cultivator would absorb the fear and resentment of the dead. If the demonic cultivator had the demon's lair edge in their hands at this time, the demon's lair edge would be able to absorb the fear and resentment of the deceased and store them all within the demon's lair edge. When the demon's lair edge absorbed enough of this strange energy, the fear and resentment would naturally form a demonic soul within the demon's lair edge, turning it into a peerless weapon with its own consciousness. As the wielder killed more and more people, the demon's lair edge would absorb more and more negative energy. When the demonic soul finally formed, the wielder could use the demon's lair edge, this peerless weapon, to battle with others. Just the enormous amount of killing intent within the demon's lair edge alone would be enough to cause others to lose their mind, and the demonic soul within the demon's lair edge would destroy all their confidence. Apart from that, when the demon's lair edge became a great weapon and possessed a demonic soul of its own, it would also possess some other inconceivable uses. It could even be used to refine Han Shua's avatar, which would be able to continuously evolve like Han Shua's main body and grasp even more terrifying power. However, in order for such a powerful weapon to take shape, the number of strange materials required exceeded Han Shua's imagination. Apart from the various strange metals that the dwarves had mixed in at the beginning, Han Shua was currently continuously fusing even more rare materials into the demon's lair edge, using his magical yuan and the demon infant to refine it bit by bit, infusing even more of his blood essence into the demon's lair edge, ensuring that it could take shape as quickly as possible. The process of refining the demon's lair edge wasn't something that could be done in one go. It was a process of slowly fusing with itself, using magical yuan and the demon infant's blood essence to refine the demon's lair edge bit by bit. It definitely wouldn't take a day or 2. In these 2 days, Han Shua was only slowly fusing the materials that the demon's lair edge required, then using his magical yuan, demon infant, and blood essence to slowly establish a more intimate connection with the demon's lair edge bit by bit, building the foundation of the demon's lair edge. In this way, when the demon's lair edge wasn't out, it could transform into a rice-sized ball and hide within Han Shua's blood essence that was nourishing the demon infant, continuing to provide it with the energy it needed to refine the demon's lair edge. When Han Shuo was attacking and killing, the demon's lair edge could instantly escape and instinctively absorb the energy of the dead while Han Shuo was killing. Until one day, when the demon's lair edge had absorbed enough energy from the dead and formed a demonic soul within its handle, it would truly take shape and become a peerless weapon, a terrifying demonic treasure. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Han Shuo hid the demon's lair edge within his body and slowly adjusted his breathing to recover his vitality, he discovered traces of Gilbert's return through the 3 Yin demons' observation. Returning to his senses from his cross-legged position, Han Shuo stood up and took out the Eye of Darkness to help Gilbert open the boundary. When Gilbert came in, Han Shuo discovered that Gilbert was sparkling with divine light, his face full of lewd laughter. "What's wrong? Look at how you're smiling. With your flying speed, 2 days and 1 night should be enough for you to return to the cemetery of death. Why are you taking so long?" Han Shuo questioned as he stared at Gilbert in astonishment. "Ha, I'm just a bit late, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already safely sent Miss Phoebe to Zajowski City. You can rest assured." Gilbert's smile was indescribably lewd, making Han Shuo feel uncomfortable. Looking suspiciously at the dark dragon, a thought suddenly leapt into Han Shuo's mind when he discovered that the dark dragon's lewd smile was a bit fatigued. Han Shuo couldn't help but exclaim, "You didn't take advantage of the situation to spend money on prostitutes in Zajowski City, did you?" Gilbert wasn't the least bit embarrassed when he heard these words. He nodded with a lewd laugh and said, "Honored master, you're really smart. My grandfather was right. The taste of women is really wonderful. Those 2 chicks were really flirtatious. They kept tormenting me for an entire night. That's why I was delayed." As expected, the dark dragon race was famous for their lewdness. Just like the forest troll's instinct to pillage, lust was also an instinct of the dark dragon race. This was a deeply rooted racial trait that no one could change. Han Shuo could understand the dark dragon's actions, but he was a bit surprised to see the dark dragon's fatigued appearance. "It's said that you dark dragons are famous for your tyrannical strength in this aspect. Could it be that 2 women in 1 night have made you so tired?" "Honored master, this is the first time I've done 2 women for a long time in 1 night, and I've even flown all the way back. Isn't this battle record impressive enough? It's said that human men are very weak in this area. They definitely can't have such a powerful battle record as mine." Gilbert puffed out his chest and said proudly, shaking his head in disdain, Han Shuo said, "If it were me, I could do it for as long as I wanted. Not only would my body be fine, it would even be stronger. TCH, you keep bragging. Although you're very strong, master, you're still a human. Humans definitely can't compare to our dark dragon race in this area." Gilbert first said disdainfully to Han Shuo, and then proudly affirmed it. It seemed that in his mind this concept was deeply ingrained and absolutely could not be changed easily. Han Shuo's words weren't empty. With his bloodthirsty, demonic cultivation level, coupled with some evil demonic arts, he could indeed remain standing. He could even use demonic arts to harvest yin and replenish his yang to replenish his own vital energy. In this way, not only would he not harm himself at all, but he could also improve his strength through sex. It was very magical. Some demonic secret techniques were divided into collecting yin to replenish yang, collecting yang to replenish yin. There was also a kind of double cultivation method called delightful Zen, which was beneficial to both parties. These demonic secret techniques were fully understood by Han Shuo after he obtained all of Chu Kanglin's memories. Before today, Han Shuo didn't pay much attention to them. Now, because of the matter with Gilbert, he suddenly remembered that perhaps he could use delightful Zen's double cultivation method to bring benefits to both parties when he dual cultivated with Emily. Therefore, when he thought of those evil secret techniques, Han Shuo fell into a short period of silence. He carefully recalled those secret techniques in his mind and slowly considered the possibilities. Some of these secret techniques didn't require a practitioner's inner yuan or demonic yuan. They only needed to grasp some special techniques and train one's body to achieve that goal. There were also a few more powerful ones that required the activation of both inner yuan and demonic yuan. However, only a little bit of inner yuan and demonic yuan was required to successfully deploy them, achieving the miraculous effect of replenishing one's yin and replenishing one's yin. Lecherous dragon, tell me honestly, if you frequently do this kind of thing with your dark dragon race's body, won't it cause harm to your body? Han Shuo suddenly said to Gilbert after thinking for a while. Of course, no matter what race, if this kind of thing is excessively carried out, it will cause harm to the body. Us dark dragons are no exception. Especially when we need to evolve, we must put an end to this kind of thing. Otherwise, the damage to the body will be even greater. However, for us dark dragons, this is our nature and it is very difficult to control. There are often some dark dragons who can't control themselves and indulge in the process of evolution. Not only will they fail to evolve, but their rank will also drop. This is not strange. Dark Dragon Gilbert answered Han Shuo's question honestly. Creatures like giant dragons were the most powerful super rank magical beasts among magical beasts. However, there was also a strict division of ranks among super rank magical beasts due to the difference in strength. In general, super rank magical beasts were divided into 5 ranks, which was completely opposite to the division of ordinary magical beasts. The strongest super rank magical beasts were rank 5, and those that were just born were rank 1. For example, Dark Dragon Gilbert hadn't evolved even once. He was still a rank 1 magical beast when he was just born, and belonged to the lowest rank among super rank magical beasts. He only possessed some of the innate characteristics and offensive abilities of his race. Ha ha, little lecherous dragon, oh little lecherous dragon, you've been with me for so long, but Master has never given you anything good. This time, I'll make it up to you in one go. I'll teach you a miraculous martial technique so that you won't have to worry about the consequences in the future. Not only will your body not be weak in the slightest when you visit prostitutes, your strength will also grow stronger and stronger. It won't matter even when you evolve. Han Shuo looked at the black dragon and laughed strangely. I don't believe it. How can there be such a mysterious martial technique in this world? This is absolutely not true. Don't try to lie to me. Dark Dragon Gilbert obviously didn't believe Han Shuo's words and shook his head nonchalantly. You'll definitely believe it. Han Shuo walked towards Gilbert and placed his hand on his shoulder. A stream of magical yuan flowed along Gilbert's body and slowly flowed towards his lower abdomen. What is this? Dark Dragon Gilbert jumped in fright and said in shock, Why does it feel like a small snake has drilled into my body? Stay still and don't move. Master is inspecting the structure of your body. Han Shuo shouted softly and stopped Gilbert's strange movements. The stream of magical yuan then followed Han Shuo's thoughts and traveled once around Gilbert's lower abdomen. He discovered that the structure of Dark Dragon Gilbert's transformed body was indeed a bit different from his own. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo carefully recalled a secret method of harvesting yin to replenish yang and tried to move it around Gilbert's body. After half an hour, Han Shuo dripped a drop of blood essence into Gilbert's body, lifted his clothes, and dropped it into Dark Dragon Gilbert's navel. He then shouted in a low voice, Try to control the snake according to its trajectory and slowly guide it into your navel. As long as you can do it, you will be able to use this mysterious martial technique in the future. After saying this, Han Shuo released his hand from Dark Dragon Gilbert's shoulder and looked at Dark Dragon Gilbert with sparkling eyes. He watched as sweat beaded on his forehead and nervously followed Han Shuo's instructions with a face full of fear and trepidation. However, he still couldn't grasp the essence of the technique. At this time, Han Shuo had no way to guide him. He had to grasp the knack of the technique himself so that he could use it proficiently in the future. The drops of blood essence that entered his navel were like a seed that could turn the tides of the universe. They could provide a hiding place for the magical Yuan Han Shuo injected, allowing him to successfully execute the secret method of harvesting yin to replenish yang. Han Shuo had already done everything that could be done for him. However, the structure of his body was different from that of humans after all. Whether or not he could succeed would depend on his own luck. Although it should be possible in theory, Han Shuo wasn't confident in himself and sized him up with some apprehension. After a while, Dark Dragon Gilbert looked at Han Shuo in a fluster and shouted anxiously, "All right, it's in. I did it. The little snake has returned to my navel." Overjoyed, Han Shuo hurriedly asked, "Then how does your body feel right now?" I'm hard, very, very hard." A small tent was propped up under Gilbert's body. He looked down at his lower body, not knowing what to do. He spoke frantically. Hard is good, haha. Han Shuo laughed heartily and said proudly, "Very good. Perverted dragon, you've succeeded." Chapter 229. After spending half a day under Han Shuo's guidance, Dark Dragon Gilbert finally grasped this evil technique of harvesting yin to replenish yang. Gilbert, who was originally in disbelief, slowly started to have doubts as his body continued to transform. However, before he could confirm it, Gilbert did not dare believe that such a martial technique could have such a miraculous effect. Remember, you can only steal a bit of yin energy at a time. Too much and you'll die. Han Shuo cautiously reminded after Gilbert had completely grasped the technique. If this evil technique of harvesting yin to replenish yang could be used appropriately and only absorb a bit of yin energy from a woman's body at a time, it wouldn't cause too much harm to the woman's body. However, if it was used excessively and absorbed too much yin energy, it would harm the woman's body. In serious cases, it could even cause death. Under Han Shuo's repeated reminders, Gilbert seemed to understand, but not quite. He grumbled, "Got it. It's hard to say if it's useful or not. I'll tell you after I try it." Afterwards, Han Shuo and Gilbert made a trip to the Dwarves' Valley. Leaving Gilbert outside, Han Shuo went in and had a chat with village Chief Calvin. He handed over the list of materials needed for forging weapons to Calvin, and only left the valley after the negotiations were concluded. With Gilbert's presence, Han Shuo saved a lot of effort. Riding on Gilbert's back, the two flew towards the depths of the dark forest, towards the holy land where the forest troll lived. After flying for most of the day, Han Shuo and Gilbert arrived at the holy land of the forest troll, the place where the statue of the demon Dadera was worshipped. The forest troll guarding this place all recognized Han Shuo. No one stopped Han Shuo and allowed Han Shuo to enter freely, even shouldering the responsibility of protecting him. Even in the cold winter, the sacred land of the forest trolls in the place of extreme would display a verdant and lush air of spring. Dense vegetation, tall shrubs, and ancient trees that reached into the sky all grew exceptionally strong and healthy. Colorful flowers bloomed all over the sacred mountain valley, and the air was filled with a fresh and mellow fragrance. As far as the eye could see, it was all green and full of vitality. All the plants were so perfectly grown, so unbelievably strong. There were even some exotic flowers and plants that even Han Shuo had never heard of before. Any plant would grow very well in the place of extreme earth. Thick earth yuan qi filled the surroundings, and towering ancient trees covered the horizon. The old branches intertwined with each other, strong and powerful. This was why the holy land of the forest troll could be built on top of these tree trunks. After arriving here, Han Shuo first had some of the surrounding forest troll temporarily evacuate from this area of the holy land. He then leapt into the air and observed the feng shui of the 5 elements from above. He carefully identified the place according to the descriptions in Chu Kanglin's memories before landing on the roots of an ancient tree. This ancient tree was the tallest and most ancient tree in the place of extreme earth. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its dense branches and leaves were all green. It radiated vitality and looked quite old. After staring at the largest ancient tree for a while, Han Shuo finally said apologetically, "I'm sorry, you've occupied the best spot. You'll have to hand over the earth yuan qi you've absorbed bit by bit. I can only sacrifice you." As he spoke, Han Shuo's thoughts moved and a beam of divine light flew out of his body, landing in Han Shuo's palm. Han Shuo then began to dig at the thick roots of the ancient tree without hesitation. "Honored master, do you need my help?" Gilbert volunteered when he saw that Han Shuo had begun to dig at the roots of the ancient tree the size of a small mountain. After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo nodded and stopped what he was doing. He said, "I don't need your help, but you've reminded me that I don't need to do anything myself with the Earth Elite zombie here." Han Shuo chanted a necromancy incantation as soon as he finished speaking. The two dark creatures, the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie, were simultaneously summoned by Han Shuo. The little skull's bones were as translucent as jade, and a faint spiritual light circulated within his purple demon eye. He stood there with the bone dagger in his hand and actually gave off a strong killing aura. The 7 bone spurs on his back gave off an extremely sinister and dangerous feeling, as if they were 7 lethal weapons. The Earth Elite zombie's eyes sparkled with an earthy yellow light that was the same color as his body. The armor that covered his entire body was like a thick layer of yellow earth. He was blinking his eyes at this moment, looking at Han Shuo with confusion. He seemed to be saying, "Everything's fine. Why did you suddenly call me over?" From the appearance of the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie, Han Shuo discovered that the two seemed to be constantly evolving. The little skull in particular gave Han Shuo an indescribable feeling. He always felt that after his intelligence was unlocked, his actions became more and more assertive, as if he already had a strange momentum. "I'll give you a mission. Dig out 49 holes of various sizes in this area according to my wishes. In addition, use ditches to connect the holes." Han Shuo mused for a moment and spoke to the Earth Elite zombie, who was blinking his eyes. The well-behaved Earth Elite zombie nodded naively, blinking his eyes at Han Shuo. However, he didn't immediately take action, seeming to wait for Han Shuo's more specific instructions. Han Shuo immediately reacted after staring blankly. He sat down cross-legged and organized his memories in his mind. His brain was like a marvelous machine, first projecting the entire area of the place of extreme wood into his mind. He then divided the 49 holes of various sizes according to Chu Kanglin's memories, placing them on the scene of the place of extreme earth in his mind. When Han Shuo finished all this, he had a complete picture of the entire scene in his mind. He then issued an order, and the Earth Elite zombie immediately descended into the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the entire place of extreme would begin to churn violently, as if a wriggling earth dragon was continuously moving about underground. In the blink of an eye, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Mounds of earth appeared one after another. The Earth Elite zombie's body was like a small dragon wantonly tossing and turning in the surging waves of the ocean. Every time he emerged from the earth, a hole of various sizes would appear, accompanied by loud rumbling sounds. The Earth Elite zombie used a miraculous method to perform a feat that even the most skilled construction worker couldn't accomplish. He completely relied on his own strength and natural control of the yuan energy of Earth to perfectly construct the scene in Han Shuo's mind. In the short span of half an hour, the entire ground of the place of extreme would have undergone earth-shattering changes. 49 caves of various sizes appeared, not one more or one less. Hundreds and thousands of gullies connected the 49 caves like a winding mountain range. There wasn't the slightest difference from the scene in Han Shuo's mind. It was exactly the same. Only the Earth Elite zombie, who had reached the pinnacle of mastery of the yuan energy of Earth, would be able to accomplish such a feat in such a short amount of time and with the strength of a single person. Miraculous, truly miraculous. This fellow is too amazing. Gilbert looked at the Earth Elite zombie with wide eyes. In such a short amount of time, he'd created such earth-shattering changes. He looked at the Earth Elite zombie as if he'd seen a ghost and praised him. Now you know how amazing it is. The Earth Elite zombie is the darling of the Earth. As an assassin, he can hide underground and escape through the Earth if his attack fails. Even if someone dodges his attack, they won't be able to catch him. Han Shua laughed heartily and looked askance at Gilbert. After completing all this, the Earth Elite zombie's body rose from the last large hole. The thick earth was like air, unable to obstruct his body in the slightest. It was as if he'd floated out of the water, creating a bizarre visual impact. He took out a large pile of materials from his space ring and filled the empty space in front of him, piling them up like a small mountain. Then, using his connection with the Earth Elite zombie with the little skull, Han Shua, together with the Earth Elite zombie and the little skull, quickly shuttled back and forth between the large and small holes, placing the various materials that were as high as a small mountain into the holes one by one in a special order. After finishing all this, Han Shua let out a long sigh and said, "All the materials have been placed in. Currently, only the most basic thing is left." "Why is that hole empty? Nothing has been placed in it?" Gilbert looked at everything that was happening with great interest. As soon as Han Shua finished speaking, he looked around and discovered that in the center of the 49 holes, there was a hole the size of a person. It happened to be right next to where Han Shua was standing, which was also the root of the oldest and tallest tree in the area. Nonsense! That hole is the center of the formation. Naturally, only the master can enter it. Han Shua rolled his eyes at Gilbert and casually explained. Han Shua started chanting a magical incantation as soon as he'd finished speaking, summoning a few zombie warriors. He planned on using the same method and letting them fight it out to decide who would be the most suitable candidate to be chosen. However, just as Han Shua was about to do so, the Earth Elite zombie hurriedly shook his hand and walked in front of Han Shua. He quickly blinked his earthy yellow eyes and anxiously explained something to Han Shua. As he did so, he didn't forget to wave his hand at the little skull and communicate with the little skull with joy. It seemed that he wanted the little skull to persuade Han Shua with him. Han Shua was surprised. He then held his breath and focused his mind. He carefully sized up the Earth Elite zombie and the little skull, while slowly comprehending the message the two transmitted. The Earth Elite zombie seemed to know what Han Shua was planning to do. He constantly gestured with his hands in disagreement, then communicated with the little skull. The little skull also seemed to suddenly come to his senses and join the resistance with the Earth Elite zombie. A short and chaotic message was continuously transmitted from the two to Han Shua's mind. After a while, Han Shua looked at the two in amazement and asked, "You mean you two will choose a suitable person?" The Earth Elite zombie and little skeleton both nodded ferociously as soon as he'd finished speaking. The little skeleton walked up to the zombie warriors and clenched his bony claws into fists, pounding them with a series of crackling sounds. The zombie warriors that Han Shua had summoned were all beaten into a prostrate position on the ground. Then the little skull stood in front of the zombie warriors and proudly gestured something with his head held high and chest puffed out. It seemed to be saying that these guys weren't good enough and that they weren't worthy of such magical treatment. Han Shua looked for a while and finally understood. He nodded and said with a smile, "All right, I'll send you two back. I'll give you a few minutes. Then you two grab a zombie warrior of your choice, and I'll try to summon you two together." The little skull and the Earth Elite zombie nodded vigorously in unison when they heard Han Shua's words. Han Shua could feel the joy and excitement in their hearts. Han Shua laughed involuntarily and gave them a reminder. He chanted an incantation and sent the two fellows back to their homes. His heart was full of surprise, as he hadn't thought that the little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie would have such strange reactions. How can such low-level dark creatures possess intelligence? Gilbert was baffled as he looked at Han Shuo and sighed. Next time, don't talk about low-level dark creatures in front of them. Otherwise, they'll definitely be angry and might even beat you up. Now that they've surpassed the scope of dark creatures, I think that even high-level dark creatures may not possess such magical powers. Han Shuo glanced at Gilbert and warned the nonsensical Gilbert. After a while, Han Shuo sensed the little skull's call from an extremely distant plane. He chanted necromancy magic again and began to summon the two who had just left. A beam of light flashed by. The little skull and the Earth Elite zombie were carrying a thin and tall zombie warrior that looked like a bamboo pole. The zombie's face was dark green, and there was no light in its white pupils. It was obvious that it only possessed the simplest of obedience. The little skull and the Earth Elite zombie were carrying the thin and weak zombie warrior at their waists. One shoulder was higher than the other, and the other was lower. Their silly expressions were quite comical. To Han Shuo's surprise, the little skull pointed at the thin and tall zombie warrior and gestured with one hand, as if to say, "He's one of us!" Chapter 230. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment. He stared blankly at the tall and thin zombie warrior. Then his eyes shifted between Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie. Finally, he asked in amazement, "One of us? One of you?" Nodding their heads in unison, Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie looked rather pleased with themselves. They gestured something at Han Shuo with their empty hands, and pieces of messy information were transmitted into Han Shuo's mind like electric waves. After a while, Han Shuo sorted out the pieces of information, and his heart was filled with shock. He looked at the two little fellows in disbelief and exclaimed, "You're saying that you have your own subordinates and forces in another world?" The two fellows puffed out their chests at the same time, their expressions extremely pleased. They looked as if they were cackling and nodding. It was obvious that Han Shuo had hit the nail on the head. On the other side, Dark Dragon Gilbert watched as Han Shuo slowly communicated with the two creatures. He also felt that it was unimaginable and couldn't help but let out an "ah" to express his astonishment. After recovering from his shock, Han Shuo quickly thought about it and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Not bad, not bad. You've done a good job." With Han Shuo's current understanding of necromancy magic, he clearly knew that as he continued to improve, he would one day be able to directly pass through the constraints of space and descend to that magical plane with Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie. In addition, if Han Shuo reached the realm of a sacred magus necromancer, he could even set up a large-scale transportation matrix to directly connect to the two worlds outside and transport soldiers. If Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie developed a powerful force in another plane, when Han Shuo's necromancy magic reached a certain level, he would be able to share resources. This made Han Shuo very excited. Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie were overjoyed to hear Han Shuo's praise. Little Skull pointed at the zombie warrior he was carrying, then at the hole beside him, indicating that Han Shuo would use the zombie warrior to refine it into a wood elite zombie that could use wood energy. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled to express his understanding. He waved at Little Skull, indicating that he should drop the thin and tall zombie warrior into the hole. When Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie carried the zombie warrior to the hole, Little Skull put it down and raised his head to look at the zombie warrior. The purple light in his purple demon eye flickered continuously, as if he was issuing some order to the zombie warrior. After a while, Little Skull stood on his tiptoes and patted the zombie warrior's shoulder comically, like a general encouraging his subordinates, conveying the message of "do a good job." The thin and tall zombie warrior seemed to only have the intelligence to obey. After receiving the order from the purple demon eye, it nodded clumsily and stiffly, as if it understood Little Skull's meaning. It jumped into the hole and laid down obediently, looking at Han Shuo with eager eyes, waiting for Han Shuo's next move. Seeing that everything was in place, Han Shuo took a deep breath and dripped 2 drops of blood essence into the zombie warrior's body with practiced ease. He then released a seal of darkness magic to form a deeper connection with the zombie warrior. Afterwards, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged and gave an order to the Earth Elite Zombie. Rays of black light shot out from his hand and fell into the zombie warrior's body. Upon receiving Han Shuo's order, the Earth Elite Zombie leapt into the soil as if diving into the water, disappearing in an instant like a loach. All that could be seen was an earth dragon wriggling around the entire scene. The 49 holes were quickly covered up and became flat, exactly the same as before. When Han Shuo's last few hand seals fell into the body of the thin and tall zombie warrior, the soil around the hole seemed to be attracted by some kind of power, covering the zombie warrior's body in an extremely short amount of time. Then the Earth Elite Zombie rose up from the ground and even clapped his hands, revealing an expression that said it was a piece of cake. Would Aura obey my command and return immediately? Han Shuo formed a seal with both hands and roared. A ball of black light fell into the place where the thin and tall zombie warrior was. All of a sudden, the 49 caves that had been restored to their original state seemed to be connected by many green natural threads, forming a dense web that looked like it had been weaved by spiders. At the center of the web was the place where the tall and thin zombie warrior was hiding. In an instant, the rich earth yuan energy seemed to be connected by the many green ribbons, as all of it converged towards the center of the zombie. From afar, it looked like many small streams were converging towards the river in the center, giving off a strong visual impact. Some of the verdant weeds in the furthest distance slowly withered and turned yellow. Even the originally sturdy branches of the largest old tree seemed to slowly undergo changes that were difficult to see with the naked eye due to the loss of the earth aura. All of this was absorbed by the thin and tall zombie warrior in the center. For the sake of his existence, all of the surrounding greenery would eventually wither and die. This is truly miraculous. Master, how did you do this? Dark Dragon Gilbert couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the enormous changes that had taken place in the entire scene. All of the plants in the surroundings of the place of extreme will have to spit out the earth aura that they have absorbed over the years. The day the Wood Elite Zombie takes form will also be the day their branches and leaves wither and turn yellow. They will be completely finished. Survival of the fittest. Every living thing in this environment is survival of the fittest. This is their fate. Han Shuo said callously. Gilbert looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the Earth Elite Zombie and the little skull. What do we do now? Nothing. We'll leave this place and make a trip to the Forest Troll's residence. This place is guarded by the Forest Troll warriors, so there shouldn't be any problems. The changes here will become more and more obvious as time passes. I'll instruct the Forest Troll not to worry about it. When that zombie absorbs the wood aura here and becomes a Wood Elite Zombie, he will naturally contact me. When that happens, I'll come over and wake him up. Han Shuo explained faintly. Together with the little skull, Gilbert, and the Earth Elite Zombie, they left the perimeter of the place of extreme wood and headed straight for the village where the Forest Troll resided. After spending half a day, they arrived at the Forest Troll's village. The arrival of Han Shuo and the little skull caused the Forest Troll's village to be brimming with a festive atmosphere. As their guardian deity, the little skull had already been seen as the embodiment of the great goddess Dadera in this world. The successful robbery last time, as well as Han Shuo's large financial support for daily necessities, had caused the Forest Troll to trust Han Shuo even more. The old priest of the Forest Troll arrived in front of Han Shuo after a while with the help of his subordinates. He knelt down and kowtowed to Han Shuo and the little skull. "Hi, how have you been?" Han Shuo asked with a smile after letting the old priest rise. "Under your wise guidance, we have enough rations to survive this winter. No merchants are willing to pass through the dark forest in the cold weather, so we've all been resting in the village and haven't gone out to hunt." The old priest responded respectfully, his expression somewhat relaxed. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said in a harmonious voice, "Very good. Train well this winter and cultivate stronger warriors and priests for the race. When spring comes next year, you'll be able to put them to good use. We will definitely listen to the messenger's orders and train those children well." The old priest nodded and promised Han Shuo. "Yes, during this period of time, send more warriors to protect the sacred ground. The great goddess Dadera may be recuperating inside for a period of time. Don't enter the sacred land without my orders. Everything that happens in the sacred land is caused by the great goddess Dadera. Don't make a fuss about it." Han Shuo knew that the formation of the Wood elite zombie would certainly cause changes in the area. He had to inform them in advance, just in case the old priest and the others didn't understand the situation and disrupt Han Shuo's arrangements. "Don't worry, we'll definitely follow the messenger's orders and guard the area closely." The old priest didn't ask for the reason and directly made a solemn vow. The old priest appeared quite relaxed when he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. "All right then. If there are any further instructions, I may come personally, or I may have this fellow pass it on." "Haha, I think you know who he is?" Han Shuo smiled and pointed at Gilbert beside him. "Of course, this is the powerful Mr. Dark Dragon, your humble servant." The old priest had been with Han Shuo during their last trip to the underground world. He had seen very clearly how the Dark Dragon had submitted and made a contract with Han Shuo. He naturally understood the origins of Dark Dragon Gilbert. Seeing that everything that needed to be explained had been clearly explained, Han Shuo didn't say anything else and left the Forest Trolls village. After sending Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie back home, Han Shuo rode Gilbert into the depths of the dark forest. There was a mysterious race in the depths of the dark forest, an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Of course, such a place would naturally have even more ferocious magical beasts, some wondrous plants, and some legendary treasures. Han Shuo planned on refining pills, so he wanted to try his luck in the depths of the dark forest. He wanted to see if he could find some wondrous spirit herbs and replenish some of his basic ingredients. After flying for a while on the Dark Dragon, Gilbert took the initiative to put Han Shuo down. He actually cried out with lingering fear, "There's really something wrong with this dark forest. I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine just now, as if something was treating me as prey. This is too inconceivable. Your feeling should be correct. Just now, I also felt a very powerful aura lock onto the two of us. However, I have no way of knowing where this powerful presence came from. It looks like this dark forest is indeed mysterious beyond compare. Let's not fly in the air, lest we attract the attention of some powerful creatures." When Han Shuo had felt that powerful presence, he had immediately released the 3 Een demons to scout the surroundings. However, Han Shuo had no way of identifying where this presence had come from. The 3 Een demons circled the surroundings and didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. This not only didn't make Han Shuo relax, but instead made Han Shuo even more cautious. Strangely, the depths of the dark forest didn't seem to be affected by the cold winter. The frigid winds disappeared as the two ventured deeper, and the temperature also gradually rose. It was a bit similar to the scene in the place of Extremewood. This place was lush and verdant, with ancient trees reaching the sky and dense shrubs. Springs gurgled along the way, and a few hot springs were scattered everywhere, with white mist rising in spirals. With the help of the Een demon's vision, Han Shuo saw all kinds of ferocious high-level magical creatures appear continuously in some places. Harpies, deep-water venom pythons, frost eagles, medusae, manticores, these rare high-level magical creatures continuously appeared in the Een demon's vision. Sometimes it wasn't just one or two. These high-level magical creatures were rarely seen in the outskirts of the dark forest. Often, there would only be one of these high-level magical creatures in a large area. Ordinary adventurers would flee in panic when they encountered them, deathly afraid of being ambushed. However, in the depths of the dark forest, They had become the most common of existences and were no longer so rare and peculiar. In some special places, there were many strange flowers and plants that Han Shuo had never heard of or seen before. These strange flowers and plants grew enormous flower buds. Han Shuo saw through the Yin demons that a wind-blade wolf would twist miraculously when it passed by a flower bud, instantly sucking the wind-blade wolf's body into its stamen. The thick roots chewed and sucked like a neck, quickly digesting the wind-blade wolf amidst the thick blood. Not even the bones were spat out. There were also some strange plants whose branches and leaves intertwined like human hands. They also possessed terrifying destructive power. Once a magical creature approached them, it would be wrapped around by their thick branches and strangled to death bit by bit. Follow me and be careful. There are dangers everywhere in the dark forest. No wonder Trunks kept telling me that although the rewards would be greater the deeper we go, we could also lose our lives at any time. Han Shuo moved forward carefully and spoke calmly to Gilbert. However, Han Shuo himself lost his cool as soon as he'd finished speaking. His body shot out with a whoosh, and he rushed towards something with a face full of joy. Chapter 231. Within a crack in a fiery red rock, there was a plant with a large leaf the size of a cattail leaf, its entire body glowing with a translucent red light. At this moment, the strange plant with only one large leaf was dripping drop after drop of a blood-red liquid. This liquid was translucent and as dazzling as red diamonds. However, as soon as it landed on the rock, it squeaked and emitted a blurry red mist. The mist dissipated at the roots, as if absorbed by the roots. Han Shuo's body was faster than Gilbert had expected. In the blink of an eye, he had bent over and opened his mouth, facing the dripping drops of red liquid. Drip, drip! The blood-red liquid landed on the tip of Han Shuo's tongue, emitting a soft sound. Every time a cloud of red mist rose with a squeak, Han Shuo would take a deep breath and inhale the mist into his body. Then, under Gilbert's gaze, Han Shuo's cheeks gradually turned red. For some reason, Gilbert looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. Looking at Han Shuo's strange actions, he felt that this master of his was becoming more and more mysterious. As drops of translucent blood dripped from the large leaf, the originally vigorous plant slowly began to take on a deep red color. It slowly fell onto the fiery red rock, merging with the color of the rock. When the large leaf the size of a cattail leaf stopped dripping the bright red liquid, this peculiar plant seemed to have turned into a hard rock and actually stuck to the rock below. At this moment, the skin all over Han Shuo's body became a bloody red. He immediately sat down where he was, looking like a man of blood. There was also a faint red mist curling around his body. After about an hour, Han Shuo slowly opened his eyes and let out a long, hearty howl. He said in high spirits, "The depths of the dark forest are indeed mysterious and unfathomable. To be able to find this blood essence grass that can increase one's blood essence, it looks like my luck is pretty good. What's that?" Gilbert looked at the plant that looked like it had turned into a rock and asked in surprise, "The blood essence grass is a kind of evil plant. After it takes shape, it will constantly absorb the vitality of the surrounding plants. If the surrounding plants are man-eating evil plants, then the blood of these man-eating plants will be absorbed and refined through its rhizome. This process would last for 100 years. Only then would the blood essence grass grow a leaf the size of a cattail leaf. Once the leaf was formed, it would spit out the solidified blood that it had absorbed and refined for 100 years. Through its rhizome, the solidified blood would be absorbed again and completely fused with its rhizome. This would allow it to absorb the surrounding yuan qi faster and cover a greater distance. After another 100 years, the blood essence grass would absorb the essence qi of the surrounding man-eating plants and grow another leaf, repeating the process over and over again. If the blood essence grass can successfully evolve 9 times for 900 years, then it will become a blood essence that can move at will and possess intelligence like a human. All the plants within a 10-mile radius will be under its control and possess incredible powers. Han Shua smiled and explained the origin of the blood essence grass to Gilbert. So powerful. Then what effect does the blood-like liquid have on you? How many years does this blood essence grass have? Gilbert asked in surprise after hearing Han Shua's explanation. Laughing proudly, Han Shua said, "After I absorb and refine the essence of this blood essence grass, it can directly transform my blood into blood essence with special effects. This will save me a lot of demonic yuan." Unfortunately, this blood essence grass seems to only have a lifespan of 300 years. If it had a lifespan of 900 years, after being transformed into my lifeblood essence, it would have the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. Once my body is cut, it would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. So miraculous. Perhaps there are other blood essence grasses in the dark forest. We can look for them. Gilbert was dazed for a while and then exclaimed excitedly. Ignoring the excited Gilbert, Han Shua summoned the demon's lair edge and carefully cut open the fiery red rock that the blood essence grass was entrenched in. He dug up the surrounding soil and finally put the fiery red rock into his space ring. "What use does this rock have?" Gilbert asked curiously. "This is a blood essence stone. It's a very precious material for refining weapons and has many uses." Han Shua knew that Gilbert wouldn't understand if he explained too much, so he answered carelessly. Looking around, Han Shua didn't see anything else worth paying attention to. He then walked deeper into the forest with Gilbert, becoming more and more curious about the dark forest. However, after walking for a while, that powerful presence appeared again, causing Han Shua to frown involuntarily and stop where he was. "Who is it, or what is it? Are you done?" Han Shua shouted rudely as he looked around coldly. A being with such a powerful presence and able to avoid the detection of the 3 Een demons. Even if it wasn't human, it must possess intelligence. Such a powerful being seemed to think of him and Gilbert as its prey. This feeling made Han Shua feel very uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but shout. There was no response. The forest was silent. After listening for a while, there were no additional sounds. It looked like the powerful being hadn't responded to Han Shua's words. "There's really something following us." Gilbert also instinctively sensed danger and couldn't help but say. Nodding, Han Shua said softly, "That's right. I don't know what it is, but even I have no way of discovering its tracks. It looks like it's a powerful fellow. We need to be careful and not give it a chance to take advantage of us." No matter what this being was, if it had the confidence to deal with Han Shua and Gilbert, it wouldn't be hiding in the shadows like this. It might have used a strong offensive from the start to defeat Han Shua and Gilbert. This method of hiding meant that this powerful being didn't have the confidence to face the 2 of them head-on. It was precisely because of this that Han Shua didn't seem particularly flustered. With the existence of the 3 Een demons, it was completely unrealistic for this being to ambush them without making a sound. Therefore, although he was on guard, Han Shua wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with curiosity and decided to lure out this powerful being and see just what it was. Deep in the night, the clear moonlight shone down. The shadows of the towering ancient trees were reflected on the ground under the moonlight, like the figures of demons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Han Shua and Gilbert were together on the branch of a 10-meter tall tree. Gilbert leaned lazily against the tree and dozed off, looking like he'd already fallen into a deep sleep. Han Shua's body was ramrod straight, his breathing even and heartbeat slow, like a standing javelin. He sat cross-legged on the branch, with his eyes closed, silently digesting the essence of the blood essence grass he'd absorbed during the day. After who knew how long, Han Shua, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly in the dark night as he surveyed his surroundings. The 3 Een demons circled around Han Shua's back and arms, observing all abnormalities in their surroundings. One of the Yin demons on Han Shua's back suddenly discovered ripples in the middle of a pool not far away. Then a huge transparent water figure slowly floated out of the pool. This water silhouette was enormous, no smaller than Gilbert's dragon form. Its enormous body had 9 slender, monstrous heads. After it emerged from the water, the originally faint and transparent water silhouette gradually became more and more indistinct, finally completely disappearing. However, an enormous aura faintly emanated from that direction. It was exactly the same as what Han Shua had sensed over the past 2 days. Han Shua observed for a while and discovered that the direction of the wind in that area had clearly become a bit strange, as if it had encountered an obstruction in the air. He nudged Gilbert, startling the sleeping dragon awake. He turned his head to look at his surroundings before asking in a small voice, "What did you discover?" "It's the super-rank magical beast, the Hydra," Han Shua exclaimed softly. Gilbert's expression changed greatly at these words. He said in shock, "No wonder. According to my grandfather, the Hydra can skillfully use the power of water to cover its body, preventing others from seeing its whereabouts and entering a wondrous state of invisibility. The Hydra's entire body is filled with poison, and it also possesses great power. I didn't think that it would actually target the 2 of us. This Hydra should have only evolved once. No wonder it didn't dare to act rashly, even though it had its eyes on us. Get ready, we'll show it what we're made of." Han Shua exclaimed softly, his body remaining motionless as he continued to sit there, waiting for the Hydra's arrival. Gilbert understood and pretended to continue sleeping, letting out light snores from his mouth. Chapter 232. Before the Hydra had even arrived, a foul stench accompanied by a powerful presence had already pounced in their direction. Even through the 3 Yin demons, Han Shua still couldn't see the Hydra's figure, but he could still roughly guess its location through the strange changes in the wind. As the 9-headed serpent flew over, some of the clear water in the surroundings were instantly polluted, turning it into a stinky place that resembled a stinking ditch. The moist ground also slowly became abnormally dry, taking on a dark brown color. It looked like it had all been affected by the Hydra's power. Han Shua summoned the demon's lair edge and had already made preparations with Gilbert as the Hydra approached. They planned to launch an attack when the Hydra got close and give it an unforgettable blow. The stench in the air grew stronger and stronger. Han Shua, who had been adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, felt a brief dizziness when he first breathed in the stench, but his body quickly returned to normal after filtering it with his magical yuan. As a member of the evil dragon tribe, Gilbert's body was strong and tough, and he could also spit out acidic poison. The resistance of a dragon's body was strong enough that the stench of poison wouldn't be able to affect him before the poison landed on his body. Suddenly, the Hydra's moving figure seemed to stop beside a towering tree. The direction of the wind was stable and there were no abnormal changes, as if the Hydra had been stationed there. Han Shua was surprised and was wondering why the Hydra hadn't approached when 4 streams of dark brown liquid sprayed out like fountains, shooting straight at the tree that Han Shua and Gilbert were sitting on. A strong stench instantly filled the air. The stench was abnormally unpleasant, and when the magical beasts in the surroundings inhaled the stench, their bodies stiffened and they became motionless. The higher-level harpies and the 2 wind-blade wolves all fled in terror when they smelled the stench, not daring to stay where they were. It was obvious that they knew that there was a terrifying danger in the surroundings. Cursing in a low voice, Han Shua and Gilbert immediately moved. Gilbert's body leaped and landed on a tree further away, while Han Shua soared into the air and stood there. During this process, Han Shua took the opportunity to chant necromancy magic. Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie appeared at the same time, working together like heaven and earth. Little Skull was at Han Shua's side, while the Earth Elite zombie hid in the ground. The tree that Han Shua and Gilbert had stopped at was washed by the 4 streams of dark brown liquid. The branches and leaves trembled violently, and all the lush green leaves and branches withered in an extremely short amount of time. The towering ancient tree looked as though it had experienced tens of thousands of years of withering, with only a withered old tree trunk remaining. "Hydra, you've finally come out." Han Shuo laughed coldly in the air and attacked at the same time as Little Skull. The bone dagger and demon's lair edge whistled as they flew out, targeting the concealed Hydra. At the same time, Dark Dragon Gilbert's loud shouts sounded from the side. The human form of Gilbert gradually grew larger in a ball of black light, finally transforming into the form of a dark dragon. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the Hydra, shouting in a deep voice, "Despicable Hydra! You'll pay the price!" The concealed Hydra obviously hadn't expected that Han Shuo and Gilbert would be able to see through its tracks. Before it could react, Han Shuo's demon's lair edge and bone dagger had already struck its body. A sharp cry tore through the silent sky. The injured Hydra could no longer hide its enormous body. The body of the Hydra that was entrenched on the towering tree was finally completely exposed in front of Han Shuo and Gilbert. At this moment, the two long necks of the Hydra were dripping with fresh blood. The other 7 heads shook their heads and waved their tails. The towering tree that it was entrenched in seemed to be unable to withstand the Hydra's painful struggle. After a loud creak, it suddenly broke and collapsed, bringing the Hydra's body down with it. At this moment, a huge ravine suddenly split open on the brown ground. An earth-shaking sound came from the depths of the earth. There seemed to be a terrifying danger waiting for the Hydra to fall. As a rank-surpassing magical beast, the 9-headed Hydra naturally possessed the ability to fly. Its massive body swayed unsteadily due to the pain as it gradually descended. However, when one of the snake heads accidentally saw that the ground below had suddenly split open into a huge ravine, the 9-headed snake was scared out of its wits. It hurriedly and continuously struggled. In the end, its swaying body actually magically stopped in the void and slowly flew into the distance. In the face of the threat of death, the Hydra's struggle with all its might seemed to be effective. However, the attack from the ground wasn't just limited to that. The Hydra had just flown a short distance when it suddenly discovered that several sharp mounds of earth had risen from the ground and were rushing towards its body. In that moment, the Hydra was incomparably vexed. It hadn't expected that its ambush this time would lead to such a situation. According to its original plan, after getting close to Han Shuo and Gilbert, it could use its highly toxic venom to subdue the Dragon Knight, Han Shuo through the spread of the poisonous smoke, and then take care of the little black dragon that was a rank lower than it. Unfortunately, Han Shuo, who had diligently trained in demonic arts, didn't fall for the attack of the poisonous smoke as it had hoped. The appearance of the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie further boosted Han Shuo's strength and completely destroyed the Hydra's plan. The 9 snake heads suddenly shook, their slender necks swaying continuously. The few mounds that the Earth Elite zombie had created were blocked by the venom that the snake heads had spat out, and the ferocious impact hindered the power of the mounds. During this process, the Hydra's body gradually rose, and as soon as it dodged the Earth Elite zombie's mound attack, it frantically flew towards the pool of water that it had come from. A thick stream of magma flame was abnormally glaring in the pitch-black night sky as it abruptly crashed into one of the snake heads. A ghastly cry rang out, and the Hydra's enormous body stumbled as it fled. Some of the surrounding trees that passed by snapped under the impact of its enormous body. Some of the magical creatures in the surroundings fled in panic, fleeing as far as they could. "Waha! A rank 2 fellow still has to run." Gilbert's voice rang out in the night sky as his enormous body moved quickly, carrying Han Shuo and the little skull on his back as he chased after the Hydra at a moderate pace. The fleeing Hydra destroyed all the towering trees that stood in its way, and just as Gilbert was about to catch up, it suddenly jumped into the pool of water that it had come from. The originally clear water of the pool seemed to have been immediately polluted, quickly turning into a quagmire that smelled like a gutter. When it had escaped from the pool, the water had still been clear, but now that it had changed after entering, it meant that the hydra could no longer control its power, most likely due to its injuries. As soon as it fell into the quagmire, the hydra caused a huge commotion, stirring up the surrounding mud and spreading a foul stench in all directions. "Honored master, leave the rest to me. You can just watch from above. I'm very familiar with this kind of place." Gilbert laughed heartily. When Han Shuo had first met Gilbert, he had been hiding in a quagmire, using the advantage of the quagmire to confront the dark elves. It was obvious that he was very used to fighting and hiding in this kind of place. Now that the hydra had been injured, plus Han Shuo was watching from above, and Gilbert had an astonishing resistance to poison, Han Shuo wasn't worried about his safety. "All right, go down. If you can't hold on any longer, come out or scream." Han Shuo nodded, agreeing with Gilbert's actions. With a wild laugh, Dark Dragon Gilbert's enormous body flipped over and fell into the mud with a plop. He was like an enormous loach as he started to sink deeper into the mud. For a moment, the quagmire set off a huge commotion. Gilbert had obviously found the hydra at the bottom of the quagmire and started fighting. With the quagmire as the center, the earth shook and the towering trees shook violently. All the magical creatures, big and small, were startled by this huge commotion and fled in panic. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the center of the quagmire. Huge pillars of mud shot out from the quagmire in all directions with a loud rumble. The quagmire had turned into a terrifying whirlpool, constantly stirring up everything. From time to time, a few of the hydra's heads or Gilbert's enormous tail would appear above the quagmire. Looking down from above, Han Shuo discovered that Gilbert and the hydra's bodies were entangled together, rolling and grinding in the quagmire. "Arg!" Suddenly, Gilbert's extremely lewd cries came from within the quagmire. Then, something that left Han Shuo dumbfounded happened. The entangled hydra and Gilbert slowly surfaced from the quagmire, their bodies tightly entwined. It didn't look like they were fighting, but more like they were intimate. Gilbert's thick tail and sharp claws were constantly touching the hydra's body like a human hand. The hydra, which had been struggling fiercely to escape from the dark dragon's entanglement, wrapped its 9 slender necks tighter and tighter around the dark dragon. Streaks of black light had unknowingly wrapped around the 2 super-rank magical beasts that were entangled with each other. The bodies of the 2 enormous creatures slowly shrunk, gradually turning into a man and a woman who were entangled with each other, and they were naked humans tightly hugging each other. Chapter 233. Han Shuo stood high up in the sky, dumbfounded as he looked at the changes below. For a moment he was stunned, and his entire person froze. Gilbert and the hydra had become 2 naked mud men entangled together. The original battle had actually turned into another form of battle. Moreover, the battle was in full swing, and the waves were roaring incessantly. Han Shuo was greatly surprised as he watched. The race of black dragons were lascivious, and every hydra was a female. They were not good birds, and had always been synonymous with obscenity. These 2 creatures could turn from a battle into a battle. As expected, they were very powerful, and it directly shocked Han Shuo. The 2 mud people were entangled with each other and rolled around in the mud. Because their bodies were covered in mud, it was impossible to see their original appearances. Only the curvaceous body of the hydra was able to distinguish the characteristics of a woman. The lewd hydra had big breasts and plump buttocks, and was entangled with the black dragon. They were in the midst of intense copulation, and the sound of intense panting was incessant, resounding in the quiet night sky, stirring one's soul. Han Shuo, who was watching excitedly, felt that it was unimaginable. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. He couldn't help but look back and saw the little skull with 7 bone spurs flashing. The little skull's purple demon eyes shone brightly, and it stretched out a white bone claw to point at the black dragon and hydra who were engaged in the act below. It asked Han Shoa, "What are they doing?" Han Shoa. The little skull tugged at the corner of Han Shua's clothes again, and the purple light in its purple demon eye flowed. It seemed to be very confused, as if it couldn't understand what was happening. It sent another message to ask Han Shoa. The black dragon is conquering it. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Han Shoa couldn't argue with it, and so he gave a strange smile. Half of the Earth Elite zombie's body was buried in the ground at some unknown time. He waved his two arms wildly, looking at the two people in the quagmire in great bewilderment. He seemed to be considering whether or not he should approach and attack. That quagmire was very wide and contained a large amount of poisonous liquid. If the Earth Elite zombie rushed inside, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize his abilities. Adding to that, the current situation was very strange. Han Shoa hastily used his consciousness to stop the Earth Elite zombies' movements. Gradually, the two people who were originally above the quagmire slowly fell into it and disappeared from Han Shoa's sight. However, the huge movement in the quagmire did not disappear with it. Han Shoa knew that this lecherous dragon and lecherous snake's great battle didn't stop when the figure disappeared. It just moved to the bottom of the quagmire. Seeing that he couldn't find anything, Han Shoa descended from the sky and landed beside the Earth Elite zombie. He patted the Earth Elite zombie's shoulder and praised, "Well done!" Previously, the Earth Elite zombie hid in the ground and used his manipulation of the power of the Earth to pose a huge threat to the Hydra. That kind of ability to tear the Earth into ravines made Han Shoa very excited. This meant that the Earth Elite zombie had spent some time with the little skull and had indeed developed a very good combat awareness. Up until now, the Hydra should be unable to pose any threat to Han Shoa. Therefore, after Han Shoa landed and praised the Earth Elite zombie, he once again chanted an incantation and sent the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie back to their home. Then, Han Shoa flew to a towering tree on the side of the quagmire and sat cross-legged on the trunk. He silently adjusted his breathing while paying attention to the movements in the quagmire. During this process, a huge rumbling sound came from afar, as if a huge monster was passing by nearby. Han Shoa, who was silently adjusting his breathing, immediately separated a Yin demon and flew towards the source of the sound to find out what was going on. A green cyclops, 8 to 9 meters tall, with muscles all over his body that were as hard as rock, strode forward with his two thick legs that were like towering stone pillars. He was hurrying along at high speed. Every step he took was accompanied by an earthquake, as if a mountain was collapsing. Along the way, all the trees and shrubs were flattened. The ground seemed to have been bulldozed, becoming flat and tidy. Even some of the hard rocks were crushed under his feet. This was enough to prove that this green cyclops had a super strength that could rival a god. The cyclops seemed to be a bit anxious. His footsteps were extremely hurried, causing all the magical beasts in the surroundings to retreat and leave their nests to make a path for him. The huge rumbling sound gradually faded into the distance. Han Shoa was astonished. He was shocked by the cyclops that had just left. Such a huge fellow with a body as hard as rock definitely contained terrifying power. Even the Hydra and Gilbert would have a headache if they encountered such a fellow. Just as Han Shoa was thinking this, a huge commotion came from within the quagmire. A whirlpool spun in the center of the quagmire as brown mud arrows shot out. It was as if a lewd dragon and a lewd snake had reached a critical juncture. As expected, a huge howl came from within after a while. Then, the smelly quagmire miraculously began to clear up in an extremely short amount of time. The muddy water gradually sank, and with the sound of bubbles, clear water gradually appeared. Gilbert's naked figure broke out of the quagmire. His muscles were black and shiny, and the mud that had covered his body had been washed away. As soon as he broke out of the quagmire, Gilbert laughed heartily, his voice filled with indescribable excitement and pride. He lowered his head to look at the gurgling water below and couldn't help but laugh lewdly. He seemed extremely arrogant and savage. "Honorable master, you are a living god in this world. You possess miracles that transcend all common sense. You have allowed your humble servant to possess a supreme skill that will allow him to dominate the Black Dragon City in the future. I will always praise you. Oh, you are so great." After Gilbert leapt out of the water, he spat out a string of flattery. His tone was sincere, his emotions were passionate, and his words were mushy. This was more than any of his previous flattery. It was obvious that Gilbert was truly excited and ecstatic at this moment. This wasn't just pure flattery. "What? Did you use that supreme skill?" Han Shuo chuckled oddly as he looked at Gilbert with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Nodding repeatedly, Gilbert was truly excited. He exclaimed loudly, "Of course, it's just too miraculous. I've taken care of that female snake. She can't even move now." "What's the exact situation?" Han Shuo started and then asked Gilbert in a low, furtive voice, as if he was afraid that the Hydra in the quagmire would hear him. With a low, vulgar chuckle, Gilbert said softly and proudly, "Honorable master, I've already stolen a bit of her essence in the process. I can feel that my body has received unimaginable benefits. Will this Hydra pose a threat to us again?" Han Shuo nodded in understanding, then frowned and asked calmly, "Don't worry, I definitely won't. Moreover, I have a way to subdue her. In that case, you will have another powerful helper in the future, master." Gilbert made a solemn vow. The smile on his face was perhaps obscene. "Well, since you're so confident, I'll believe you this time. I hope you won't let me down." After seeing the magic of the Hydra, Han Shuo thought about it and chose to believe Gilbert, nodding and agreeing to his proposal. "Then let's leave here for a while. She needs a long time to rest now. When she recovers, I'll come back to find her." Gilbert looked at the clear pool reluctantly and said, "All right, I just saw a Cyclops rushing in one direction. Let's go and see what's going on." Han Shuo thought of the performance of the Cyclops and said to Gilbert thoughtfully, "The Cyclops is said to be the servant of the gods. It is said that they have the magical ability to forge weapons and find special ores. They like to eat people, have strong bodies, and have a stubborn personality. Their living habits are somewhat similar to dwarves. Another legend says that the Cyclops is actually a kind of dwarf, but it has an incredibly huge body, including terrible destructive power, and lives in huge buildings. The Cyclops has a rock-hard body. It is not known if it is because of this body, but they have the instinct to find some strange ores. Some rare ores can be found by them. This magical instinct makes all alchemists envious. Just now, the Cyclops was rushing so anxiously, Han Shuo naturally thought of his instinctive characteristics. He didn't know if he had found any special metal ores and was rushing to dig them out. Maybe the Cyclops has found a good place, or is planning to mine some special ores. Gilbert clearly knew the instinctive characteristics of the Cyclops and couldn't help but whisper. Nodding, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Let's go and see. I happen to need some materials for refining. Let's see if this Cyclops can help me find something good." As soon as the words fell, Han Shuo and Gilbert quickly followed the path that the Cyclops had taken. Chapter 234. The enormous Cyclops displayed its powerful physique to its heart's content. Along the way, the earth shook, the mountains shook, ancient trees snapped, and all beasts retreated. Even in the dark forest where danger lurked on every side and super-rank magical creatures frequently roamed, there were still very few creatures who were willing to provoke a creature as powerful as the Cyclops. It wasn't an easy thing to become enemies with such a big fellow. Han Shuo and Gilbert followed the tracks the Cyclops had left behind and caught up to him without much effort. In order to avoid attracting his attention, Han Shuo rode on Gilbert's dragon body and purposefully kept a large distance from the Cyclops. Following behind the Cyclops, Han Shuo paid close attention to his surroundings along the way. He actually discovered a few powerful presences that seemed to be interested in the Cyclops' movements. However, these presences also purposefully avoided the Cyclops and hid far away, unwilling to approach him. They only followed the tracks the Cyclops had left behind, seeming to have the same intentions as Han Shuo. When Han Shuo sensed these powerful presences, he immediately had Gilbert transform into his human form and used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to drag Gilbert along. This was to prevent Gilbert's enormous size from attracting the attention of these powerful creatures and becoming their prey. The three Een demons were placed in the surroundings, constantly on the lookout for danger that could descend at any time. Danger was everywhere in the dark forest, and Han Shuo had to be cautious. The Cyclops' towering body covered a distance of 5 to 6 meters with each step. After a period of turbulent travel, they finally entered a small mountain, Tanai. Tanai's waterfall flowed freely. The trees were verdant, the small lake was clear, and the flowers were beautiful. There were a few strange rocks of various colors at the bottom of the clear river. Under the illumination of the sunlight, they shone with gentle light, causing the small river to shimmer with a phosphorescent light and accentuate the colors of the swimming fish. Strangely, when the Cyclops arrived at the valley, his previously reckless footsteps suddenly became cautious. He was very careful with each step, as if afraid of breaking the tranquility of the valley and alarming some powerful creature. Han Shuo, who was following the Cyclops from afar, hid in a crack on a cliff above the valley. He focused his gaze on the valley below, paying attention to the Cyclops' movements. The Cyclops arrived at the valley and carefully walked forward with light steps. As he walked, he untied the huge iron shovel on his back and walked straight towards the small lake where the waterfall fell. To Han Shuo's surprise, the lake was very deep. When the Cyclops' 10-meter-tall body fell into the lake water actually reached up to his shoulders. No matter how careful the Cyclops was, he still caused the water to ripple violently the moment he fell into the lake. The colorful fish fled in all directions in fright. The clear water around him gradually became murky, clearly affected by his footsteps. When the Cyclops waved his hands and used the iron shovel in his hands to work, the water in the lake became even more turbulent, and the clear surface of the lake became murkier and murkier. Huge rocks were sent out of the lake by the swing of the iron shovel. The Cyclops only needed a glance to distinguish the useful ones from the useless ones. Once the useful rocks were shoveled to the shore, he would immediately put them away and continue his work. The rocks dug out by the Cyclops were all covered in mud and silt. Han Shuo couldn't tell what kind of rocks they were, but since the Cyclops had taken a liking to them and made him secretly dig for them from thousands of kilometers away, they shouldn't be easily obtainable. Suddenly, a few powerful auras descended from different directions near the valley. They all locked their attention on the Cyclops, as if waiting for something. In an instant, Han Shuo's breathing calmed and his heartbeat slowed. He began to deliberately conceal his movements to avoid being discovered and causing unnecessary trouble. As a super-rank magical beast, Gilbert also had a miraculous method of concealing himself. Under Han Shuo's gaze, he slowly dove into the flowing river of the lake and continued to sink until he reached the bottom of the swamp. As an evil race in the underground world, dark dragons had an innate talent for hiding in swamps. When Gilbert dove into the swamp, the flowing river water and mud obstructed his detection. Even Han Shuo had to carefully sense his surroundings in order to vaguely find traces of him. After concealing his body, the three Een demons carefully circled around the mountain valley under Han Shuo's control. They slowly closed in on a few directions based on the auras they sensed. First, on the branch of a 7-meter-tall old tree stood an old woman with wrinkles all over her face, wearing a fiery red mage robe. From the magic insignia on her robe, Han Shuo discovered that this old woman was actually a fire grand magus. Her gaze didn't linger on the Cyclops. Instead, she kept looking around, as if she was more interested in the valley itself. The second person was a middle-aged man with a handsome and robust appearance. His short, golden hair stood on end, and he seemed to be in high spirits. He stopped behind a rock and focused his attention on the Cyclops. This middle-aged man had a strange aura that was actually somewhat similar to that of Dark Dragon Gilbert. When Han Shuo used this feeling to carefully size up the middle-aged man, he suddenly realized that this middle-aged man should be an adult golden dragon. The third powerful creature landed in the shrubbery. It was a giant ape around 4 meters tall, with long silver fur and a pair of blood-red eyes. The nails at the ends of its slender arms were as sharp as knives, and there were even traces of blood on them, as if it had just torn apart a magical beast. The last person was a beautiful girl on a Pegasus hovering in the air. Her teeth were white, her eyes were bright, and her skin was fair. Her beautiful and flawless face exuded a holy aura. She sat on the Pegasus, her slender body straight and her chest high and full. Her attention was also focused on the Cyclops. Through the prying eyes of the 3 Yin demons, Han Shuo observed the 4 powerful beings hidden in the valley one by one. He couldn't help but be shocked. The dark forest was indeed a frightening place. A single Cyclops had attracted so many experts. For powerful creatures, 2 magical beasts, and 2 humans. The middle-aged man was, of course, the transformation of the super-rank, magical beast, Golden Dragon. Golden dragons were one of the strongest races of dragons, and their strength was publicly recognized. The middle-aged man's aura was as distant and heavy as a mountain. He was a powerful existence that had evolved at least 3 times, and definitely wasn't something that the little dark dragon who had just made her debut could compare to. The silver-eyed giant ape had a 4-meter-tall body, just from the sharpness and coldness of its fingertips. Han Shuo could keenly sense that they were stained with the blood of the powerful humans and beasts of the dark forest. The smell of blood permeated the air around it. Although he didn't know what kind of mutated monster it was, the powerful aura was definitely not weak. The wrinkled old woman was a fire Grand Magus. Her use of fire magic had already reached the pinnacle, and her strength was absolutely shocking and terrifying. Only the beautiful girl on the Pegasus was left. Han Shuo couldn't judge her strength from her appearance, but the fact that she dared to appear here made Han Shuo believe that she wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. If it wasn't for her extreme confidence in her own strength, she definitely wouldn't have appeared in this place. When Han Shuo observed the 4 powerful creatures hiding in the dark through the Yin demons, he immediately communicated with Gilbert and told him to stop moving, in case he suffered an unexpected calamity. Roar! A loud roar suddenly rang out from the depths of the earth. The entire mountain valley shook, and the rocks on the cliffs shook and fell towards the small lake and river. This roar came from the depths of the earth and revealed boundless rage. The 4 powerful creatures, watching in the dark, all had different expressions when they heard this loud roar. The golden dragon and the beautiful girl on the Pegasus were both startled and seemed to be caught off guard. They didn't know what had happened, and their gazes moved away from the Cyclops to look towards the lake and river. The fire Grand Magus and the giant silver ape seemed to understand what had happened, and their expressions were filled with unconcealable excitement. After a loud roar, the temperature of the small valley, which was originally at a comfortable temperature, soared. The small lake and the cool river water suddenly became like a hot spring. Steam rose from them and gradually spread throughout the valley. The Cyclops obviously also knew what had happened. His originally gentle movements immediately sped up, as if he was hiding from something. He wanted to obtain more of the strange ores in the lake in the shortest amount of time possible, and frantically increased his pace of work. Following the loud rumbling sounds, Tanai's earth trembled, and the lake and river seemed to split open from the ground. The temperature in the mountain valley rose steadily, and a few tender flowers were the first to wither, unable to withstand the heat. Afterwards, some shrubs and leaves dried up and cracked, gradually emitting thick smoke. Gilbert, who was hiding in the depths of the mud, suddenly felt the temperature of the water skyrocket. Even his strong body couldn't withstand it, and he almost turned into a roasted dragon. He couldn't help but want to leave the mud and escape. However, Han Shuo discovered that the 4 powerful creatures hidden in the surroundings had all raised their attention to the maximum. A thick, killing intent permeated the valley, as if a great battle was about to begin at any moment. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed and hurriedly tried to stop the dark dragon with all his might, dispelling any thoughts of leaving the bottom of the river, lest he become the first target. When Han Shuo strongly tried to stop the dark dragon, he gave him the order to make use of the mud to leave the mountain valley first. This was to prevent him from becoming the target of everyone's attacks and ending up with a miserable death. Gilbert forcefully endured the danger of his body being burned and used his innate ability as a dark dragon to quickly move towards a place where the temperature was lower. He gradually left the area of the mountain valley and disappeared along the direction of the river. Not long after the dark dragon's body left, a terrifying roar sounded from the depths of the earth. It was as if the river and lake had been torn apart as underground fire erupted from the mountain valley. Magma bubbled out of the lake and river, the scorching heat making anyone feel extremely uncomfortable. In the middle of the river where the magma had gathered, a dozen or so fiery red stone giants that seemed to be made of magma slowly bent their bodies and stood up. These stone giants were as red as branding iron, and there seemed to be magma constantly churning within their bodies. Each of them was as tall as the giant silver ape, and magma flowed from their eyes, making them appear extremely terrifying and sinister. As the rolling magma spread, they charged towards the Cyclops. It's the Flame Demon Battle General. It's here indeed. The Fire Grand Magus couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and excitement. The giant silver ape had a sinister appearance, and a fierce light flickered in its blood-red eyes. At this moment, it was anxiously waving its 2 thick arms, as if planning to rush forward and fight, but also hesitating and waiting for something. The Golden Dragon and the Pegasus Girl seemed to only be targeting the Cyclops, and obviously hadn't encountered such a situation. They stood there in a daze for a moment, rapidly thinking about something. Just as the 4 experts lurking in the dark were contemplating what to do, the flame demon generals made of lava stood up straight from the river and charged at the Cyclops. At this moment, the Cyclops didn't dare to stay here any longer. It picked up its shovel and once again took heavy steps, planning to leave the mountain valley as soon as possible and avoid the attacks of the flame demon battle generals. Sensing the rising temperature of the Tanai, the surrounding ground rapidly cracked and all the plants and flowers withered in an extremely short amount of time. The scorching heat from the depths of the earth made Han Shuo feel extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, Han Shuo instead closed his eyes and relaxed his body, as if he wanted to feel everything around him more clearly. After a while, Han Shuo opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the mountain valley that had turned into a sea of fire. He murmured, Yes, the place of extreme fire should be down there." Chapter 235. Roar! Another terrifying roar came from the depths of the earth. The valley shook violently under the roar, and large pieces of rocks rolled down from the cliffs. The boulders that formed the waterfall creaked as if they would collapse at any time. An extremely powerful aura leaked out from the depths of the cracked ground. The impact of the powerful sound waves caused the withered trees to collapse and the ground to rapidly crack, forming huge ravines. Han Shua's 3 Yin demons didn't spread out to observe the surroundings at this time. They immediately retracted to his side and surveyed the surroundings. Their bodies had been stuck close to the rocks, but because of the scorching heat, the rocks were already as red as branding iron. Han Shuo had no choice but to temporarily take to the air. Accompanied by the impact of the terrifying sound waves, the flame demon generals that walked out of the lava attacked the Cyclops without any hesitation. Streams of lava intertwined with each other as they flew out from the river of lava under the control of the flame demon generals. shooting towards the Cyclops' enormous body. 3 4-meter-tall flame demon generals walked out from the depths of the ground and blocked the Cyclops' path of retreat. They charged towards the Cyclops with blazing flames all over their bodies. The Cyclops' enormous body was twice the size of the flame demon generals. His green muscles were as hard as granite, and the huge iron shovel he held in his hands became his weapon of defense. Every swing of the shovel carried a violent force, bringing a violent gust of hot wind to the valley. Crackling sounds could be heard coming from the Cyclops side. Every time he waved his shovel, a stream of lava would be slashed to the side. Blazing sparks flew everywhere as the red rocks wrapped in lava shattered and shot in all directions. Some of the withered trees and flowers in the surroundings were immediately set ablaze when they came into contact with the flaming rocks. The raging flames quickly spread and enveloped the entire valley in a sea of fire. A fiery red rock the size of a head was swung by the Cyclops, carrying a high temperature and emitting thick flames. It shattered from the lava and shot towards Han Shoa. The raging flames carried a violent force, forcing Han Shoa to retreat in a sorry state. With a rumble, the fiery rock the size of a head smashed into the hard rock that Han Shoa had been standing on. Brilliant sparks flew everywhere as the blazing flames burned on the rock. It was so wondrous that one couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Fire spark stone was an excellent material for forging weapons. Han Shoa stared at the burning rock with bright eyes. He immediately recognized the wondrous rock from the blazing flames surrounding it. It was the fire spark stone, a material that cultivators greatly needed for forging weapons. He extended his left hand, and a ball of purple demonic fire rose from his palm like a ghost. It shrouded the fire spark stone with a bone-chilling aura. When the blazing heat and the bone-chilling aura came into contact, thick white smoke immediately rose, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Feeling the effects of the mystical glacial spellfire, Han Shoa immediately circulated his magical yuan. The ball of purple flames that covered the fire spark stone jumped even more alluringly. Clouds of dense, white mist rose from the fire spark stone. Under the assault of the bone-chilling aura, the blazing fire spark stone slowly extinguished and returned to calmness. Finally, it became an ordinary fiery red rock, sparkling with a resplendent red light like a ruby. When he saw that the flames on the fire spark stone had been extinguished, Han Shoa's face lit up with joy. He immediately put the head-sized fire spark stone into his space ring, in case he needed to use it when he wanted to refine weapons in the future. No matter if it was a martial practitioner or a demonic practitioner, as long as they forged weapons, they couldn't do without some special flames. After all, some special materials could only be melted through high temperatures. This kind of fire spark stone was very miraculous. If it didn't come into contact with flames, it would be as ordinary as an ordinary rock, without the slightest bit of heat. However, as soon as the fire spark stone came into contact with the slightest spark, it would immediately burst into flames. Only when all the energy within the fire spark stone had been burned away would it become the most ordinary rock. During this process, the fire spark stone's enormous flame energy could melt all the materials for the cultivator, making it convenient for the next step of forging weapons. Han Shoa was overjoyed when he collected the fire spark stone. His eyes sparkled as he began to search for more fire spark stones amidst the sparks in the sky. Then a fiery dragon streaked across the sky and landed around the beautiful girl on the Pegasus. At the end of the fiery dragon's path was an even larger fire spark stone burning fiercely, instantly enveloping the entire area in a sea of flames. At this moment, the 4 powerhouses that had been hiding in the valley were all on high alert. Due to the chaos in the valley, traces of some people had been exposed. These powerhouses had all discovered each other's traces, but none of them made a move. To be able to appear in this valley without fear in the face of such a terrifying scene, they were either brainless or fearless powerhouses. Every powerful creature understood that before the situation was clear, they couldn't act rashly. Thus, even though they knew that there were other powerhouses hiding in the surroundings of the valley, they didn't dare act rashly. That larger fire spark stone started burning fiercely. Waves of heat surged out, causing the Pegasus girl to sweat profusely. Her perky chest became even more alluring because of the sweat. Once a fire spark stone started burning, it would continue burning until there was no special method to stop it. As he watched the fire spark stone scatter its energy to its heart's content, Han Shua hesitated for a moment before finally flying towards that area. "Who's there?" A light shout came from the Pegasus girl's mouth. She had obviously discovered Han Shua's movements. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she looked cautiously at the rapidly approaching Han Shu. "I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just picking up something." Han Shua called out lowly, slowly revealing his tracks in coordination with his voice. He was deathly afraid that if he moved too quickly, he'd attract the girl's surprise attack. Han Shua was also on his guard during this process. The demon's lair edge had already been summoned by his mind, and the Yin demon was secretly observing her every move and expression. As long as this girl showed any signs of hostility, Han Shua would make the first move without any hesitation. Through the Yin demon's surveillance, Han Shua discovered that this girl's crescent brows were creased in a beautiful frown. 2 streaks of sweat flowed down her smooth cheeks, past her neck and into the depths of her clothes. She urged the Pegasus to fly into the air, cautiously and suspiciously watching the approaching Han Shua, but didn't make any unusual movements. That fire spark stone was to the left of this beautiful girl. Han Shua was afraid that she'd misunderstand and so purposefully avoided her body. He took a detour and finally landed in the center of the raging flames, where the fire spark stone was. "I don't have any ill intentions." Lifting his head, Han Shua looked deeply at the beautiful girl. His body that had been suspended in the air gradually dived downwards. His 2 palms faced each other and his magical yuan fiercely circulated. A ball of purple flames suddenly appeared in his palms, and a bone-chilling aura instantly spread from Han Shua's palms. It was common knowledge on the entire continent that someone who could fly in the air was definitely a top-tier expert. When Han Shua steadily flew over, his relaxed expression was immediately confirmed by the girl that he was an expert of the same level. Seeing that Han Shua didn't have any ill intentions towards her, she didn't dare to provoke Han Shua. She only looked curiously at Han Shua with her beautiful eyes. When Han Shua activated the mystical glacial spell fire and catalyzed the extremely cold purple flames, the surrounding temperature plummeted with Han Shua at the center. Then, using the same method, Han Shua gradually approached the fire spark stone with the purple flames in his hands. Thick smoke suddenly billowed as the 2 auras of extreme heat and extreme cold met. The collision of cold and heat once again created thick white smoke. The fire spark stone that had been burning fiercely started to extinguish piece by piece amidst the sizzling sounds. The spirited Pegasus beneath the beautiful girl wasn't used to the high temperature of the mountain valley and kept swaying restlessly. It was only because the girl repeatedly suppressed it that it didn't immediately leave the mountain valley. However, when Han Shua used the purple flames, the surrounding temperature abruptly dropped with Han Shua at the center. It was like a paradise in the scorching heat, creating a strong temptation for the spirited Pegasus beneath the girl. Without the girl's orders, the Pegasus approached Han Shua of its own accord and flew greedily around Han Shua, as if it was extremely reluctant to leave this place with such a suitable temperature. Han Shua, who was focused on collecting the fire spark stone, saw the Pegasus and the girl's actions clearly through the Yin demon's observation. During this process, the beautiful girl tried to stop the Pegasus from approaching, but obviously didn't succeed. Raising his head, Han Shua looked at the beautiful girl again and revealed a kind smile, indicating that he understood that she didn't approach him on her own accord and that she didn't have any ill intentions. "Thank you." The girl smiled sweetly like 100 flowers blooming. her voice soft and her tone sincere. "You're welcome." Han Shuo lowered his head and continued activating his demonic arts, planning to extinguish the Fire Spark Stone as quickly as possible. He didn't take another look at the beautiful girl. With the existence of the 3 Yin demons, even if Han Shuo was immersed in his work, he could still see Tanai's situation with a single glance. A few flame demon generals blocked the Cyclops' path and fought with the enormous Cyclops, attempting to keep the Cyclops in the mountain valley forever. However, the Cyclops, who was twice the size of the flame demon generals, also had an extremely tough body. He fiercely swung the huge iron shovel in his hand, chopping 2 flame demon generals into a few large pieces of rock that melted into the river with astonishing momentum. However, some of the scorching hot lava landed on the Cyclops' azure body, causing a large area to be charred black. The Cyclops also groaned in pain. One of its eyes was filled with anxiety as it looked towards the depths of the river from time to time, as if it was afraid that some powerful creature would suddenly break through the ground and walk out. The Fire Grand Magus was completely enveloped in a red magic shield. The old woman within the magic shield had an excited expression as her old eyes shone with light. Her attention was focused on the depths of the lava, as if she was waiting for something. The robust golden dragon was drenched from head to toe in the high temperature of Mountain Tanai. He slowly moved towards the outside of the mountain valley, as if he was preparing to take the opportunity to attack the Cyclops. The giant silver ape's shiny silver fur stood up like steel needles. A few sparks landed on its silver fur, but there wasn't a single trace of being charred. Its 2 steel claws clenched and relaxed repeatedly, and its blood-red eyes focused on the depths of the river of lava, but it didn't dare to approach. Roar! Another loud roar rang out, and the mountain valley really started to collapse. The earth was also torn apart. The underground creature was truly enraged now, as if blaming the flame demon generals for their incompetence. Fissures appeared in the ground, and even more lava burst out, shooting in all directions like a fountain. In an extremely short period of time, the beautiful scenery of the entire mountain valley no longer existed. An enormous creature over 10 meters tall stood up from the largest crack in the ground, along with the rolling lava. This enormous creature had a pointed head and a round lower body. Its entire body was red like hot iron, just like the flame demon generals. It was like a moving, burning volcano, and an enormous aura emanated from its body. The sky seemed to be set ablaze, and large patches of fiery clouds covered the sky above the mountain valley, causing the sky and earth to become one color, becoming a kingdom of flames. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked, and the rocks of the mountain valley came crashing down. After this enormous creature walked out from the depths of the earth, its enormous body swayed backwards, causing even more lava to shoot out in all directions. It was truly a volcanic eruption. It's actually the Lord of the Flames. No wonder the flame demon generals have appeared. The beautiful girl beside Han Shuo cried out in surprise. She got off her Pegasus and shouted softly, "Leave this place quickly!" The Pegasus that was infatuated with the temperature around Han Shuo was clearly very happy when it heard the girl's order. It flew up gracefully, planning to leave this place of trouble. However, the terrifying Lord of the Flames and its raging flames burned the earth. The fiery clouds in the sky weren't fake. They were actually under its control, and they completely covered the sky above the mountain valley. When the girl and the Pegasus took off, the fiery clouds ignited with intense flames, turning the sky into a sea of fire. No one would be able to escape from the sky. Furious killing intent spread from the Lord of the Flames to the surroundings. Every expert realized that this flame controller was indeed cruel to the guests who trespassed into its kingdom. Chapter 236. The Fire Spark Stone had finally been collected by Han Shuo. However, the entire mountain valley had been sealed off by fire. The 6 powerful beings, including Han Shuo, were all trapped within the mountain valley. In such an area where volcanoes erupted and lava sprayed everywhere, the 6 powerful beings with ulterior motives would all face the wrath of the Lord of the Flames. No one would be able to escape unscathed. After the Fire's Park stone entered the space ring, the purple flames in Han Shuo's palms extinguished, and the surrounding temperature once again skyrocketed. The sweat on Han Shuo's body converged like a small river and flowed downwards. The beautiful girl and the Pegasus had no choice but to descend to the ground in the face of the fiery clouds. They looked up at the fiery clouds and sighed helplessly. It looked like they didn't dare to rashly charge into the air above the burning mountain valley. The fire grand magus in the distance floated between Han Shuo and the girl like the wind with a bright red magic shield. She smiled faintly. The 3 of us are all humans, so I think it'll be easier for us to communicate. It'll be easier for us to survive if we're united against a common enemy. What do you think? In the face of such terrifying danger, joining forces with the strong was indeed a good choice. Apart from the Lord of the Flames, Tanai also had the giant silver ape, the Cyclops, and the golden dragon. These 3 powerful beings were equally strong, but it was a pity that they weren't humans and weren't good partners to work with. Of course, only by working together will we be able to walk out of this fiery kingdom alive. Han Shuo naturally knew that he didn't have the confidence to deal with any of the Tanai experts by himself. This Fire Grand Magus seemed to know what would happen. Although he didn't know what she was planning, he could at least wait and see. That's a good idea, Granny. The beautiful girl revealed a radiant smile and spoke in a clear and melodious voice. The Fire Grand Magus seemed to have long since known that Han Shuo and the beautiful girl would agree. She lightly waved the magic staff in her left hand and chanted a profound incantation. With Han Shuo's group of 3 as the center, a house-sized barrier was instantly formed. This barrier was invisible and formless, but it isolated the high temperature. The surrounding lava that was erupting was blocked outside. After the old lady created the barrier, the magic shield on her body disappeared. She smiled at Han Shuo and the girl and introduced herself. I'm Marceau from the Brute Merchant Alliance. I'm Major in Fire Magic. Brian Han, from Lancelot Empire and Necromancer. Han Shuo replied. Sophie, I come from the Kasi Empire. I am a knight. He can be considered half an incompetent summoner. The beautiful Pegasus girl replied simply. As soon as she finished speaking, she softly chanted a spell, and the Pegasus she had been riding magically disappeared without a trace. The old lady Marceau and the girl called Sophie seemed to have heard of each other's names. When the 2 of them introduced themselves, the other revealed a surprised expression. Only Han Shuo was unknown. Marceau and Sophie clearly hadn't heard of Han Shuo before, and both looked at Han Shuo with some confusion. Anyone who could fly in the air and appear here was definitely not a nameless person. As a powerful practitioner of necromancy magic, if there was such a person in the Lancelot Empire, they would definitely have heard of him. Therefore, when Marceau and Sophie realized that they hadn't heard of Han Shuo's name, they thought that Han Shuo had given them a fake name. Faced with the 2's confusion, Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and explained with a wry smile, I'm telling the truth. I've only just started my career, so it's normal that I'm not well known. There's nothing strange about it. Roar! The Lord of the Flames' enormous roar reverberated throughout the valley. Accompanied by terrifying sound waves, the Lord of the Flames moved its enormous body and chased after the Cyclops. Streaks of scorching flames danced wildly like ribbons, and the violent heat caused the air to crackle. The flames mixed with magma entangled the Cyclops under the Lord of the Flames' control, causing the Cyclops to dodge in all directions. It was obvious that it was no match for the Lord of the Flames. The golden dragon's target should have been the Cyclops, but at this moment he realized that he was also facing great danger. He seemed to have given up on the idea of immediately dealing with the Cyclops. He stood at the entrance of the Valley of Fire, as if pondering how to leave. The giant silver ape pounded its chest and roared loudly. Its body, which had been standing still all this time, suddenly moved. Like a bolt of silver lightning, it tore through the air and shot towards the Lord of the Flames, who was chasing after the Cyclops. In the air, it intertwined its two sharp claws in front of its chest and danced. A few cold glints that looked like swords shot out from its claws. The few flame demon generals in the surroundings were swept by the streaks of cold light, and their bodies suddenly cracked with loud crackling sounds as they quickly melted into the magma. Han Shuo couldn't help but pale with fright when he saw this scene through the Indemons. He didn't know what kind of mutated magical beast this giant silver ape was, but it had such terrifying destructive power. The two iron claws were actually able to shoot out sword light attacks, as if they possessed the great power to tear through everything. Before the flame demon general, who was as tall and had a body as hot as iron, could even get close to it, it was already smashed into pieces by the iron claws. The giant silver ape's strength is very terrifying. I've seen it tear apart 3 twin-headed dragons at once. It should be a mutated super rank magical beast. Its target is the Lord of the Flames. I've observed it for a while and discovered that it's come to the valley 3 times. Each time, it didn't dare to provoke the Lord of the Flames. This time, it might really be going against it. Old hag Marceau had actually been paying attention to the commotion in the distance as she suddenly spoke. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment, then realized that Marceau hadn't come by chance like him. She must have observed for a long time before choosing to participate in the chaos. He didn't know what she was planning. Roar! An explosive roar erupted from where the golden dragon was. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a giant golden dragon that was 15 to 16 meters long suddenly revealed itself. After the golden dragon transformed, its slender body shook, and a terrifying dragon's breath exploded in front of it. The red rocks that sealed the valley suddenly exploded, and a 5 to 6 meter wide passageway appeared in the valley that had been blocked by the Lord of the Flames. The golden dragon was one of the dragons with the most shocking battle prowess, and its physical body possessed the strongest offensive and defensive abilities. After transforming, the golden dragon was even more ferocious and wild, and had always been synonymous with strength and power. Even the valley that had been sealed by the Lord of the Flames' flint was forcefully blasted open by its fierce dragon's breath. This Lord of the Flames is a super-rank magical beast that has evolved 4 times, while this golden dragon has only evolved 3 times. It's a wise decision for it to give up on seeking revenge against the Cyclops and leave the valley for now. Fire Grand Magus Marceau calmly explained to Han Shuo and Sophie as she watched the commotion in the distance. Roar! The Lord of the Flames let out an earth-shattering howl. It naturally thought that the golden dragon's breath was a provocation, and let out a loud howl to vent the anger in its heart. In that moment, the flowing lava and the flaming clouds in the sky seemed to be under the Lord of the Flames' control as they all gathered towards the passageway that the golden dragon had blasted open. Before the golden dragon could leave the valley, the passageway that had just been blasted open was once again blocked by lava, flames, and flaming clouds. This time, the passageway was even tighter than last time. The golden dragon was completely enraged in that moment. As one of the most prideful of super-rank magical beasts, the golden dragon had already given the Lord of the Flames a lot of face by attempting to leave the valley. He hadn't thought that this rank 4 Lord of the Flames would actually want to burn everything with flames. This was intolerable to the golden dragon. A frightening dragon's roar rang out from the golden dragon's enormous mouth. The golden dragon had originally planned on leaving the valley, but temporarily gave up on his original goal. He didn't pay attention to the Cyclops and actually charged towards the Lord of the Flames. The golden dragon swung his tail wildly as he flew, but the flaming rocks were unable to leave even the slightest mark on his golden body. At the same time, Fire Grand Magus Marceau suddenly cheered in joy and said excitedly, "Chance, our chance has finally come!" Turning his head to glance at Marceau, Han Shuo said calmly, I think you should tell us your plan and intentions now. Otherwise, the two of us wouldn't be following you in a daze. The underground world of the Lord of the Flames is an extremely mystical existence. It's because of this mystical existence that the Lord of the Flames was able to evolve 4 times. I've researched fire magic for many years and discovered that there's a strange fire attribute energy in that place. This energy is completely different from the fire element and is even more mysterious. That mystical place not only created a grade 4 Lord of the Flames, but also nurtured a mysterious fire lotus and many strange rocks. I only discovered it by chance. Since the Lord of the Flames is fighting outside, I can use my control over fire magic to bring you two into that underground world and take the opportunity to take away some of the mystical things inside. What do you think? Marceau looked extremely anxious as she quickly explained to the two. All right, Han Shuo answered crisply without the slightest hesitation. This fire archmage named Marceau was definitely a powerful person. She was actually able to discover this place of extreme fire and understand that there was an element of fire that was different from the fire element within. It looked like she'd put in a lot of effort into this place of extreme fire. Although fire elemental energy and fire element were both existences of the fire attribute, they were 2 completely different types of energy. Any mage in this world, as long as they had mental strength, could communicate with fire elemental energy and cast fire magic anywhere. As a magical element, the fire element existed in every corner of this world. A fire mage could use their connection with the fire element to release fire magic of varying power depending on the strength of their mental strength. However, the element of fire didn't exist in every place. It only existed in some naturally mystical places between the heavens and the earth. Only a place that coincided with the trajectory of the heavens and the earth would form a natural treasure ground. Only after thousands of years of evolution would it be possible to form the element of fire in some fiery places. Among them, the place of extreme fire was undoubtedly the best place to nurture the element of fire. Compared to the ubiquitous fire element, the element of fire was much rarer. If it was refined by some practitioners who knew how to use it, it could display even more mysterious and unfathomable power. The Lord of the Flames had always been a magical beast that was extremely difficult to evolve. However, this Lord of the Flames had directly evolved 4 times after finding this place of extreme fire, becoming a super ferocious magical beast of fire. If this Lord of the Flames evolved 1 more time, it would become a rank 5 Emperor of the Flames, possessing the strength and divine power of a demigod. If the Emperor of the Flames could break through to rank 5, it would surpass the category of magical beasts and become a fire god with a divine spark, possessing true divine power and powerful control. Han Shuo understood that this was an opportunity. No matter what, he had to get to the place of extreme fire and see if there was a chance to refine the fire elite zombie here in the future. The 5 elemental zombies were Han Shuo's goal. Adding this place of extreme fire, then there was only the place of extreme metal that hadn't been discovered yet. Only when all 5 elemental zombies were gathered would they be able to unleash the destructive effect of the formation. The beautiful young lady Sophie, whose target this time should be the Cyclops, was obviously a bit hesitant towards Marceau's suggestion. She blanked out for a while and finally nodded lightly under Marceau's anxious gaze, agreeing to Marceau's suggestion. All right, let's take advantage of their battle to quickly reach the underground kingdom of the Lord of the Flames. Seeing that Sophie had agreed, Fire Grand Magus Marceau's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly chanted a magical incantation. Suddenly, the invisible magical boundary that enveloped Han Shuo's group began to emit sparks, as if it had the ability to absorb the fire element. As the sparks flew, the extremely dense fire element in the surroundings was rapidly sucked into the boundary. The boundary that had absorbed a large amount of fire element continuously tightened bit by bit, blossoming with a brilliant red light. The temperature inside also rose steadily until the temperature inside the boundary rose to around 40 degrees and became 3 to 4 meters wide. Only then did the temperature rise and space shrink stop. "Let's go." Fire Grand Magus Marceau called out softly. The boundary brought the three of them around the battle between the enormous creatures and suddenly landed in the fiery crack on the ground that was spewing lava. Chapter 237. The temperature within the boundary stopped at around 40 degrees. The magma in the cracks in the ground was blocked outside by the boundary and didn't affect Han Shuo and the other two inside. Marceau was obviously very strained during this process. The boundary was filled with a large amount of magical elements, which meant that she had expended a lot of mental strength to control the movement of the boundary. After the entire boundary had shrunk to 3 to 4 meters, it became a bit crowded. In addition, the temperature inside was at 40 degrees. Although it didn't burn everything like the outside, it still made people feel wet and uncomfortable. However, Han Shuo's body could easily handle this level of temperature. Even if he didn't activate his magical yuan to resist it, Han Shuo didn't lie down with his body drenched in sweat. Instead, he used this rare free time to sit down and meditate to recover the magical yuan he had just expended. The beautiful female knight, Sophie, was wearing tight clothes that stuck to her beautiful body. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, as if she had just finished bathing and walked out of the bath, accentuating the curves of her body. Due to the high temperature, fragrant sweat flowed all over her body, and her breathing was uneven. She kept waving her hands to fan herself, as if she wanted to cool herself. Fire Grand Magus Marceau was completely focused on controlling the boundary. She was as focused as Han Shuo. The wrinkles on her face were like ravines, and they were also filled with sweat. They couldn't help but slowly flow down her body due to the influence of gravity. The two Yin demons were placed in the valley and observed everything that happened outside, so that Han Shuo could understand the situation above at any time and make accurate decisions. After falling into the cracks in the magma, the boundary sunk all the way down. The surrounding flames burned fiercely, and some of the magma exploded in all directions with a loud rumble that shook the earth and mountains. When the magma hit the surface of the boundary, beautiful sparks appeared, presenting a beautiful scene of a sea of fire. Unfortunately, of the three people in the boundary, Han Shuo and Marceau were too focused to pay attention to the scenery around them. Female knight Sophie was wet all over and uncomfortable, and there was also a ball of anxious flames burning in her heart. Naturally, she didn't have the mind to pay attention to the beautiful scenery around her. Amidst the blazing and gorgeous sparks, the three of them gradually sank along with the barrier. Among them, Fire Grand Magus Marceau controlled the boundary to shift its direction and slowly descend into the depths of the Earth's core. She seemed to be familiar with the situation here. Finally, the moving boundary suddenly came to a halt. Han Shuo instantly opened his eyes and sized up the scenery around him with glistening eyes. In the shortest amount of time possible, he imprinted the scenery around him into his mind. The first thing that came into view was a wide lake of fire. It was like a burning sun, emitting blazing light and heat. The surging magma was in the form of a fire dragon pillar, rising up from the fire lake one after another. It was probably because of the Flame Lord's power that it was so ferocious. Around the wide lake of fire, there were stone walls that radiated fiery light. These stone walls were as red as soldering iron, emitting a scorching heat. The glaring red light filled the surroundings, causing this area to become a huge space of flames. In the middle of the fire lake, a strange fire lotus blossomed mysteriously in the boiling magma of the fire lake. It flickered with a bewitching red light and swayed along with the rolling fire lake. This posture seemed to possess a soul-stirring beauty. Han Shuo and the other two were still enveloped by the boundary. They floated at the entrance of a cave in the surrounding stone walls, no longer suffering from the damage of the magma and flames. Fire spark stone, fire sun crystal, red agate, Han Shuo exclaimed in surprise. He discovered that there were a few magical stones scattered not far from the entrance of the cave. They were all treasures for refining fire-attributed weapons. These stones were of excellent quality and could be completely smelted into high-quality fire-attributed flying swords, or directly absorbed by fire-attributed practitioners to improve their skills. This area is very mysterious. It contains a strange fire power, and the surrounding stones are very precious. If you embed them in a magic staff, it will definitely have a great effect on a fire-attributed mage, Grand Magus Marceau said while dripping hot sweat. She didn't need to explain much. As a demonic cultivator, Han Shuo could recognize many strange stones based on Chu Kanglin's memories. He understood that these strange stones had different uses, and each one could play a great role. Open the boundary. I'm going to leave and collect some. Han Shuo was overjoyed as he spoke with a calm expression. Marceau was stunned. She hesitated for a moment before kindly reminding him. The temperature outside the barrier is several times higher than inside. I think that once you leave the barrier, you will be cooked by the high temperature. I advise you not to take the risk. No problem. I think I can withstand it. Han Shuo activated his magical yuan, and a pulsating ball of purple flames formed in his left palm. A gust of cold air instantly blew through the 40-degree hot boundary. Sophie and Marceau, who were sweating profusely, couldn't help but shiver. The flowing sweat suddenly stopped, giving them an icy chill. What magic is this? Fire Grand Magus Marceau couldn't help but cry out involuntarily when she saw a ball of purple flames appear in Han Shuo's palm. The high temperature within the boundary was immediately dispelled, and the extremely hot area almost turned into an ice cave. Hee, it's just a strange martial technique. Don't worry, I think I can withstand the high temperature outside. Han Shuo smiled slightly as he held the pulsating ball of purple flames and looked confidently at Marceau. I think you're right. Marceau nodded and then said, Pay attention. When I count to 3, I'll send you out of the boundary. Prepare yourself. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo activated his magical yuan. His fingers began to move nimbly, and balls of purple flames flashed from his fingertips. When Marceau counted to 3, the boundary where Han Shuo was seemed to have been sliced open by a knife, and the space between the two of them was directly removed. In an instant, the high temperature hit them head-on. The scorching wave of fire broke through the boundary's obstruction and instantly enveloped Han Shuo's entire body. Without Marceau's control, the boundary that blocked the high temperature shattered like an eggshell. Not only did it lose the ability to block the heat wave, but it also lost the ability to remain in the air. The rock where Han Shuo's foot landed was scorching red. As long as his foot landed, the sole of Han Shuo's foot would be charred black in an instant. When he activated his magical yuan to cast the mystical glacial spell Fire, he naturally didn't forget to cast the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Just as Han Shuo's foot was about to land on the flint, he suddenly stopped in midair and didn't move. The Yin demon that had accompanied Han Shuo in the boundary was immediately placed behind him, constantly paying attention to Marceau and Sophie's movements. Han Shuo himself didn't waste a single moment. He used the extreme cold of the mystical glacial spell Fire to emit thick white smoke from his body and began to carry out some secret plans. After Han Shuo landed, Sophie and Marceau looked at Han Shuo's actions in amazement. They were obviously very surprised by Han Shuo's actions. However, when the extreme cold on Han Shuo's body met the high temperature, his body was immediately covered in thick white smoke. The two women could no longer see Han Shuo's figure clearly. The most mystical thing in this area should be the fire lotus in the center of the fire lake. He's gone to collect rocks to forge weapons. So let's go pluck that fire lotus. Fire Grand Magus Marceau didn't seem to care about the unknown rocks in the surroundings. Or perhaps it was because she didn't know what magical effects those rocks had. She only focused her attention on the fire lotus. This fire lotus had 10 or so red, translucent leaves the size of palm leaf fans. They were as clear as jade, and there was a strange red light circulating within the veins of each leaf, as if they were nurturing a life of fire. This fire lotus was very eye-catching in the middle of the blazing fire lake, giving off a stunning beauty. Fire Grand Magus Marceau and Sophie seemed to be completely attracted by the strange lotus. The two stared at the fire lotus with fascination, activating the magic boundary and slowly approaching the fire lotus together. Within the thick white smoke, Han Shuo didn't activate his magic to collect the fire spirit stones. Instead, he quickly dug a large hole and dripped his own blood essence into it. His eyes shone with a divine light as he looked at the fire lotus from time to time. His expression was incomparably calm, as if he was rapidly thinking about what to set up. Han Shuo had heard Marceau's description before coming down and understood that a fire lotus had been nurtured in the place of extreme fire, so he already had his own plans. No matter what, this fire lotus couldn't be obtained by Marceau and Sophie. As a treasure nurtured in the place of extreme fire, the fire lotus had the miraculous effect of directly wrapping around zombies and turning them into a fire elite zombie. Depending on how long the place of extreme fire had been formed, as well as some special opportunities, treasures of the 5 elements could be nurtured. The places of extreme earth, extreme wood, and the Valley of Sunshine's extreme water that Han Shuo had discovered hadn't produced any treasures, perhaps because they'd been formed for too long, or perhaps because there hadn't been any suitable opportunities. However, this place of extreme fire might have already existed for tens of thousands of years. After accumulating all sorts of energy over the years, in addition to the existence of the Lord of the Flames, it had actually successfully nurtured the fire lotus. As a treasure of the place of extreme fire, the fire lotus had grown for tens of thousands of years and absorbed all sorts of fire elemental energy, becoming a wondrous treasure. With the existence of the fire lotus, Han Shuo didn't need to waste a huge amount of time to gather all sorts of materials. He could directly use a secret technique to form a large formation in the place of extreme fire, then use his blood essence to activate the formation and throw a zombie into the fire lotus. Based on the nutrients that the fire lotus had absorbed over tens of thousands of years and the dense fire elemental energy in the place of extreme fire, it would directly help an ordinary zombie evolve into a fire elite zombie. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Han Shuo absolutely wouldn't allow Marceau to take the fire lotus. After he left the boundary, he had already started to set everything up. As Marceau controlled the boundary and slowly approached the fire lotus, Han Shuo turned into a thick cloud of white mist and shuttled through the caves around the fiery red rock walls. In the eyes of Marceau and Han Shuo was taking the opportunity to collect some strange ores in the surroundings. What they didn't know was that under the cover of the thick smoke, Han Shuo had already quickly and successfully excavated the formation I needed to refine the fire elite zombie. Although there was the fire lotus, there weren't any other materials to refine the fire elite zombie. Han Shuo's blood essence had completely replaced the practice between the formation eyes. Fortunately, Han Shuo had swallowed a 300-year-old blood essence grass and converted enough blood essence. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to successfully use the large formation this time. After Han Shuo walked around the surrounding rock walls and successfully excavated the formation eye, he immediately chanted an incantation and summoned the little skull from a distant plane. "Hurry up and bring a zombie that you approve of. He'll receive the same treatment as the Earth Elite Zombie." Han Shuo passed on an order. Without waiting for the little skull to nod in understanding, he sent the little skull back to a distant plane. Then, purple flames danced between Han Shuo's hands as he activated his magical yuan. In the direction where the little skull had been standing, the purple flames danced in Han Shuo's hands, creating a suitable temperature for that area. The little skull's body was purely made of sparkling white bones. After many times of forging and tempering, Han Shuo had sufficient confidence in the little skull's body's toughness. He knew that this level of high temperature wouldn't affect him at all. However, if an ordinary zombie suddenly appeared in such a place, it would definitely be burned to a painful state by the high temperature. It was hard to say whether it would be directly burned to death. Therefore, in order to successfully refine the fire elite zombie, Han Shua had no choice but to make preparations in advance, lest he be roasted to death by the high temperature once he fell into this space. An urgent call came through the little skull from an infinitely distant plane. When Han Shua received this call, he immediately chanted an incantation. Then, in the area of suitable temperature created by magical yuan, the little skull appeared in front of Han Shua with an incomparably large zombie warrior in his hand. Perhaps the little skull sensed Han Shua's anxiousness, but he didn't have time to search in his haste and casually grabbed a zombie warrior with an unusually large head. "All right, it's you." Time was of the essence. Han Shua had already set up everything. Seeing that Marceau and the little skull were already close to the fire lotus, he didn't have time to be picky. He grabbed the big-headed zombie and rushed towards the central fire lake. Chapter 238. The closer they got to the fire lake, the hotter the temperature became. Afraid that the big-headed zombie wouldn't be able to withstand the heat, Han Shua had no choice but to use his magical yuan to activate the mystical glacial spell fire to lower the temperature around them. Zombie warriors that were used to darkness had an instinctive aversion to sunlight and blazing heat. This big-headed zombie was no exception. Its body couldn't help but sway in Han Shua's hands, as if it was afraid of the burning fire lake. However, with Han Shua's steel-like grip, it couldn't move at all. Two large clouds of white smoke rapidly approached from the surrounding rock walls, arriving next to Fire Grand Magus Marceau in the blink of an eye. At this time, Marceau and Han Shua were only 3 meters away from the fire lotus below, as they were worried that the temperature of the fire lake would be too high for the barrier to withstand. The two didn't dare to approach the fire lotus too quickly. They were afraid that the barrier would shatter from the scorching heat. Why are you here?" Marceau was shocked when Han Shua approached in the form of 2 clouds of smoke. Although she couldn't see Han Shua's appearance due to the thick smoke, she recognized Han Shua from Han Shua's actions just now. "I can't withstand the heat anymore. Please let me enter the barrier to rest." Han Shua's hurried, pleading came from the thick smoke. Han Shua had already stopped next to the barrier when his voice was heard. Marceau seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma when she heard this. It seemed that it was very difficult for her to bring Han Shua into the barrier at the moment. She stood there in a daze, hesitating for a moment. Suddenly, Han Shua's exhausted cry of surprise sounded from the thick cloud of smoke next to Marceau. The thick smoke suddenly sank down and fell into the beautiful fire lotuses that were blooming below. Shrill screams suddenly came from the thick smoke below, causing one's heart to tremble. This caused the 2 girls, who were confused by the sudden change, to be unable to react for a moment. However, Han Shua, who was covered by the thick smoke, had a calm expression on his face even though he was screaming in agony. He grabbed the struggling, big-headed zombie warrior and slowly pushed him into the pistil of the fire lotus. An arrow of blood shot out from Han Shua's left index finger and fell directly into the big-headed zombie's mouth. At the same time, Han Shua imprinted a seal of darkness magic on the big-headed zombie's body. A mass of pulsating purple flame covered the surface of Han Shua's body according to his will. Then Han Shua shot out beams of black demonic light that twined around the big-headed zombie. When Han Shua formed the shape of a lotus with a few drops of blood essence and forcefully clasped it onto the big-headed zombie's head, he seemed to have triggered some sort of restriction. In the blink of an eye, 24 blazing, blood-red beams of light suddenly shot out from the cave walls surrounding the fire lake, all converging towards the fire lotus. The dense fire origin energy seemed to be escorted by 24 ribbons as it frantically gathered towards the fire lotus in the center. The beautiful fire lotus blossomed with dazzling red light like a dancing flame. It slowly began to shrink its petals at a miraculous speed and trajectory, wrapping around the big-headed zombie that Han Shua had ordered to stay in the pistil bit by bit. "What's going on? What's going on?" Marceau, who was 3 meters above Han Shuo, couldn't help but cry out when she saw the mysterious changes in her surroundings and felt the frantic gathering of the fire origin energy. However, Han Shuo's shrill screams completely drowned out Marceau's cries. This made Marceau, who was unaware of the situation, unable to guess what had happened to Han Shuo below. She didn't dare to descend another 3 meters to see what was happening below. The dense fire origin energy around the fire lake, under the influence of the formation, was all channeled towards the center of the fire lotus, providing sufficient nourishment for the fire elite zombie's formation. On the day that the fire elite zombie was formed, the fire lotus that it nurtured would very likely become a treasure that the fire elite zombie could control and help him obtain all sorts of strange abilities. 24 beams of blood-red light gathered towards the fire lotus in the center from the cave walls. The fire origin energy that had lingered in the entire place of extreme fire for tens of thousands of years was slowly nourishing the big-headed zombie's body through the fire lotus. With the protection of the fire lotus pistol, the big-headed zombie didn't need to endure the scorching heat. It only needed to continuously absorb all sorts of pure energy and cultivate according to the imprint that Han Shuo had left in its mind. It would be able to continuously change its body and become a powerful fire elite zombie. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded from above the fire lake. The Lord of the Flames seemed to have sensed the changes in the kingdom of fire and couldn't help but roar. Through the In-Demon's observation, Han Shuo discovered that the Lord of the Flames, who had a slight upper hand despite fighting 1 against 3, had already given up on the battle against the Golden Dragon, Cyclops, and Silver Ape. It roared as it moved its enormous volcanic body, slowly walking towards the largest crevice in the valley. The fire lotus that was nurtured in the fire lake was a fire attribute treasure. It contained some strange power. As the master of the kingdom of fire, the Lord of the Flames must have some sort of connection with the fire lotus. Perhaps the Lord of the Flames had already left an imprint on the fire lotus and treated it as a taboo item. Han Shuo had used the demonic magic formation and used this taboo item without permission. He had even imprinted a living being within it to absorb the enormous amount of fire origin energy in the surroundings. This must have alarmed the Lord of the Flames and made it come over to understand everything that had happened. At this moment, the fire lotus petals had already shrunk into a bud, slowly sinking into the fire lake. When Han Shuo saw this, he immediately understood that he had succeeded. He began to scream in pain as he slowly moved upwards. Up until now, all of Han Shuo's arrangements had gone smoothly. However, he still had no way of predicting the final outcome. According to Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo knew that after the fire lotus petals had shrunk, it would be very difficult to open it again without special methods and opportunities. However, as the master of this fire lake, Han Shuo had no way of knowing if the Lord of the Flames had a way to open the fire lotus. From the very beginning, Han Shuo knew that he wasn't completely confident in this matter. The reason why he had to do this was because he had no other choice. Otherwise, if he lost this opportunity, he didn't know when the Lord of the Flames would leave this place of extreme fire, nor would he have a fire grand magus bring him into this strange space. Therefore, even if he wasn't completely confident, Han Shuo had to make use of this rare opportunity to plant the big-headed zombie into the fire lotus. As for the final outcome, whether the Lord of the Flames would be able to open the fire lotus, or whether it would kill the big-headed zombie, this wasn't something that Han Shuo could grasp. It could only be said that it all depended on the will of the heavens. As Han Shuo's figure slowly rose into the air, he purposefully withdrew the purple flames protecting his legs and used the high temperature of the fire lake to roast his legs. In an instant, Han Shuo's trousers were charred black. His legs were exposed to the blazing heat, and in the blink of an eye, a large area was burnt by the flames. "Save me!" A mournful scream rang out from Han Shuo's mouth, his voice urgent and desperate. However, under the cover of the thick smoke, Han Shuo didn't have any expression of pain on his face. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. The burning pain from the large area of his legs seemed to be happening to someone else's body. He was currently looking at the two people in the boundary above him with a bright expression. Fire Grand Magus Marceau watched as the fire Lotus slowly sank into the lake of fire. She seemed to be extremely discouraged and had a face full of regret. She didn't seem to care about Han Shua's shouts as she kept murmuring, "My fire Lotus! My fire Lotus!" On the other hand, it was the female knight Sophie who showed sympathy for Han Shua. She was drenched in sweat as she panted. She pulled on the corner of Marceau's clothes and said anxiously, "Let's save him first." Under Sophie's tugging, Fire Grand Magus Marceau suddenly woke up with a start. She looked down with a mournful expression and sighed. She nodded unwillingly and started chanting a magic incantation. A strong magical wave suddenly enveloped Han Shua's body. Amidst the crackling sparks, Han Shua's body was pulled by the fire element and suddenly squeezed into the boundary that Sophie and Marceau were in. When Han Shua had left earlier, a part of the 3 to 4 meter magic boundary had been cut off. Now that Han Shua's body had squeezed in again, the part that had been cut off didn't return. The magic boundary that Sophie and Marceau had been in suddenly became very crowded with Han Shua's addition. Right now, Han Shua's face was pale and weak. A large area from his knees to his feet had been roasted by the high temperature of the fire lake. Not only did it look very horrifying, but it also gave off an unpleasant smell. In the crowded boundary, the Fire Grand Magus didn't seem to be too willing to lean against Han Shua due to her identity, age, or other reasons. She forcefully retreated to a corner, causing the limp Han Shua and Sophie to lean against each other. Han Shua moved his body with difficulty and pretended to cry out in pain, seeming to want to sit up from his limp position. When his 2 hands were supporting the invisible boundary, he couldn't avoid touching Sophie's thighs because of the squeezing of the boundary. The temperature within the boundary had been maintained at around 40 degrees after Han Shua had left. Sophie was still sweating profusely, and her entire body was wet and uncomfortable. Her clothes were all wet and stuck to her curvaceous body. Under Han Shua's unintentional touch, he could feel the taut fullness of Sophie's thighs. He could even feel the powerful strength contained within her extremely elastic thighs. Originally, the burning of his 2 legs was intentional. This degree of burning wouldn't affect the function of Han Shua's 2 legs. Apart from looking a bit frightening and causing some completely bearable pain to Han Shua, it didn't have any other effects. Therefore, when Han Shua pretended to be in pain and wanted to sit up, he let out low cries of pain. He wasn't as miserable as he appeared to be. Therefore, when his arm unavoidably touched Sophie's slender thighs, he actually had the leisure to evaluate the elasticity and beauty of Sophie's thighs in his heart. Perhaps it was because the boundary was indeed very crowded, but this kind of action, which could even be considered frivolous, was only treated by Sophie as a helpless and unintentional carelessness. It didn't cause her displeasure. Her crescent brows slightly furrowed. Instead, she looked at Han Shua with some sympathy and said with a kind heart, "I'll help you." Sophie's soft voice rang in Han Shua's ears. Then, under the pained expression of Han Shua clenching his teeth, her body slightly crouched down. Her slender hands supported Han Shua's shoulders, helping Han Shua get up and help him sit down in the boundary. During this process, due to the crowding of the boundary, it was inevitable that the 2 of them would come into physical contact. When Han Shua's arms were propped up by her, the skin between their arms was tightly pressed against each other. Han Shua even, accidentally, used his shoulder to touch Sophie's firm and curvy breasts. "Thank you very much." When Sophie helped Han Shua sit up from his limp posture, Han Shua sincerely looked at Sophie and sincerely thanked her. "Don't mention it. This is what I should do." Sophie's delicate face had been red because of the high temperature, but the sharp-eyed Han Shua still found that Sophie's face at this moment was even more rosy than before. Her expression also seemed a little shy. It seemed that the close contact between the two of them had indeed made this kind girl feel a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. Until now, Han Shua and Sophie were still very close. Although Sophie deliberately kept a distance, because of the crowding of the boundary, the furthest distance between the two of their bodies would not exceed 20 centimeters. They could clearly smell each other's scent. The strong scent of a man on Han Shua's body and the fragrant scent of sweat on Sophie's body blended together and were breathed in by the two young men and women. This kind of peculiar scent was like a miraculous medicine, nourishing Han Shua's restless heart and giving Han Shua an inexplicable, throbbing feeling. Han Shua gazed deeply at Sophie. Perhaps it was because of the high temperature, but his gaze was burning fiercely. When Sophie turned her head away uncomfortably, Han Shua greedily took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal. He smiled brightly at Phoebe, then slowly closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing, not letting go of any time to recover his magical yuan. Through the Yin demon's spying, Han Shua discovered that Phoebe's face was flushed red and her expression was a little unnatural. Her long eyelashes continuously fluttered, and while Han Shua was adjusting his breathing, her bright eyes strangely focused on his body. Who knew what she was thinking? On the other side, Fire Grand Magus Marceau didn't notice Han Shua and Sophie's movements. As the Lord of the Flames' loud roar approached, Marceau had no time to care about her surroundings. She was focused on controlling the boundary and slowly rising above the magma. Chapter 239. The Lord of the Flames' terrifying voice brought with it a violent power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It stopped all of the surging magma and then flew down towards the fire lake at an even more ferocious speed. In that instant, the magic barrier that had been flying up with the magma was affected by the surging magma. Not only was it unable to rise higher, but it also rapidly fell towards the fire lake below. Not good. Fire Grand Magus Marceau exclaimed with a face full of fear. She said anxiously, "The Lord of the Flames is controlling the lava's descent. I've used up too much mental strength right now, so I can't control the barrier to fly out." Han Shua, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Marceau. "So you're saying that we're trapped in the fire lake?" The kind-hearted female knight, Sophie, was also at her wits' end in this situation. She looked worriedly at the scorching magma that was sweeping towards them, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Fire Grand Magus Marceau revealed a helpless expression and said to Han Shua and Sophie, "I'm very sorry. I don't think I'll be able to leave the fire lake with you two. I'm sorry." A strong magical fluctuation suddenly came from where Han Shua and Sophie were. Just like the last time when Han Shua had left the barrier, the area where Han Shua and Sophie were was cut apart by a sharp weapon amidst the sparks. It was directly removed from Marceau's barrier. Without the support of Marceau's magical elements, Han Shua and Sophie were immediately drowned in the surging magma and fell towards the fire lake. Rather than the three of us dying together, it's better for me to escape alone. This is something that can't be helped, so please don't blame me. Marceau murmured coldly to herself as she watched the two quickly drown in the magma and fall towards the bottom. Roar! The earth-shattering howl grew closer and closer. Marceau was shocked and didn't dare to stay any longer. She activated the barrier that tightly wrapped around her body and slowly moved upwards against the magma that was pouring down like a waterfall. Ah! The Lord of the Flames' loud roar drowned out Sophie's screams as she fell towards the fire lake. Other than Han Shua, who was leaning close to her, no one else heard her screams of despair. Even female knights with great strength would instinctively show their cowardice when facing the threat of death and knowing that they were doomed to die. Such a desperate cry was not shameful. However, if this kind of exclamations were to ring incessantly in one's ears, no one would be able to bear it, and Han Shua was no exception. "Miss Sophie, can you stop screaming?" Han Shua said to the screaming Sophie with a pained expression as he held onto Sophie's waist with one arm. Strangely, The magical barrier that Marceau had left behind didn't suddenly shatter due to Marceau's departure. Instead, it was covered by a layer of dark light. The dense magma in the surroundings crashed into the dark barrier, but it didn't move at all. Only rays of dark light slowly seeped out of Han Shua's body and tightly attached to the dark barrier. Sophie quickly recognized the situation after being berated by Han Shua. Her bright eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and she suddenly cried out in joy, "We're actually not dead!" "Of course. I've just recovered a bit of my strength. I think we can still hold on until we leave this mysterious existence." Han Shua smiled at Sophie and comforted her. Suddenly, Sophie realized that her waist was still being held by Han Shua's arm. She immediately straightened her body uncomfortably and broke free from Han Shua's arm, maintaining a tight distance from Han Shua. Seeing that Sophie had already woken up from her panic, Han Shua didn't purposely take advantage of her. He smiled apologetically at Sophie and said, "I had no choice just now. I hope you don't mind. The Lord of the Flames will return soon. We need to leave immediately." That Marceau is a famous figure in the Brute Merchant Alliance. To think that she would do such a thing. What a despicable person. The kind Sophie was still brooding over Marceau's actions and angrily rebuked him. Han Shua felt that it was only natural and didn't think that Marceau's actions were inappropriate. After all, the three of them had only met by chance and didn't have any true friendship. In times of danger, of course, one had to think for oneself. Marceau's actions were also because she had no choice. Han Shua didn't hold any grudges against her. This was because if he was in Marceau's shoes, Han Shua would definitely have done the same. However, Han Shua didn't say much and only shrugged with a smile. He then focused on circulating his magical yuan and slowly flew towards the lava. At Han Shua's current level of magical yuan, he was able to naturally form a protective shield around his body with his adept control of magical yuan. As long as his magical yuan didn't run out, Han Shua would be able to keep the shield unbroken and resist the invasion of the lava and flames. Compared to Marceau's previous boundary, Han Shua's protective barrier had a moderate temperature. The various threats in the surroundings couldn't penetrate the barrier and land on Han Shua and Sophie. The two of them flew at an extremely fast speed and passed through the layers of lava. They quickly identified a relatively narrow crack and charged upwards against the blazing sparks. During this process, Sophie had been paying attention to Han Shua's protective barrier. She had a puzzled expression on her face, and even more carefully extended her hand to touch the protective barrier that was circulating with black light. She felt a strange sensation and was lost in thought. As he flew upwards, Han Shua's expression was relaxed and confident. There was no trace of the pain and difficulty he had shown earlier. This caused Sophie, who had been observing him, to be astounded. In the end, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Have you been injured before?" Han Shua suddenly understood when she said this. He turned his head to glance at Sophie and revealed a bitter smile. "Don't think that I'm fine just because I look relaxed. I've actually been enduring heart-wrenching pain all this time. It's just that I have to show my strong side in front of a beauty. Only then will I leave you with the impression of a strong man." Sophie obviously hadn't expected that Han Shua would actually say this. There was a hint of ambiguity in his words, and Sophie could naturally hear it. She was stunned at first, and then rolled her eyes at Han Shua. She said with some amusement, "You're really an interesting person. Who talks like that?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua pretended to be in pain. He even circulated his demonic arts and broke out in hot sweat, causing his face to turn pale. He panted heavily and said with difficulty, "You see, this is actually my real situation. I might not be able to hold on at any time, and then we'll fall into the fire lake together to see the beautiful lotus." Han Shua's sudden change in demeanor made Sophie extremely uncomfortable. She cried out as if she had been frightened, "Don't scare me. Regardless of whether you're real or fake, I still want to see your unruffled appearance just now." "No problem." Han Shua laughed heartily. The painful expression on his face disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the traces of sweat on his forehead also magically disappeared. He winked at Sophie with a mischievous smile and teased in a relaxed manner, "Isn't this better?" Uft. Sophie couldn't help but laugh softly. She waved her fist and punched Han Shua's chest, panting with rage as she waved her fist in front of Han Shua. She said amusedly, "You evil fellow, so you've been playing with me all along." "Ha." Han Shua laughed proudly, bringing Sophie along as they broke through the layers of magma obstructing them, charging straight towards a crack that had appeared above. "You guys are actually fine." Suddenly, Fire Grand Magus Marceau of the Brute Merchant Alliance cried out in alarm from the boundary that was enveloped by a large ball of magma below Han Shua and Sophie. Marceau seemed to have been drenched in rain. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, and her face was pale as she panted weakly. She moved the magic boundary with difficulty and slowly moved it upwards. Her current appearance seemed to be something that Han Shua had purposefully put on earlier. It was obvious that she had expended a great deal of mental strength, and it was becoming more and more difficult for her to hold on. This was especially so when she discovered that Han Shua and Sophie had passed over her body like arrows and were flying towards the ground. She was even more shocked. "Hey, let's meet up above." Han Shua looked down at Marceau beneath his feet and said this with a smile. He then circulated his magical yuan and rushed towards the crack in the ground, ignoring Marceau's astonished gaze. One of the Een demons remained at the lake of fire below, while the other two remained in the valley. Han Shua had observed the entire situation clearly through the three Een demons. When the Lord of the Flames abandoned its three opponents and returned to the kingdom of fire, out of the three powerful creatures that were fighting it, only the silver giant ape went forward to stop it. However, it was easily beaten back by the Lord of the Flames. Without the golden dragon and Cyclops' cooperation, the giant silver ape had no way of dealing with the Lord of the Flames. It could only watch as the Lord of the Flames entered the largest crack in the ground and sank into the depths of the ground along with the thick, turbulent magma. After the Lord of the Flames disappeared, the proud golden dragon seemed to finally remember the purpose of coming to the valley and immediately began to attack its ally, the Cyclops. The Cyclops seemed to have known this would happen and began to fight with the golden dragon. They forcefully blasted open the valley's passageway and gradually fought their way out. When the Lord of the Flames fell into the kingdom of fire, the giant silver ape knew that it didn't have any more chances. It pounded its chest and stomped its feet as it left the passageway the golden dragon had torn open, disappearing without a trace after a few leaps. This information had been obtained by Han Shua through the two Een demons he had left in the valley. The only Een demon left near the Lake of Fire had also finally discovered the Lord of the Flames' enormous body. It had mixed with the turbulent magma and was slowly sinking to the bottom of the Lake of Fire. Roar! A long howl sounded from a crack in the ground as a sharp black arrow shot out and instantly hovered in the air above the valley. Having escaped death, Han Shua was in such a good mood that he let out another long howl. The black light swirling around his body cracked and shattered like an eggshell. Streaks of black light intertwined together like lightning and slowly sank into Han Shua's skin. These wriggling black lights writhed on Han Shua's exposed skin like nimble tattoos, displaying a soul-stirring, bewitching beauty. As Han Shua let out a drawn-out dragon's roar, the black light slowly receded and Han Shua's skin returned to its normal color. "How much longer are you going to hold on for?" Sophie watched the series of changes on Han Shua's body and couldn't help but glare at Han Shua to remind him when she saw Han Shua clinging to her waist. Because the protective barrier had shattered, Han Shua was afraid that Sophie would fall directly from the sky. Therefore, in his panic just now, he'd once again used his right hand to wrap around Sophie's slender waist, feeling the elasticity and softness of Sophie's slender waist. The long howl from before had been indescribably pleased and satisfied. I had no choice, haha, I had no choice. Han Shua didn't feel the slightest bit awkward as he chuckled. I don't know if you'll fall to your death if I let go. Looking unkindly at Han Shua, Sophie glared at Han Shua and pointed below. The ground is only a few meters above me, and there's an empty space around that hasn't been covered by lava. Do you think a knight who dares come to the dark forest alone will fall to his death from a few meters in the air? I don't think so. You should have warned me earlier. Han Shua rubbed his head and grinned cheekily. He tightened his right hand around Sophie's slender waist, feeling the softness and wonder of her slender waist for a moment before letting go and letting her fall to the ground. Roar! Suddenly, the Lord of the Flames' strange howls sounded from the depths of the ground. Through the observation of the Een demon below, Han Shua discovered that the Lord of the Flames' enormous body had completely melded into the lake of fire. The fire lotus that had sunk into the lake of fire was held in its iron-like palm. Waves of enormous intent descended from the Lord of the Flames into the fire lotus through some mysterious power. Just as Han Shua was on tenterhooks, the Lord of the Flames suddenly raised its head and held repeatedly. It held the closed fire lotus as if it had found a treasure and carefully caressed it. The killing intent on its body vanished, and it hugged the fire lotus to its chest like a mother. The entire lake of fire was instantly filled with a strange, motherly love. It can't be treating the fire elite zombie as its own child, can it? Han Shua was flabbergasted as he guessed incredulously. Chapter 240. A ray of red light flew out, and the panting fire grand Magus Marceau finally managed to escape with great difficulty. Her wrinkled face was filled with dejection as she looked around with flickering eyes, wanting to get a clear picture of Tanai's current situation. After being tormented by the four behemoths, the beautiful scenery and flower-filled valley was completely destroyed. The ground was filled with ravines, and streams of magma flowed everywhere. Inside the holes that were full of potholes, raging flames were burning, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Marceau looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the golden dragon, cyclops, and silver ape weren't there. When she discovered that Han Shua and Sophie were coldly looking at her from afar, she forced out an ugly smile and explained apologetically, "Congratulations on regaining a new life. The situation just now was special. I hope you can understand. I had no choice." Sophie's pretty face was full of disdain and disdain. She snorted and didn't look at Marceau again. She said to Han Shua, who was hovering in the air, "Let's go. There's nothing to say to this kind of person." "Yes, I think so too." Han Shua agreed with Sophie's suggestion and looked coldly at Marceau from afar. A fiendish aura naturally overflowed, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he took the lead and flew out of the valley. Sophie chanted a strange summoning incantation, and the white and beautiful Pegasus once again appeared in the scorching hot valley, naturally carrying Sophie on its back. The fiery clouds in the sky above the valley gradually dissipated after losing the control of the Lord of the Flames' terrifying power. The mountain wind blew down from above, and the raging flames were slowly extinguished. The formation of the fire elite zombie definitely didn't take a day or two. It would be a slow process. From the Een demon's observation, not only did the Lord of the Flames not have the slightest bit of malice towards the life within the fire lotus, it even carefully protected him like a child. The fire elite zombie's safety was definitely not an issue. Once the fire elite zombie had absorbed enough energy, it would certainly emerge from the fire lotus. At that time, this place of extreme fire would also become the fire elite zombie's kingdom of fire. Using his connection with the fire elite zombie, Han Shua could use the fire elite zombie to sweep away all the fire attribute spiritual stones that had been bred in the surrounding place of extreme fire. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to collect them. As Han Shua flew out of the valley, Sophie rode on her beautiful Pegasus and followed behind Han Shua unhurriedly, disappearing into the valley with Han Shua. Fire Grand Magus Marceau watched as Han Shua and Sophie left. Her expression was uncertain, but she didn't make any moves. She only looked at the sky where the burning clouds had receded after Han Shuo and Sophie had disappeared for a while. She then used the levitation spell to quickly rise into the sky. As soon as they left the valley, Han Shuo immediately communicated with Dark Dragon Gilbert through his mind. Little Skull had already been sent back to the other dimension. A Yin demon that had stayed in the fire lake also flew out of the crack in ground and converged on Han Shuo's side. When the Yin demon returned to Han Shuo's side, Han Shuo also sensed Dark Dragon Gilbert's position. Behind him, female knight Sophie rode on a Pegasus and followed Han Shuo unhurriedly. A pair of beautiful eyes focused on Han Shuo's body and shone with a faint luster. No one knew what she was thinking. Han Shuo had a very good impression of this female knight named Sophie. When Han Shuo had flown up from the Fire Lotus and pretended to be injured, it was Sophie who had persuaded the hesitant Marceau to let him enter the boundary. When Han Shuo walked into the boundary, Sophie didn't mind the horrible and unpleasant smell on Han Shuo's feet and helped Han Shuo to sit up. Sophie's kind behavior won Han Shuo's favor, so much so that when Marceau let go, Han Shuo immediately enveloped Sophie in his protective barrier and expended even more magical yuan to protect Sophie. I think we should split up. Sophie, who had been following Han Shuo silently, finally spoke faintly after they were a distance away from the valley. Turning around, Han Shuo looked deeply at Sophie and revealed a radiant smile, saying, "You are a kind and righteous knight. It's a pleasure to meet you." Their separation was imminent. Sophie also stared deeply at Han Shuo with interest, as though she wanted to memorize Han Shuo's appearance in her heart. After a while, she smiled sweetly and said, "Brian, if you have time to visit Kasi Empire, I can be your guide." "Oh." Han Shuo was delighted. He then asked with interest, "Then how should I find you?" Sophie glared at Han Shuo reproachfully and said strangely, "Could it be that you've really just made your debut? You don't even know who I am?" Shaking his head, Han Shuo said amusedly, "Are you very famous?" "Kasi Empire's Sacred Knight Solo is my father. I'm the only Earth Knight in Kasi Empire who rides a Pegasus. As long as you come to Kasi Empire and want to find me, you will definitely be able to find me. Goodbye, interesting scoundrel." Sophie left behind a string of bell-like giggles and left in another direction on her Pegasus. She flew into the horizon like a little fairy and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She was actually the daughter of a sacred knight. Han Shuo was greatly shocked. Only now did he truly care about Sophie's identity. He didn't expect her to be born into a wealthy family and have such a terrifyingly powerful father. In the current profound continent, only the strongest experts would add the word sacred to their professions. Regardless of whether it was a sacred magus, sacred swordmaster, or sacred knight, they were all publicly recognized as the most powerful figures on the continent. No matter which country they were in, these people would have an illustrious position and be revered by all citizens. Such a figure possessed terrifying strength. Such a figure could even reverse the outcome of a war. They existed as the protector of a country and possessed strength that even the king had no choice but to treat with caution. Sophie's father was actually a sacred knight. No wonder she was so confident. When Han Shuo expressed that he had never heard of her, she rolled her eyes fiercely at Han Shuo. However, in the legends, there was another kind of existence that surpassed the boundary of sacred and possessed the title of God. They were an existence closest to the gods and were known as demigods in the secular world. They were the pinnacle of their professions. In hundreds and thousands of years, only a few characters had appeared. They were known as magic gods, sword gods, and divine knights. Such demigod existences possessed the destructive power to destroy the heavens and earth. They had strength comparable to the gods. If they could break through their limits and take another step forward, they would be able to break through the shackles and become true gods. It was a pity that the current profound continent didn't have such legendary figures with the word God. Those with the word sacred were already the pinnacle existences on the continent. Sophie flew away on her Pegasus. Han Shuo only gasped in surprise at Sophie's identity for a moment before flying in the direction of Gilbert's location. Along the way, there were huge footprints and traces of an intense battle everywhere. The 2-meter-wide footprints were obviously from the Cyclops. The towering ancient trees in the surroundings were broken and toppled in rows, and some of the small hills were left with bombardment marks. With just a few glances, Han Shuo was certain that the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon must have left the valley from here while fighting. Gilbert must have secretly tailed the 2 enormous beings. Even now, Gilbert was still following the 2 powerful beings. Han Shuo could sense his constantly shifting position. Without taking a closer look at his surroundings, Han Shuo followed his connection with Gilbert and activated the art of the demonic 9th heavens with all his might, chasing after Gilbert like a rainbow. Previously, Tanai had been a sea of fire. Only after leaving the valley did he realize that it was already late at night. The stars shone brilliantly, and the moonlight sprinkled down like flowing water. It was a pity that the scenery along the way wasn't as beautiful as it seemed due to the battle between the 2 powerful beings. As Han Shuo flew at full speed for a great distance, he could already hear a tremendous rumble in the distance. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The earth seemed to be trembling from the tremendous sound as the distance between him and Gilbert gradually decreased. Just as Han Shuo was flying at high speed, thinking that he would be able to see Gilbert soon, the tremendous rumble in the distance suddenly disappeared. Even the connection between Han Shuo and Gilbert was severed at the same time. Han Shuo couldn't sense his existence, no matter how hard he tried. Greatly alarmed, Han Shuo didn't understand what had suddenly happened. He was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He once again increased his speed and flew towards the location of the black dragon he just sensed. The speed of a shooting star allowed Han Shuo to arrive at the scene in a matter of minutes. The traces of the battle between the 2 enormous beings were still there, and there was a wide area shrouded in black fog in front of him. This area took up a large area. Han Shuo stopped in the air and gazed down. He discovered that the black fog covered an area of 10 miles. The moonlight was completely obscured by the black fog and couldn't shine in at all. Han Shuo couldn't see anything with his eyes either. Waves of fierce and thick evil aura filled the area shrouded in black fog. It seemed to contain some sort of terrifying danger. Han Shuo couldn't sense the existence of any living beings within, as if he was completely blocked by the thick black fog. Hovering in the air for a while, Han Shuo released the Yin demon and had it descend towards the area below. The shapeless Yin demon slowly descended and dove into the area shrouded in black fog with a whoosh. Suddenly, Han Shuo's connection with the Yin demon was completely severed. The Yin demon that entered the black fog disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo couldn't sense the Yin demon's location in the slightest. By now, Han Shuo was truly shocked. His connection with Gilbert was due to the power of the contract, so it was understandable that it was blocked by that area. However, the 3 Yin demons had been refined by Han Shuo through his blood essence, and had disappeared without a trace after entering that area. This was truly a bit frightening. The area 10 miles in radius below was completely covered by thick black fog. He couldn't see anything at all. Han Shuo could only feel that it was filled with an evil aura. He was certain that there was no simple existence within. The dark forest is full of wonders indeed. There's actually such a strange place. It looks like I have to go in and see what's going on if I want to understand what's going on. Han Shuo looked at the area below and murmured to himself. He activated the magical yuan in his body and formed a protective shield around his body, slowly descending towards the area below. When Han Shuo gradually approached the black fog, all sorts of negative emotions, such as fear, grief, rage, and madness, suddenly surged into Han Shuo's mind. It was as if a force was trying to invade Han Shuo and make him lose himself in an instant. However, Han Shuo, in the bloodlust realm, had absorbed all sorts of negative emotions from the dead during his last 2 massacres. He was already used to the invasion of this kind of fear and madness. He wasn't affected in the slightest, and his expression remained calm and composed. "This is really interesting." Han Shuo couldn't help but murmur in surprise when he felt the negative emotions surge into his mind. His body suddenly sank and he landed directly in this area. In an instant, the training he'd lost with Gilbert and the Indemon was instantly re-established. It looked like the black fog only blocked the communication between the outside and the inside and couldn't stop the people within from communicating with each other. He didn't hurry to move through his connection with Gilbert. Instead, Han Shuo looked around with bright eyes, planning to first imprint the situation in this area into his mind so that he could make the right decision when danger arose. Due to the presence of the thick black fog, Han Shuo's vision was affected. He could only see things 10 meters away from him. In the dark forest that was densely covered with plants, this area shrouded in black mist seemed so unusual and unique. There wasn't a single plant within a 10-meter radius, only barren rocks of all sorts of dark colors. There was an oily green stream flowing beneath Han Shuo's feet. The stream flowed soundlessly without any fish. Looking up at the sky, the thick black fog covered everything. There wasn't a bit of light to be seen. The entire space was dark and gloomy, filled with the smell of desolation and death. "Oh!" Han Shuo exclaimed. Through the Indemon's observation, he saw a strange stone tablet. There were even some words carved on the upright stone tablet. This made Han Shuo decide to immediately go over and take a look. Chapter 241. When Han Shuo arrived at the stone tablet, he could only see a single line of words engraved on the stone tablet from afar. Aramaic cotton. It was actually the name Aramaic cotton. This simple line of words had already shocked Han Shuo. As a citizen of the Lancelot Empire, he had heard of this deified figure like thunder. Every citizen of the Lancelot Empire could recount his deeds in detail. As the greatest existence in the dark element in the history of the Lancelot Empire, Aramaic cotton was a legendary dark magus with the strength of a demigod. 500 years ago, it was Aramaic cotton who assisted the first king of the Lancelot Empire in establishing the Lancelot Empire. It was precisely with the help of such a figure that the founding king of the Lancelot Empire conquered all foreign races, drove away the barbaric orcs, and expelled the greedy and despicable goblins. He stood out among the major powers and established political power on this land, allowing the Lancelot Empire to steadily stand tall on this land for the past 500 years. It was said that Aramaic cotton was a legendary dark magus with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Such a powerful figure in that era not only created the existence of the Lancelot Empire, but also forever became a legend. He was revered by all the citizens of the Lancelot Empire for 500 years. Until now, his fame and greatness had not been surpassed by any of his descendants. Aramaic cotton's entire life was accompanied by great legends. He had defeated countless experts, opened up new frontiers for the Lancelot Empire, and destroyed the fighting spirit and confidence of all foreign races that resisted. Wherever the iron hooves of the Lancelot Empire passed, all races would crawl on the ground and pledge allegiance to the Lancelot Empire. However, such a terrifying demigod-like existence had mysteriously disappeared without a trace at the peak of his life. At that time, the Lancelot Empire was at its peak and had conquered all the surrounding countries. It was the time when Aramaic cotton should have been enjoying all the glory and glory. However, he had mysteriously disappeared. The first king of the Lancelot Empire was unable to accept the departure of his most sincere friend. He had mobilized all the forces in the world to search for him, but to no avail. There were many different versions of legends about his mysterious departure. Some said that he was tired of fighting and went into seclusion. Some said that he transcended everything and went from being a demigod to becoming a god. Some said that although he defeated countless strong people in his life, he also suffered dozens of injuries. In the end, The weak body of a sorcerer could no longer bear the pain in his old age, and so he tragically died of illness. However, legends were just legends after all. In the absence of concrete evidence, all theories were illusory. The mysterious disappearance of Ermite cotton had been an unsolvable mystery for over 500 years. However, there was a stone tablet with Ermite cotton's name carved on it in this strange place, shrouded in black fog. From the shape of the stone tablet and the meaning of the words carved on it, Han Shuo was certain that it was a type of tombstone used to commemorate the dead. This filled Han Shuo's heart with shock. He couldn't help but want to approach the tombstone and carefully examine it. It was at this moment that Gilbert took the initiative to approach Han Shuo through his connection with Han Shuo. Han Shuo could even feel Gilbert's anxiety. Han Shuo intended to take a closer look at the tombstone, but had no choice but to give up on that thought as Gilbert rapidly approached. He raised his guard and prepared to act. With a flip, Han Shuo landed behind a large boulder. At the same time, he released a Yin demon in Gilbert's direction. A tremendous rumble rapidly approached from afar. In dragon form, Gilbert actually didn't fly. Instead, he slithered his body like a huge python as he slithered towards Han Shuo. The Cyclops' enormous body was hot on Gilbert's tail. The golden dragon that had been fighting with the Cyclops was also slithering on the ground like Gilbert. He also didn't use the dragon race's innate ability to fly. "Great master, hurry and save your pitiful servant." As he rapidly approached, Gilbert's draconic eyes shone with a frantic light as he continuously shouted in a deep, heavy voice. Han Shuo, who had fallen behind the boulder, couldn't help but curse when he heard Gilbert yelling for him to save him before he even got close. "Stupid dragon. Everyone will know that there's someone in front of us if you're making so much noise. How can I ambush you?" Seeing that he couldn't hide and ambush Gilbert, Han Shuo cursed lowly and leapt into the air, flying towards Gilbert. A domineering howl rang out, informing Gilbert of his presence. Through the Yin Demon's surveillance, Han Shuo discovered that both the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon seemed to be chasing after Gilbert. He didn't know what wicked thing Gilbert had done to make the two enemies join forces to kill Gilbert first. Gilbert, who had been terrified along the way, calmed down slightly when he heard Han Shuo's piercing howl. He then crawled over with even more effort. He yelled before he even reached Han Shuo. "Two against one, how shameless and wicked! Damned stinky bug, you almost ambushed us to death when we were tired from the battle. That's fine, but you actually brought us to this forbidden land and left us with no way out. You're the most shameless and wicked." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, the Cyclops actually let out a thunderous curse amidst the crazed roar. A shameless person who sneaks into someone else's territory has no right to criticize others. Gilbert seemed to gain a bit more confidence when he arrived in front of Han Shuo. He turned back to mock the Cyclops with disdain and quickly moved his huge body to stand in line with Han Shuo. "You're pissing me off. You damned bug, I'm going to kill you." The Cyclops was infuriated and roared at the sky. His single eye shone with a terrifying light as he pounced at Gilbert. Most of the Cyclops' body had been burned by the Lord of the Flames, and his two huge green palms were a mess of blood and flesh. It looked like the battle with the Lord of the Flames and the battle with the Golden Dragon had indeed left him with quite a few injuries. "Shut up. You can hit him and curse him, but you're not allowed to mention the words bug or stinky bug in front of me, or I'll kill you first, you damned one-eyed thief." The Golden Dragon roared angrily behind the Cyclops. The Golden Dragon's body wasn't in good shape either. Not only were large patches of his golden scales black, but some of them were also stained with blood. Even his huge head had a bloody scar. It looked like he'd suffered serious injuries from the consecutive battles. "You're a mad dragon. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Cyclops and the Golden Dragon had fought their way out of the valley and had long since become enraged. Although he was extremely angry at Gilbert's despicable actions, he didn't have a good impression of the golden dragon either. He immediately turned around to face the golden dragon, seeming to want to fight at any moment. This was indeed the case. The proud golden dragon couldn't take any provocation. He had already roared and charged forward after the Cyclops' roar, and immediately began to fight with the Cyclops. He'd forgotten his target this time and didn't care about Gilbert's life or death. What's going on? Han Shuo felt a headache coming on as he watched the two enormous beings fight in front of him. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Gilbert and ask with a wry smile, "Hee, I saw the two of them fighting and followed them from behind. I took advantage of the fact that they were both exhausted and moved a boulder the size of a small mountain over, wanting to take the opportunity to smash them both to death. Who would have thought that they'd be so clever and actually dodged the boulder? Then they chased after me. I was so flustered that I didn't know where I was going. I ran into this strange area. The two of them had lost their minds and followed me without thinking. Then I discovered that my power had been sealed. Not only did I not have the magic to spray poison and flames, but I also couldn't fly. Of course, that stupid golden dragon couldn't fly either and could only crawl like me. It seemed that even the Cyclops' power had been sealed. After a short moment of panic, they made me their primary target and started to attack me together. I had no choice but to come and find you." Gilbert didn't care at all and cackled wickedly as he explained Han Shuo's despicable actions. Looking at his proud expression, it was obvious that he wasn't ashamed of it, but rather proud of it. "You really are shameless," Han Shuo commented after listening to Gilbert's explanation. "I learned this from you." Gilbert cackled and pushed all the blame onto Han Shuo, as if he'd been so pure and kind when he'd left the underground world. Rumble, a huge collision sound came from where the Cyclops and Golden Dragon were fighting. All sorts of dark-colored rocks in the surroundings exploded as the Cyclops and Golden Dragon fell to the side in exhaustion. There was a huge crater between them, just as the two enormous beings struggled to stand up and were about to continue fighting to the death. The Cyclops' thunderous voice sounded. "Wait, why isn't this human affected by the environment? He can even fly in the air." The Golden Dragon and Gilbert also focused their puzzled gazes on Han Shuo as soon as these words left his mouth. They seemed to be filled with astonishment and confusion, as if Han Shuo, who was currently hovering in the air, was a peculiar existence. "Human, there are no magical elements in this forbidden area. What right do you have to stand in the air?" The Golden Dragon coiled up with difficulty and raised his head high. Even now, he hadn't forgotten the pride of his tribe and seemed to want to overwhelm Han Shuo with his aura. He looked down at Han Shuo from above and questioned him like he was interrogating a criminal. "None of your business." Han Shuo responded very bluntly, taking an extremely dismissive attitude towards the Golden Dragon. As the Golden Dragon roared angrily, the Cyclops couldn't help but mock thunderously, "Stupid dragon! Do you think someone who can stand in the air in this forbidden area would be afraid of you? Haven't you heard of the legends of this forbidden area? Do you really want to die?" The Golden Dragon strangely shut up as soon as the Cyclops' words left his mouth. His two head-sized eyes quickly flashed with a strange light as they focused on Han Shuo. The dragon's head shook in disbelief and growled lowly, "Impossible! How is this possible? Great demigod existence! You must have surpassed the limits of humans. Please sprinkle your benevolent radiance and take us away from this forbidden area." The Cyclops looked at Han Shuo with sincere entreaty in his single eye. His enormous body even bowed in a strange manner, expressing his respect towards Han Shuo. Even the Golden Dragon fell silent as he muttered to himself. He stared at Han Shuo without saying a word. As proud as he was, he couldn't immediately lower his head in front of Han Shuo, but his eyes expressed the same urgent pleading. "What do you mean?" Han Shuo was speechless as he looked at the two enormous beings. He rubbed his head in silence for a while and couldn't help but ask in confusion, All the super rank beings of the dark forest know the legend of this forbidden area. An earth-shattering battle occurred here 500 years ago. It's said that even true gods participated in it. That battle caused all the beings of the dark forest to tremble. The enormous commotion lasted for 3 days and 2 nights, and no one knew what had happened inside. The Cyclops' face was filled with lingering fear as he continued with a thunderous voice. None of the powerful beings that tried to go in and see what was going on were able to walk out of the forbidden area. None of the beings that mistakenly entered the forbidden area in the next 500 years were able to walk out. It said that magic and fighting aura are all restricted in the forbidden area. All beings only possess pure physical strength and are unable to take a single step out of the forbidden area. Only demigods that have surpassed the sacred rank can walk out of the forbidden area without these restrictions. Great human demigod existence, please take us away from here. Although the golden dragon didn't say a word, his gaze towards Han Shoa was completely different now. His eyes were filled with entreaty, and the golden dragon had no choice but to lower his proud head. I think you've made an error in judgment. Han Shoa looked helplessly at the 2 enormous beings and spread out his hands in explanation. I'm very sorry, I'm not a demigod existence.